We don't value and appreciate, our freedoms and our opportunities in our life. There are gonna always be obstacles. You're gonna have to either go around them, go over them, or go right through them. But you can't stop going. It's a hopeless feeling, and you're surrounded around a bunch of hopelessness. You have to be crazy in believing what your goal and your passion is. Because when something is crazy, even though it's crazy, you still do it, right? You know what I mean? And so that's what you have to become. You have to become insane, right? So you could be smarter than me, but you were never gonna outwork me, ever. Like, for real. There are no quick answers to big problems. Like, there just aren't any.
In life, that things will go bad, and things are going to go bad. This is not the first or the last time that's gonna happen. It's gonna keep happening, and that's just how life is. You'll be past this, and you'll be okay. And there is nothing for you to worry about here. We can be, as human beings, as people who are always right for the world, or we can be just right for ourselves. Life is going to flow means on every moment basis, it's going to be different in a way, right? It's almost like it's like a heartbeat or a river or music. It changes by the note, right? It's just changing all the time, right? This moment, it's different, right? Energy changes, our way we react to things change, all things change all the time. And if that's the case, what's the one thing that can define us or help us stay in a place of joy, right? Because if life is gonna be up and down, and things will change, and things will go bad, and things will go right, there has to be something that becomes our anchor point. It can't always be that goal, which is so arbitrary anyways. So what is it that can help us always be in that grounding state and be in a place of joy and be in that floating state all the time? To be able to go, oh, I'm pumped about this. I'm pumped about this moment. Doesn't matter how it shows up. I'm pumped about this, right? And that got me to the dialogue of saying, maybe I need to find something that I can anchor into at all times. Things that actually give me joy all the time, right? And that's what your values are. Your values are usually already with you. You just have not bring in awareness to them. It's the way you operate.
You have the potential today to be special. Every second that passes now is the opportunity to succeed.
You can be so much more. Success never stops. Never stops to breathe, never takes a day off, never looks to take a break.
Forget the things you can't control. Look for the moments you can control. Lose the times you can't control. Use the times you can control.
You need to become someone, and you need to become your future. You need to handle your power and feel your potential. You gotta feel this pain to progress, to change, to feel fulfilled, to feel satisfaction. This is where everything can, and trust me, it all will fall into place.
Succeed into something worthy, something with the power to change, to adapt. Adapt into the person you've always wanted to be. You have this opportunity today to be something with purpose.
Now pay attention to every detail. Take every day like it's a brand new spanking opportunity. Take every risk as if it's a stepping stone into the future you're carving out for yourself. Because you have control. You have the control to change and the control to improve. The action and improvement.
To become the boundaries that have always held you back. You have always had the strength to push past these boundaries. To move past this, you need to know your power.
It all takes resilience. Resilience to push past any boundary and push through every risk, every hardship, every wrong turn. Right now, right here, is an open door. The door that puts you on the path towards success. You have control. You have control over your future. A future fueled by your success, constructed by your progress. It all begins right here and it all starts right now. Don't waste one more minute sitting and thinking. I want you to spend your next minute acting.
Today is your day to tell your story, to speak your mind, to tell the truth about your future, to speak about the power you've always had, the potential you've always had. This is how you succeed. You will be your power. You have this power. Communicate your problems. Communicate the power you know that you have. This is the beginning of your power, the start of your progress.
It doesn't get any easier. You just get stronger. If you want to change, don't expect your life to stay the same. Expect it to get harder. Expect it to actually get really, really tough. Tougher than you can even imagine right now. And this is where you can move past the boundaries that used to hold you back, used to hold you by the neck. Now you can move towards the fulfillment that's your future. And this, you see, this is where you can finally feel the satisfaction of your work. This is when you finally get to feel that success.
This is where your progress can be kick-started. Accelerate your life into your direction. Your journey is the power you've earned. The expectation you've built can be your reality. Reality where you live, you breathe, you walk, you succeed. Now isn't the time to wait. Now isn't the time to waste. Let this be the power that takes you towards your success. This is the opportunity you've earned. This is the potential you've always had.
Now is the time for you to step up, stand out, and become the person you need to become. Your future is in your hands, and this is what sets your life up to be worth the potential that you deserve. Your power is and always has been the thing that's going to take you towards the life that you have earned. You have, and you always will have this potential to improve, this potential to adapt, and this potential to change. This is what you've been working for. Go on and receive that.
This is your journey. This is your destiny. And either you wander aimlessly or you grab the wheel and take control of the ship. Either you head in the direction you want to go or you go in no direction at all. Most people allow life to happen to them. Their time runs like a sand timer. Life is happening to them. It isn't happening for them. Make life work for you. Make your time work for you. Do not allow your time to empty each day without achieving anything. Go into the world today and spend your time wisely. Make small wins every day that will lead you down the path to success. Motivation gets you started, but habit will keep you going. Motivation is great. It is like a coffee in the morning. It gets the engine going and gets you moving, but it is a habit that will develop your success.
Can't is not an option. It's either I will or I won't. I can, I know I can, but I will or I won't, you know, and that's the thing. And in some cases, you may try your hardest and you just don't win, or you don't pass a test, or you don't succeed. That's part of life. Understanding it's going to take hard work, discipline, and learning how to work with other people in order to get to the next level. The first rule is to love and respect everybody you come in contact with. You're not going to agree with them. You're not going to even like them on some occasions, but you love them and you respect them. Number two is to be your best. You know, if your best is a C on the test, even if it's D or F on the test, you know, you can never be disappointed if you know you gave it your all. And then, you know, number three is we don't use the word can't. You know, it's not in our vocabulary. I was told my entire life, you'll never do this, you'll never do that, you can't do this, it's impossible for you to do that. When you tell somebody what they can't do, for some people that drives them, you know, because you're not going to tell me what I can or cannot do. But for other people, when you tell them, oh, you'll never be able to do that, like that could be the breaking straw, you know, and that back for that person, that's their spirit, to actually go out and succeed. So I never tell my kids, if they come to me and they may have the most outrageous idea, I say, all right, cool, let's figure out how we're gonna do it. I never say, oh man, you can't do that, we ain't doing that. It's a work ethic. You gotta be passionate about whatever it is that you're gonna do, whether it be, you know, an artist, entertainer, sports figure, political, like whatever it is that you decide to do in life, you have to have an extreme work ethic. You gotta be willing to do stuff that other people aren't willing to do. You have to have respect. The first thing I taught my kids when they can understand it was how to shake somebody's hand. If your agenda is to help make an impact on people's lives, then it shouldn't matter if your name's at the top of the banner. It shouldn't matter if your gifts have certain name tags or whatever, however you want to do it. I'm super competitive, so nobody's going to tell me what I can't do. I mean, I can't sing, but don't tell me I can't sing. I'm going to give you my best singing possible. It's not that I can't sing, it's just I don't sing well. But you know what I'm saying? So it's like, for me, I always had a drive to, like, not prove people wrong, but to prove God right. You know, God said that He has great plans for me. So my grandmother passed away from breast cancer in 1995. I was going to the hospice. The woman that was her roommate, per se, was she was from the South, you know, and she was very racist. You know, every time I come in the room, she'd say, "Oh, well, there goes that boy." I had to do everything I could. She, you know, I knew I had grown because I didn't respond the way I probably would have responded had she caught me a couple years earlier. You know, my grandmother, after a few weeks, you know, she reached over and grabbed my arm, and she was like, you know, if I happen to die before she does, I want you to come back and see her. And I'm like, no, this is not my grandmother talking right now. And so you know, that ended up happening like 3 weeks after my grandmother said that. My grandmother passed away. And so my grandmother saw something at the time that I didn't really understand why she was doing it. But I went back and I go into this room, and the lady's like, sits up on her seat, and she's just started bawling, crying.
And this is the racist lady?
Yes. And then she was like, I'm so glad I got a chance to see you again. I thought I'd never see you again. You know, I apologize for how I treated you. You know, I've gone to church. I've done so many things, you know, in church. I've served the homeless, et cetera, et cetera. But I wasn't doing the one thing that I know that God would have approved of the most, and that's loving His people. And then she asked me if I can give her a hug. And I said in my TED Talk, you know, I was a little apprehensive about doing that because she could have, you know, shanked me or something like that on the side. But, you know, I hugged her, and when I hugged her, she said, you're like the son that I never had. And I'm going, okay. I didn't understand it at the time. I'm walking out, and then the lady said, you know, the ladies up front, they were like, that was so beautiful to witness, because, you know, essentially the reason why she had so much anger towards you was because she kind of got dropped off, which happens a lot in nursing homes or, you know, care centers. The family dropped her off, and she has 2 daughters, and the daughters just couldn't handle the seeing their mom in that position. And my grandmother saw that before I would have ever saw it. She just saw, you know, an opportunity for even the hardest of hearts to be changed, even in their dying days. If you can have impact on somebody that you know that way, then just imagine what's going to happen when you do that to a complete stranger. And it may not be I love you and I believe in you. It may be the action of showing, hey, you're worthy of nice clothes or a nice pair of shoes, or you're worthy of being able to go and enjoy a movie. You know, in college, the more successful people are the ones, most of the time, the people that are more well-rounded. You kind of have an appreciation for what other people do and what other people are going through, but you can be inspired on any given moment, any given day, just talking to people.
It doesn't get any easier. You just get stronger. If you want to change, don't expect your life to stay the same. Expect it to get harder. Expect it to actually get really, really tough, tougher than you can even imagine right now. And this is where you can move past the boundaries that used to hold you back, used to hold you by the neck. Now you can move towards the fulfillment that's your future. And this, you see, this is where you can finally feel the satisfaction of your work. This is when you finally get to feel that success. Now is the time for you to step up, stand out, and become the person you need to become. Your future is in your hands, and this is what sets your life up to be worth the potential that you deserve. Your power is and always has been the thing that's going to take you towards the life that you have earned. Don't fail yourself. Perseverance is the aspect that takes you towards a future worthy of your strength, worthy of your progress. So take pride in that more than anything. You have, and you always will have this potential to improve, this potential to adapt, and this potential to change. This is what you've been working for. Go on and receive that.
One mistake shouldn't hold you back for more than one day. The rise is the most important part of your progress. The rise makes your future something different. It makes you you. It makes you strong. And the intelligence of that takes you to a power worth your future. And value this. This moment of pain is not going to last forever unless you let it last forever. You don't need this, so don't let it happen. Change your perspective. Change your mindset to something always willing to grow, always willing to take courage. Make this who you are and make this worthwhile. This power that you have is valuable because your future is valuable and your potential is valuable. You're more than you could ever imagine, man. Your power is stronger than you could ever imagine. This progress is gonna take time, but this opening to work, this opening that you have in this moment, it's not always open. So take it. Take it right now. Take it now before it's too late. You're more than your last minute. You're more than your last minute. You're more than your last mistake. Get prepared for the success. Get prepared for the progress. You can make this you. Make this power yours. Yours to keep forever. Because this is what you're going to leave behind. This is what your legacy is made up of. The moments when you get knocked down but rise up over and over again. These are the building blocks of the legacy that you're constructing. These moments when you push forward and rise up over and over again. And that is what brings you to the place where you thrive. The place where you thrive and become better.
People gave to me and my family and my mom and other kids in my situation when they had nothing to gain in return. And that's character, you know, when you can give someone something, do something for somebody, and it's really not about you, it's really about helping them. And you're not expecting anything in return, right? You have to set the precedence of like being authentic. You know, we live in a very, inauthentic world where we don't do nearly as much as we could do if we didn't have an agenda. I don't have an agenda. You know, my only agenda is to literally change everybody's life that I could possibly change in one way or another. Being authentic and being me has literally changed my whole life. Because people are really starving for truth.
We talk ourselves into a lot. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. You keep saying that, you're going to live a tired life. You don't want to be married to that person. You don't want to be friends with that person. You don't want to be led by that person who's constantly tired. So actually the people we really admire are not tired people. They're actually energized people who love and have energy to give and value to give. If you're not living it, don't shout it from the rooftop. Everyone does not have to believe what I believe, but I want everyone to feel like they matter, they have purpose, they have someone who loves them, will listen to them, care for them. Before you know it, we could have a lot less lonely people in the world, and that would be pretty awesome. Share with people what's really changed your life and what you're really living out, and your words will have a lot more power. I actually think we're suffering from a lack of love on a grand scale, on an epic scale. It might be the greatest epidemic in the world. Maybe it always has been. I think horrific things like racism are symptomatic of the fact we don't feel loved. We don't feel like we matter. We don't feel like we're valued. And so we devalue each other, and we fight, and we war. Most people don't say what they want in life, where they want to go, who they want to be. They take it as it comes, which is really disturbing and sad, but it's true. Like, for instance, we take friendships as they come. We're just like, well, I guess we kind of met, and you like juice boxes, and I like juice boxes, so let's just hang out and, like, talk about Capri Sun or whatever. And I think we ought to be more intentional and be honest. What do I want? What kind of friends do I want? What kind of life do I want? And then I think speak that out, first of all. Like, declare that. Be honest. Recently, I did an exercise, again, back to our team, and they said, why do we exist? Judah, why do you exist? Why do we exist? Not the answer you think you're supposed to give, but the answer, like the truth of what you want and why you exist. And creating a safe space with the people that you intentionally have chosen in your life to go, all right, we're gonna get bare bones honest here. This is actually what I want in life. This is actually why I exist. And then we've got to, like, hold each other accountable to that. Like, bro, you can't wake up at 11 p.m. every day if that's what you want. And I think that's why I'm a big proponent of community. I don't think people can be who they're supposed to be without community. And community doesn't have to be 10,000 people. It can be 5, it can be 3, it can be the right people, not just a bunch of people, but the right people. It's been said, show me your friends, I'll show you your future. Like, it's real. I can tell you where you're going right now by the people you're hanging out with on a consistent basis.
We are, so often our own worst enemies, right? We keep ourselves, off the stage, for fear of bad reviews, and don't even realize that, in the process we're, forgetting how to dance and losing the joy in it, right? And it's just such a shame. We're all masters of our own universes, right? Alone in our own worlds, and I certainly think everybody, should figure it out, right? You should figure it out for yourself, because time's going to go by either way. And you can live a life of happenstance, of reaction, or you can take some time to figure out how you want to spend your time, who you want to be at work, who you want to be as a parent, who you want to be as a spouse, and on and on and on. And you can try to be that person, and you can try to live that life. So that's what I have in mind when I say, you really should define your success, your purpose, and labor towards it. Everything's a choice. Every moment of your life is a choice. How do you want to spend that moment? Who do you want to be? It is not the circumstances we confront that dictate the lives we experience. It just cannot be. There are counterexamples all over the place. Choose to be happy, literally in every moment. And again, I'm not saying it's easy. Again, and I'm not saying it's always easy for me, but it's certainly a worthwhile endeavor. I mean, you spill on yourself, or you knock something over, or you're late for a meeting, or it can derail you. It can be, something quote unquote awful. Meanwhile, most of the world is worried about, healthcare and food and clothing. But, or you can choose to laugh about it. And you can choose to have fun with it. You can choose to let it go. And again, I think every moment is an amalgam of precisely those choices. And I think it behooves us to spend some time thinking about our answers. You're the master of your reality. And once you buy that, once you're willing to take responsibility for the fact that you are literally creating the life you are experiencing, the reality, your reality is your creation, and not enough time on this moment right now. What is my best next step? What can I do right now to make progress? And the truth of the matter is, the world changes, a million times a day. You're going to change a million times a day. Who knows what's going to happen on the journey from A to Z? Just focus on getting from A to B. And get that done, and we'll worry about C to Z later. Every single, human being, every human, faces their own discrete constellation of challenges. Right? It's part of the human condition. There's nothing special or unique in facing these big challenges or obstacles, but how we handle it and how we choose to look at them, that makes all the difference in the world. Life is choice. And I said, if you tell yourself you're going to live this small and remarkable, pathetic life, and you're, not going to love or respect yourself, and, you're not going to find a mate, and all, you can make that happen for yourself, or you can choose to have a different life.
There's one way you should see life. Life is an opportunity. You have this opportunity for a reason. That reason is to succeed. Succeed far past fears, past doubts, past your insecurities, empowering yourself toward the finish line. Now is the time to make this opportunity. Your opportunity is more than this. It's your potential to succeed. Use your potential. Use it as your superpower, because that's what it is. Power. Power to succeed, to achieve. How badly do you want something? How much do you want it? There's only one way to get it. It's to work hard. Motivate your life toward a future where you can succeed, where you can achieve. How much do you appreciate this opportunity? How much do you want this? So respect the path you're on. Take the journey. Become the path. Make this define you. Your future relies on this. So be this opportunity. Take the risk and become the person you want to be. You're there. You're present, so act like it. Be prepared to struggle, but more importantly, be prepared to succeed. Today will not be the day you fail. Today is an opening, the opening to make it. Take the path. You're on the path. All you have to do is take a step. Close your eyes and imagine reality, but with everything you've ever wanted. Surrounded by everything you've ever wanted to achieve, believing that you have it, knowing that you have all this. This is how your mindset should always be, to know that you have this potential within you, that this picture isn't so far from reality, that this picture can be executed. Your potential is your power. And this power can strengthen your progress, the progress you need to achieve. You have this, so use this. Grasp this opportunity. Take this now to make it past your imagination and make this your reality. Work harder than you ever have. Nothing comes easy. So what are you going to do? How are you going to change? Your life can be so much more than what you think it is right now. Time is power. You have more, so much more than this. Use this. You have this. Grow and strengthen your potential. Strengthen your power. Think about your success like you have it. You will have it. Believe you have it. Then you'll have the chance. You will have the opportunity. What have you done today? What did you do yesterday? And what are you going to do tomorrow? Life is fueled by progress. Fuel your life to the next level. Think about your life. It's a place you live and will always live. So why now are you sabotaging your future? You need to make your life something. Something better than just somewhere you live. So what are you going to do? Today, you can make a change. Little switches, actions that can make you, define you. Wake up an hour earlier. Replace your sandwich with a salad. These changes will become habits. Habits that can transform your life forever. You will become a better person. You are the better person. All you have to do is stand up to that role. Stand up for yourself and start living your life for what it is, an opportunity. An opportunity to succeed, to be a leader, to have power and control over the decisions you make. You have the potential. All you have to do is use it. Spark your potential. Drive your motivation. Be creative and design a life where you see yourself succeeding. A life where you can respect and have the confidence in the choices that you make. So work hard. Be strong. Have courage. Start the journey and succeed.
It's like you just do what's hard until it's not hard anymore. It's like if you broke your hand and you weren't used to riding with that hand, and then you're forced to, ride or to use chopsticks or to do something. Once you do it enough, it becomes, a casual thing to do. Once you get that taste of victory and you're like, wow, well, maybe, I want to keep going on this path. Visualize, definitely. That's kind of the thing for me. It's always been like, well, what's it going to look like, and what's it going to feel like, and what am I going to be wearing, and every little detail. And visualize yourself winning, like, what are you going to do after? You just project it, and it happens. And I've always kind of like set goals for myself. That's a huge one. Set the goal of like, what do you really want to do? Like, what is it in the end? For me, I would always set up like a fun goal and then like a serious goal. Even those slight step backs are actually, to leap forward in a way, because how are you going to know where you lay in the whole, field of things and what's going on? Is to take a step back and then go, okay, you reassess, refocus. And I've been to contests before where I really wanted to win and I put everything on the line for that event and I didn't win. And I went like, man, you put too much pressure on it. You did this, you did that. There's such thing as over practicing too. A lot of guys show up at the competitions and they, there's 2 hours to ride. And they're the first one there at the gate. They ride 2 hours and then, they landed their run, 15 perfect runs, and then they get to the contest and they fall. I'm like, yeah, because you just nailed it 15 times. It's like rolling dice. You're gonna hit 7. Like you're gonna crap out, and like save it for the real contest. Like you got it. You gotta be your own friend in that scenario. In that moment of like, well, I put in the work, and it's the actual, like, that's what you're going for. And yeah, you said in business you can fail here and there, and it's the same idea of like trying something over and over and just finally cracking the code on it. And then once you get that win, you get that experience and know that you can succeed, it's that like I said in competition, that seed of doubt goes away and you show up to win every time. That's the only option, and once that's the only option, it's even more obtainable. You have that in you, and projecting that positive thing always just leads to the better outcomes either way, and even with pressure as well, when people say like, how do you deal with the pressure? And I'm just so thankful for the pressure. Like they're like, everybody thinks you're gonna win the Olympics. And I go, well, if everybody thinks I'm gonna win, that's great. Like that's a lot of people believing in me, thinking that I can do it. Hey, maybe I just might be able to do it. If you, instead of letting it weigh me down, like, oh my God, all these people are expecting this from me, and I'm expecting this from myself, and it's just too much, I can't handle, like, no, it's such it's a blessing. It's a great thing to have people counting on you and needing that, and it's all kind of leading up to that sort of like, you can win, you felt it before, you know it's obtainable, everybody else believes in you. It's like your team rather than letting it weigh you down. So if you can kind of put that subtle spin on things and use it to your advantage, is always a better scenario. And you keep trying to better your craft, and then within that there's a team element. You got to know your strengths and your weaknesses. It's kind of like knowing yourself as well, knowing your strengths and your weaknesses, and kind of sticking to that. Like, what are you really good at and what are you not? And being real and honest with yourself about it. There's a difference between like working hard at something that you're not good at and forcing it. And that's kind of the inner question you have to ask.
Positivity can change the outlook of your whole day. Your productivity increased, work rate increases, where your life falls into place. With one switch of perspective, one change of attitude on just one day can change your whole future. Your future is in your hands, and this is what you can achieve.
Just keep going. When it hurts, just keep going. When you fail, just keep going. And when you fall, just keep going. When you want to give up, just keep going. When your luck is done, just keep going. Don't stop, just keep going. Don't wait, just keep going. No matter what, keep moving. Stopping is for quitters. If you lose, it's okay, as long as you keep going and as long as you keep moving. But if you lose and you stop, then you have failed. You're relentless, you will push farther than before, climb higher and climb to heights you have not seen, because progress is progress. It doesn't matter if you move forward 10% or 0.01%, as long as you've moved forward. As long as you do this day in and day out, because above everything else, consistency is key. If you consistently take small steps, one day you're gonna look back and see just how far you've come.
Today can transform to become something with potential. All it takes is a smile, seeing life from a different angle. You have this power. Now is the time to become someone you know, someone you trust, someone you can believe in. Today, right now, is the foundation for progress. Progress takes you towards a future where you succeed. Succeed towards a life better than best. This attitude takes you to a place full of potential. This is the time to finally succeed. A place full of potential. This is where it begins.
You know, I always see those guys who come into the gym and they work intensely for just 1 3-hour session, and then I never see them again. I see the guy getting up at 4 a.m. for a week, and then he never does it again. But the guy who trains 1 hour a day consistently all year beats the other guys. The guy who wakes up at 6 a.m. every morning consistently beats the other guy. It's about consistency, consistently moving forward. Little steps every day over the year, it's gonna add up. Small moves in the direction of your goal every day are going to add up.
Light up your day. Become something. Become something of substance. Change takes work. Work. Hard work. Work that directs you towards your future fueled on success. Your success. For this to happen, the work starts now. Your life starts now. This is where everything finally falls into place. Everything defined by you and only you.
Soon, you're gonna be where you wanna be, but you must keep moving forward. You can't stop and you can't stand still. You gotta keep pushing and you gotta keep going, and you have to be the clock. You're always running, you are always consistent, and you're constant. You're not a quitter. You are not a stopper. You're a winner because you never give up. You will succeed because you're moving in the right direction.
Take this risk for your future, for a life full of strength, a life with a future that is worthy of your work.
Yesterday, I had a long time to think about my life. So I sat down and I wrote a list. I thought of all the dreams I've ever had, from the earliest memory I've ever had. And I stared at this list that I'd made, fantasy or not. So I made a promise to myself. I knew I had to achieve as much as I possibly could. I knew I could start today with a different purpose than yesterday. Do you know your why? Because I had everything I could ever need to check off these goals. It was so simple. You know what it was? Belief. I now had the drive to make it through the list, to tick off each goal day by day. Now, how about tomorrow you make the same list I had?
Tomorrow, before you even had the chance to wake up, grab a piece of paper and a pen and physically write them down. Take the burden out of your head, and then I want you to stare at them. Look at them face to face. Stand up to your fears. Use this list as your superpower. Every day, look at this list to inspire you. Use this list to drive you forward. Feel the satisfaction of crossing them out, ticking them off, and completing your goals. Make this list your power, the power that you need to succeed, the power you need to move so far past your potential that you become the person you never thought you could become. Make it past your fears. Make it through your boundaries. Make it past the rejection, the regret, and change. You are more than what you achieve because you are the person that has grown, the person with the determination to make it past the list you originally made, to complete the goals you thought were unimaginable.
That life's going to get better if you believe it will. That just having that blind faith that, you know, whatever is happening to you right now is meant to happen for you, for a greater good. And I know it's tough right now for you to hear that, but you can either look at it two ways. You can either look at it that this, like, woe is me, this is going to happen, this is happening to me, and I'm going to, you know, blame everybody else and respond in a way that's going to make my life worse, or I can acknowledge that I'm using this situation to become a better version of me to be able to help other people going forward. And I think with that, it kind of gives you a positive approach to it where they can look at it and say, you know what, like, I'm going through this pain right now. I acknowledge I'm going through it, but it's going to make me one hell of a man growing up, and that ultimately is going to save my ass, you know, as I grow up. You got yourself here, you're here right now, and you can, you know, man up and do what you need to do to get better, or you can be a bitch, go cry in the corner, blame everybody for your problems, say, woe is me. And I think sometimes in our lives when we're feeling that hopelessness and we're in that rat race of just feeling sorry for ourselves and saying, you know, life's never going to get better, it's tough. And I think, especially when we don't have that belief in ourselves, when somebody says, I believe in you and you can do it and I'm going to help show you the way to get you started, I was like, I'd never had anybody do that to me before, that unconditional love. I just felt like this void being filled. Whether we believe we can or we believe we can't, right? It's the same answer. And for me, I always believed that I couldn't. I'm not going to be able to do it. I'm not. And
you're your own direction. You're your own power and you're your own beginning. This is the power that you deserve and a power that honestly you should trust. Remember, your life is in your control, not anybody else's. A lot of people are going to tell you to do this or do that or say, I'm just a product of my environment. That's not true. In your hands, this very moment is your journey, the journey that allows you to be someone fueled by your potential.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Now isn't the time to wait. Now isn't the time to waste. Let this be the power that takes you towards your success. This is the opportunity you've earned. This is the potential you've always had. Step out of the crowd and step into your success.
And I think in life, we can't change the past, right? We can only learn and grow from it. So there's no sense in like harping on mistakes you made. They're done. Like I always say, fail more, because if you never made a mistake, it means you never tried. If you never tried, it means you never took a chance. And if you never took a chance, you never believed in yourself, you never had faith. And faith, we need faith. You need to believe in yourself. And it doesn't matter how many times you failed. What matters is you keep getting up every day and trying again. And that's what really is important, is knowing that each day you have an opportunity to change. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Take the risks that allow you to become something more, that allow you to change your view on life, that allow you to look through a different pair of eyes, one that grants you the power to see something and to know how to change it, to look at life as an opportunity to feel like somebody new, someone with the potential that can keep moving forward.
We're not defined by our circumstances. We're defined by the choices we make in response to our circumstances. And I think people don't like to look at pain. People are afraid of pain. They don't want to be hurt. They want to be coddled. They want this, they want that. Pain's great, man. And I think we need to change the way we view pain, because pain can really be the catalyst for purpose. I mean, you think about working out, right? One of the things I love about fitness is how it can be such an influential part in so many other areas of your life. You have to fail to grow stronger. You have to fail to run faster. You have to be in pain. And so using that pain to get better and you grow from it.
Graft until you feel pain rise from your toes up to the highest point of your head. Not until then will you know you've made it past the fear, past failure, and towards achievement. You're in the right place. Your place is here. This is where it all starts, where your life finally falls into place, where you don't just see progress, you become it. You have it. You feel it within you. This is when you know you've made it, when you know you've grown.
Trusting the process, being patient. If they're not seeing results as fast as they want, quitting isn't going to help them get there. So I just try to help them see that, just change their mindset, change their perspective, be grateful, be as positive as you can be, because I think positivity is it's like one of those buzzwords now, like be positive, be this, be that. But you can't be positive about everything, because there's some things in life that suck that you got to look at and be like, well, I'm 100 pounds overweight, like that sucks. But I think the key is being positive about the way you're going about doing things is what changes things. Because if you're pessimistic and negative, you're not going to do shit. And I think so many people are afraid to look at themselves in the mirror and realize that they're the problem. Like, they realize that they're the ones complaining, bitching and moaning, and that them being coddled and sugarcoating everything is the reason that they're not getting anywhere in life. Reaching a goal sucks. It takes a lot of hard work, but not achieving the goal sucks even more. So choose your suck. Do you want to suck by not achieving it, or do you want to suck by working hard, putting in passion, putting in discipline, commitment, and hard work, and then achieving something? And that's how you build confidence, is tackling things you never thought you could do, trying things and failing and getting back up and keeping going and keeping going. And like, it doesn't matter how many times you get punched in the mouth, it matters how many times you fight back. And I think a lot of times, Tom, like, I love this analogy because it relates to so many people. In a fight, if you and I were to sit here and you were to start punching me at random, sucker punching me, like, would I stand here and let you beat the piss out of me? Like, I would hope not, right? But in life, we let life beat the piss out of us. And we make our circumstances even worse by, when a negative event happens, we get depressed, or we feel pity for ourselves, or we turn to quick fixes like drugs, alcohol, and it makes our situation worse. So when you unpack the layer and you give that tough love of saying, you know what, like, you need to change. Like, you need to look at yourself in the mirror and stop being a victim, stop blaming other people, and take ownership for yourself and stop waiting for other people to fix your life.
What is it that you're waiting for? How much do you want it? Ask yourself this: what's more valuable, waiting or your time, your power, and your action? This is where your journey starts. This is where you grow, adapt, improve to become the person you admire. This is you. This can be you.
I think our belief system about ourselves can be so hijacked based on what others say about us, and then we start to believe it, whether it's like, you're ugly, you're a pussy, you suck, you're unathletic, and then sure enough, if it happens over years, you start to believe that about yourself if you have no confidence in who you are. And I think the more you can own who you are and just chase after your own dreams and stop worrying about everybody else, then those things start to become lies. When people are saying, you know what, you're a piece of shit, you suck, if you know about yourself, that's not true. I mean, that's what self-love is. It's just really knowing truly inside of you who you are. Well, I think you gotta look at your why, why you're doing it. Because I think when you have a strong enough why, the what's in the hows become irrelevant. You remember why you started. Because I think we spend so much time worrying about what everybody else is doing, we've lost track of who we are as a person, right? And just looking within, whether that's in meditation or prayer or journaling, to really figure out the things we like, the people we like, where we like going and all that stuff, and then kind of filter that into your life organically. In order to get where you're going, you gotta know where you're at. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
You have this power. Communicate your problems. Communicate the power you know that you have. This is the beginning of your power, the start of your progress. This is where it starts. This is where you become something better than now, where you build a life for yourself, one where you hold the reins, where you make the final cut, where you have that power. This risk is what will take you in the direction where you control your life at last.
So you have to deliberately practice the weaknesses and make them as strong as you can, while also practicing your strengths and making those the top of your performance. Most people are too lazy to do that. They just want to practice everything, or they don't want to even bother to figure out which piece is the most important. You have to dig the well before you're thirsty, and you have to give without the attachment to getting something in return. So when people want to reach out, stop thinking about what's in it for you. Start thinking about only what's in it for other people. And if you don't worry about what's in it for you, you will find opportunities that come later down the line. And to sort of illustrate this, when I moved to LA, I had a toothache, and it started to get more and more painful. And it really was starting to just dig into my brain. I couldn't think. I didn't have a car. I moved from New York. This is pre-Uber. I didn't have dental insurance because I was 27, and who cares about your teeth, right? You think about those later. I'll get new ones. And so I started to desperately call dentists, and they were like, oh, look, I don't take new patients, or I can see you in a week. Go to the ER if you have a toothache. And I'm thinking, a week? I haven't slept. This thing is killing me. So I posted on Facebook, and obviously I didn't have my privacy settings set correctly because a random stranger filled in the comment and said, my aunt's a dentist near you, do you want me to give her a call? And I said, sure, yeah. So I went to his aunt the next morning before they officially opened, got that thing drilled the hell out, got it filled. She didn't overcharge me. I send this guy a message, thank you so much. He goes, no problem, man. I don't know what you do. I heard you have some show that my friend likes, but I'm glad you got your tooth taken care of. And I said, let me know if there's anything I can do. He said, well, I'm a graphic designer, but I'm working at a cafe right now as a barista. I would love to just not make another cup of coffee again. And I said, well, I don't have any work for you, but I'll keep my ear to the ground. He said, whatever you can do, no problem. I don't expect you to give me a job. 4 days later, another entrepreneur friend of mine, she writes me and says, my web guys are blowing it. I keep firing them. Who can create good branding for me? I said, I've never worked with this guy, but here's a portfolio. He's a nice person. That's really all I can say. That guy got a full-time job, as far as I know, still works there years later, designing websites and templates and themes and branding for this woman's company because he helped me find a dentist on Facebook. So if he'd been thinking, how do I get a job? He would never have made that introduction to a dentist because the connection, the nexus is unclear. The opportunity lie over the horizon. But since he was helping without the attachment or expectation of anything in return, he ended up finding an opportunity through me that I didn't know about and that he didn't know about. But you won't find those unless you are constantly reaching out, digging the well before you're thirsty, and giving without that expectation of anything in return.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
We all have potential. So what's stopping you? What we have to do is figure out where to channel it and what are those steps. There's no gatekeepers to capital anymore. There's no exclusive country club or college or this or that. And we're all interconnected. So it doesn't matter whether you're in a big city or in Botswana. You can still reach 6 billion consumers. What's stopping you? That fear of failure. That, oh, if I fail, what will people say? Failing's a great thing. Failing teaches you what doesn't work. Failure is throwing in the towel. So you take that job to be secure, you go for that big Fortune 500 company, and most of the Fortune 500 companies go out of business. There's less than 10% of them left. What's stopping you? That's an amazing statement of the original list. So it's not the security that's robbing ambition, it's the illusion of security that robs ambition. So the biggest risk you can take in life is not taking one. If you're at that point where you're in the middle of your career and you lost your job, or you're just out of college and starting, or just out of high school, go talk to a senior citizen about what they really regret about their lives. And it's not what they failed at. It's what they didn't try. It's the regrets of why didn't I? So if you try something and you fail, you learn a skill set for something else. Is people have problems in their lives. And most people sit there and dwell on the problems, or they relive yesterday. Every day you spend living yesterday's problem, you're giving up your future. It makes no sense. But if you say, I have problems, or am I unique? Am I the only one that has these problems? And the answer probably is no, okay? So find a problem that a lot of people have, solve it, and that's all that being an entrepreneur is, that's all the business person is. The more problems you have in your life, the more successful you'll be. What's stopping you? Dozens of your friends become billionaires. We weren't brighter, we didn't go to the right schools, we didn't do anything. What happened? the world changed. Well, the world's continuing to change. We have self-made billionaires in their 20s happening almost monthly. They have the same 24 hours in the day that you and I do. What are they doing differently? What are they doing that can be learned from and copied and emulated to solve a different problem? And if you're not motivated by money, how do you use these same tools to change the world? Because the world's got problems. What else is a problem that you aren't identifying because you've accepted that's the way it is, that's the way it's always been? What are you passionate about, and what affects the most people? All the big famous people that you hear about, you know, Richard Branson and Steve Jobs and Zuckerberg and everyone, they're no different than you are, right? 70-something% of the world's billionaires are self-made. So you can achieve this. Now, it's not going to be easy. You don't just wake up on Tuesday and become rich on Wednesday. But it doesn't take any more effort than going to a job that you hate. And unless you believe in reincarnation, you got one shot on this planet. One shot. So don't you want to make a difference? Don't you want to leave something behind and make the planet better than you found it? Why are you here? What do you want to accomplish with your life? And it doesn't have to be being rented, and it doesn't have to be money-oriented. The same principles that disrupt you, you can change the educational system, you can change healthcare. I mean, I am humbled by what I'm seeing people create around the world with so little. But we are on this ball together. We can solve problems together. We can make a better future together. You know, it's an optimistic story that you get to write your piece of the story. I mean, why wouldn't people want to push their potential? So aim for the stars. If you didn't make it all the way, you made it to the moon, you know, not bad. And everyone should spend their time trying to be around people that you feel are smarter than you. That doesn't necessarily mean more educated. You don't have to be the best. Be the best at what you do or the only one doing it. Because if you're the only one doing it, you're the best. And that's a lot better than competing. And then at some point, we become a nation of settlers that just settle for the way it is. We got to get more of that pioneer thing because there's so much abundance, and it's not an us versus them. Everybody can benefit. Why wouldn't you want that? What's stopping you?
There's one way you should see life. Life is an opportunity. You have this opportunity for a reason. That reason is to succeed. Succeed far past fears, past doubts, past your insecurities, empowering yourself toward the finish line.
Success can only occur if you put in the work. If your progress comes first, this power can take you towards a life more than normal, more than worthy, because you're more than worthy.
Now is the time to make this opportunity. Your opportunity is more than this. It's your potential to succeed. Use your potential. Use it as your superpower because that's what it is. Power. Power to succeed, to achieve. How badly do you want something? How much do you want it? There's only one way to get it. It's to work hard. Motivate your life toward a future where you can succeed, where you can achieve.
What's stopping you?
One mistake shouldn't hold you back for more than one day. The rise is the most important part of your progress. The rise makes your future something different. It makes you you. It makes you strong. And the intelligence of that takes you to a power worth your future. And value this. This moment of pain is not going to last forever unless you let it last forever. You don't need this, so don't let it happen. Change your perspective. Change your mindset to something always willing to grow, always willing to take courage. Make this who you are and make this worthwhile. This power that you have is valuable because your future is valuable and your potential is valuable. You're more than you could ever imagine, man. Your power is stronger than you could ever imagine. This progress is gonna take time. But this opening to work, this opening that you have in this moment, it's not always open. So take it. Take it right now. Take it now before it's too late. You're more than your last minute. You're more than your last minute. You're more than your last mistake.
So respect the path you're on. Take the journey. Become the path. Make this define you. Your future relies on this. So be this opportunity. Take the risk and become the person you want to be. You're there. You're present. So act like it.
You have this power to become something better, better than ordinary. Your progress never stops because the show always will go on. With or without you, life still continues. The world spins and time still passes. This is your opportunity. Get prepared for the success. Get prepared for the progress. You can make this you. Make this power yours. Yours to keep forever. Because this is what you're gonna leave behind. This is what your legacy is made up of. The moments when you get knocked down but rise up over and over again. These are the building blocks of the legacy that you're constructing. These moments when you push forward and rise up over and over again. And that is what brings you to the place where you thrive. The place where you thrive and become better.
You're better than you think you are. All you need is belief. The belief that you can succeed. The belief that you can learn, educate yourself.
Your respect is worth something. It's worth your future and it's worth the discipline. This opening that you have is so special, so take it. Turn around and see the other side of your story. See the page where you're the star, where you have the power and success you've dreamed of having. Imagine that future.
You have the power to push the part of you that sheltered yourself from this progress, that didn't allow you to grow and get stronger. You can be better. You can change to be better, to be stronger, and become the person you need to be. Transform into the person with respect. Respect for themselves. Respect for the decisions you make. Appreciation for the progress you're making. How are you going to make this transition? Are you willing to change? Do you want to change? In order for you to succeed, you need to switch your mindset. You need to know that you want it. Be honest with yourself. Be honest with your mistakes. You have one tool. It's called time. Taste the opportunity and feel the success. Feel the power rise above you. You have this. Believe that you can. Know that you can. Be the person you want to become.
I don't know exactly what's going to help you, but don't arbitrarily throw out any possibilities because you might not have that luxury. Antidepressants help a lot of people, and there are technical reasons why that's the case. If you're offered a gift by your society and it works, try it. I don't care what your presuppositions are. The time you see people who are suffering with depression, for example, there's a multitude of reasons, but I'll take one common reason. You could think about it as associated with the story of Peter Pan. Peter Pan is someone who won't grow up, right? Now, the problem with Peter Pan is he gets to be king, but it's king of Neverland. Neverland doesn't exist. So being king of nothing isn't that helpful. Well, one of the things that you often see with people who suffer from depression, and I'm not making a blanket statement about the cause of depression because there's lots of them, is that people who don't have enough order in their life tend to get overwhelmed. So, for example, if someone comes into me to see me and they say they're depressed, I always ask them a very standard set of questions. Do you have a job? If you don't have a job, you're really in trouble in our society. First of all, your biological rhythms tend to go off the rails right away because there's no reason to go to bed at any particular time and there's no reason to get up. And for many people, if they don't get up at the same time, they foul up the functioning of their circadian rhythms, and that's enough to make them depressed right off the bat, especially if they start napping during the afternoon. They also don't have a purpose. People aren't good without a purpose, and this isn't hypothesizing. We absolutely understand the circuitry that underlies positive emotion. When you're attending to something you're interested in and you're engaged in it, that's when you're alive. That's when life is worthwhile. It's so worthwhile that in those moments you don't even ask the question about it. The question itself goes away because the meaning that you're united with is so powerful that it can push back the adversity that would otherwise characterize life. Nietzsche said, the person who has a why can bear any how. We know how it works. Almost all the positive emotion that any of you are likely to experience in your life will not be a consequence of attaining things. It will be a consequence of seeing that things are working as you proceed towards a goal you value. That's completely different. And you need to know this because people are often stunned, for example. They finish their PhD thesis and their presupposition is that they're going to be elated for a month. And often instead they're actually depressed and they think, well, what the hell, I've been working on this for 7 years and I handed it in and what do I do now? And that's what depresses them, right? It's the what do I do now? Well, they're fine if they enjoyed it pursuing the thing. As long as it was working out, they get a lot of enthusiasm and excitement out of that because that's how our nervous systems work. Most of your positive emotion is goal pursuit emotion. If you take drugs like cocaine or amphetamine, the reason they're enjoyable is because they turn on the systems that help you pursue goals. That's why people like them. So if you don't have a job, you got no structure, that's not good. Plus, you tend not to have a point. So you're overwhelmed by chaotic lack of structure and you don't have any positive emotion.
So good about the truth. Everyone knows what it is, however long they've lived without it.
Assuming you want to get better, there's usually something you can figure out that would constitute a step towards some sort of concrete goal. And my presumption, it's a behavioral presumption fundamentally, is that small accruing gains that repeat are unbelievably powerful. You can tyrannize yourself into doing things, but I wouldn't recommend it. What I would recommend instead is that you ask yourself what you're willing to do. It's a really effective technique. It's like a meditative technique. So, for example, you can get up in the morning and you can think, well, I'd like to have a good day today, so I'd like to go to bed tonight without feeling guilty because I, didn't do some things I said I was going to do, and I'd like to have kind of an interesting day. So you got to fulfill my responsibilities, and I want to, enjoy the day. Then you can ask yourself, well, what would I have to do in order for that to happen that I would do? And the probability, if you practice this for 3 or 4 days, is your brain will just tell you. It'll say, well, there's that piece of homework that you haven't done for like 3 weeks. You should knock that sucker off because it would only take you 10 minutes and you've been avoiding it and torturing yourself to death for 72 hours straight. And say, well, let's figure out what your aims are. You got to have some aims, whatever they are. And they might say, well, I'm so depressed I don't have any aims. And then I say, well, pick the least objectionable of the aims and act it out for a while and see what happens. Because sometimes your emotional systems are so fouled up that you have to pretend, you have to act the thing out before you can start to believe it. Life can be meaningful enough to justify its suffering. I thought, God, that's such a good idea. Because it's not optimistic exactly. Some people will tell you, well, you can be happy. It's like, those people are idiots. I'm telling you, they're idiots. There's going to be things that come along that flatten you so hard you won't believe it. And you're not happy then. And so if life is to be happy, well, in those situations, what are you doing? Why even live? But life isn't to be happy. If you're happy, you're bloody fortunate, and you should enjoy it. You should, because it's the grace of God, so to speak. People know when they're doing something meaningful. They can tell. So why the hell don't they do meaningful things all the time? It seems obvious. You could do it. I mean, it's hard, because other people want you to do other things, and it's a struggle, but everything's a struggle. Oh, I get it. I see why. It took me about 10 years to figure this out. People have a choice. Choice number 1. nothing you do means anything. Well, that's kind of a drag, right? It's meaninglessness of life and all that, existential angst. You know, that's kind of a pain. But the upside of nothing that you do is meaningful is you don't have to do anything. You've got no responsibility. Now, you have to suffer because things are meaningless, but that's a small price to pay. The alternative is everything you do matters. Really. If you make a mistake, it's a real mistake. If you betray someone, you tilt the world a little more sharply towards evil rather than good. It matters what you do. Well, if you buy that, then you can have a meaningful life. But there's no mucking around. It means responsibility. It means that the decisions you make are important. It means that when you do something wrong, it's wrong. Well, do you want that? You know, if you take people, then you expose them voluntarily to things that they are avoiding and are afraid of, you know, that they know they need to overcome in order to meet their goals, their self-defined goals. If you can teach people to stand up in the face of the things they're afraid of, they get stronger. And you don't know what the upper limits to that are, because you might ask yourself, like, if for 10 years, if you didn't avoid doing what you knew you needed to do, what would you be like? Well, you know, there are remarkable people who come into the world from time to time, and there are people who do find out over decades-long periods what they could be like if they were who they were, if they spoke their being forward. And they get stronger and stronger and stronger, and we don't know the limits to that. We do not know the limits to that. Probably running at about 51% of our capacity. Something, I mean, you can think about this yourselves. I often ask undergraduates how many hours a day you waste or how many hours a week you waste. And the classic answer is something like 4 to 6 hours a day. You know, inefficient studying, watching things on YouTube that not only do you not want to watch, that you don't even care about, that make you feel horrible about watching after you're done. That's probably 4 hours right there. You know, you think, well, that's 25 hours a week, it's 100 hours a month, that's 2.5 full work weeks, it's half a year of work weeks per year. And so if your life isn't everything it could be, you could ask yourself, well, what would happen if you just stopped wasting the opportunities that are in front of you? You'd be, who knows how much more efficient? 10 times more efficient, 20 times more efficient. That's the Pareto distribution. You have no idea how efficient people get. It's off the charts. It's not so obvious to me that people would take the meaningful path. You know, when you say, well, nihilists suffer dreadfully because there's no meaning in their life and they still suffer. Yeah, but the advantage is they have no responsibility. So that's the payoff, and I actually think that's the motivation. Say, well, I can't help being nihilistic. All my belief systems have collapsed. It's like, yeah, maybe. Maybe you've just allowed them to collapse because it's a hell of a lot easier than acting them out. And the price you pay is some meaningless suffering, but you can always whine about that and people will feel sorry for you. If you live a pathological life, you pathologize your society. And if enough people do that, then it's hell. Really, really. You're asked to outline the place you'd like to end up, which is your desired future, and also the place that you could end up if you let everything fall apart, is so that your anxiety chases you and your approach systems pull you forward. You're maximally motivated then. And it's important because otherwise you can be afraid of pursuing the things that you want to pursue, right? And that's very common. And so then The fear inhibits you as the promise pulls you forward, but it makes you weak because you're afraid. You want to get your fear behind you, pushing you. And so what you want to be is more afraid of not pursuing your goals than you are of pursuing them. Putting yourself in a challenging mind frame is much easier on you psychophysiologically, because you don't go into the generalized stress response to the same degree. And you're activating your exploratory and seeking systems, which are dopaminergically mediated and that involve positive emotion. So if you can face something voluntarily rather than having it chase you, it's way better for you psychophysiologically. So that's partly why, well, it's worthwhile to go find the dragon in its lair instead of waiting for it to come and eat you. So, and especially when you also add the idea that if you go find the dragon in its lair, you might find it when it's a baby instead of a full-fledged bloody monster that is definitely going to take you down. Don't avoid small problems that you know are there. Face them, because they'll grow into big problems all by themselves. And you can think about, imagine the tax department sends you a notification. You owe them like $300. Well, it's you know, that's annoying. Maybe you don't even want to open the letter. Or maybe if you do, you just put it on the shelf. But that damn thing doesn't just sit there like a piece of paper on the shelf, right? You ignore that for 5 or 6 years, it's going to become attached to all sorts of horrible things. And if you ignore it long enough, you get the idea. It's going to turn into something that is completely unlike the little piece of paper that it's written on. And many, many problems in life are like that. You'll see that they pop their ugly little head up, and you know, and you might want to turn away. You might not want to think about it, which is the easiest way of turning away, right? You just don't attend to it. You know, if you could have your life the way you wanted it in 3 to 5 years, if you were taking care of yourself properly, you know, what would you want from your friendships? What would you want from your intimate relationship? How would you like to structure your family? What do you want for your career? Well, how are you going to use your time outside of your job? And how are you going to regulate your mental and physical health, and maybe also your drug and alcohol use? Because that's a good place to auger down, you know, because alcoholism, for example, wipes out, you know, 5 to 10% of people. So you want to keep that under control. And then, so maybe you develop a vision of what you would like your life to be, and that associates the goal. Well, once the goal is established, and then you break down the goal into micro processes that you can implement, the micro processes become rewarding in relation to their causal association with the goal, and that tangles in your incentive reward system, and that's the thing that keeps you moving forward. And the way it works is that it works better if it produces positive emotion when it can see you moving towards a valued goal. Okay, well, what's the implication of that? Better have a valued goal, because otherwise you can't get any positive motivation working out. And so the more valuable the goal, in principle, the more the micro processes associated with that goal start to take on a positive charge. And so what that means is, well, you get up in the morning and you're excited about the day, you're ready to go. And so as far as I can tell, what you do is you specify your long-term ideal. Maybe you also specify a place you want to stay the hell away from, so that you're terrified to fail as well as excited about succeeding, because that's also useful. You specify your goal. You do that in some sense as a unique individual. You want to specify goals that make you say, oh, if that could happen as a consequence of my efforts, it would clearly be worthwhile. Because the question always is, why do something? Because doing nothing is easy. You just sit there and you don't do anything. That's real easy. The question is, why would you ever do anything? And the answer to that has to be because you've determined by some means that it's worthwhile. Number one, specify your damn goals, because how are you going to hit something if you don't know what it is? That isn't going to happen. And often people won't specify their goals too, because they don't like to specify conditions for failure. So if you keep yourself all vague and foggy, which is real easy, because that's just a matter of not doing as well, then you don't know when you fail. And people might say, well, I really don't want to know when I fail because that's painful. So I'll keep myself blind about when I fail. That's fine, except you'll fail all the time then. You just won't know it until you've failed so badly that you're done. Okay, so once you get your goal structure set up, you think, okay, if I could have this life, looks like that might be worth living, despite the fact that it's going to be, you know, anxiety-provoking and threatening, and there's going to be some suffering and loss involved in all of that. Obviously, the goal is to have a vision for your life such that all things considered, that justifies your effort. Okay, so then what do you do? Well, then you turn down to the micro routines. It's like, okay, well, this is what I'm aiming for. How does that instantiate itself day to day, week to week, month to month? And that's where something like a schedule can be unbelievably useful. Google Calendar. It's like, make a damn schedule and stick to it. Okay, so what's the rule with the schedule? It's not a bloody prison. That's the first thing that people do wrong. They say, well, I don't like to follow a schedule. It's like, well, what kind of schedule are you setting up? Well, I have to do this, then I have to do this, then I have to do this, you know, and then I just go play video games, because who wants to do all these things that I have to do? It's like, wrong. Set the damn schedule up so that you have the day you want. What's the right ratio of responsibility to reward? And you can ask yourself that, just like you'd negotiate with someone who is working for you. It's like, okay, you got to work tomorrow. Okay, so I want you to work tomorrow. And you might say, okay, well, what are you going to do for me that makes it likely that I'll work for you? Well, you could ask yourself that, you know. So maybe you do an hour of responsibility and then you play a video game for 15 minutes. I don't know, whatever turns your crank, man. But, you know, you have to negotiate with yourself and not tyrannize yourself. Like you're negotiating with someone that you care for, that you would like to be productive and have a good life. And that's how you make the schedule. It's like, and then you look at the day and you think, well, if I had that day, that'd be good. Great. You know, and you're useless and horrible, so you'll probably only hit it with about 70% accuracy, but that beats the hell out of 0, right? And if you hit it even with 50% accuracy, another rule is, well, aim for 51% the next week, or 50.5% for God's sake, or because you're going to hit that position where things start to loop back positively and spiral you upward. And so that's one way that you can work on your conscientiousness, is plan a life you'd like to have. The other way you do that is by having a little conversation with yourself about, as if you don't really know who you are, because you know what you're like. You won't do what you're told. You won't do what you tell yourself to do. You must have noticed that. It's like you're a bad employee and a worse boss, and both of those work, you know, for you. You don't know what you want to do, and then when you tell yourself what to do, you don't do it anyways. You should fire yourself and find someone else to be. But you know, my point is that you have to understand that you're not your own servant, so to speak. You're someone that you have to negotiate with, and you're someone that you want to present the opportunity of having a good life to. And that's hard for people because they don't like themselves very much. So, you know, they're always like cracking the whip and then procrastinating, and cracking the whip and then procrastinating. And it's like, God, it's so boring and such a pathetic way of spending your time. And you know what that's like, because you probably waste like 6 hours a day. And I think we did an economic calculation about that a while back, right? Your time's probably worth $50 an hour, something like that. I mean, you're not getting paid that now, but you're young, and so this is investment time, and what you do now is going to multiply its effects in the future. So let's say it's $50 an hour, which is perfectly reasonable. So if you waste 6 hours a day, and you are, then you're wasting about $2,000 a week, or about $100,000 a year. So like, go ahead, but that's what it's costing you every hour. And you need to know what your damn time is worth. So let's say it's not $50, it's 30, whatever. Maybe it's 100, it's somewhere in that range. One of the things you should be asking yourself is, when you spend an hour, was that, well, would have I paid someone $50 to have had that hour? And if the answer is no, it's like, well, maybe you should do something else with your time. And it depends on whether or not you think that your time's worthwhile. But the funny thing about not assuming that is, if you assume your time isn't worthwhile, what happens is you don't just sit around sort of randomly in a state of responsibilityless bliss. What you do is you suffer existentially. And so that seems like a stupid solution. imagine someone that you treat well, that you love. Then try to treat yourself that way. You got to detach from yourself a bit. You got to think, okay, well, I'm a person among other people, and I deserve at least as much respect as a person among other people, and I should be trying to help myself across time. And instead of being self-contemptuous and self-destructive, I need to take care of myself as if I'm potentially valuable, and to lay out my life that way. And so that's what that chapter is about. And it's hard for people, you know, they don't take care of themselves as well as they should. And I don't mean, you know, take care of yourself. I mean, that isn't what I mean. It's like, it's not a moralistic attack. It's like, it's an encouragement to give yourself a bit of the benefit of the doubt. Take care of your room, take care of your things, like have some respect for yourself. It's like there is a lot of potential within you, and there's many things that you can do, and you're necessary more than you think to the unfolding of things. Like if you make a bunch of bad decisions, things get worse, not just for you, like things get worse. And so it matters what you do. And so part of what you do is you want to treat yourself as if what you do matters. And so you want to have some respect for yourself. Young people like to think about ways to change the world, right? And that's actually a positive part of their development. It's a stage that the developmental psychologist Jean Piaget called the messianic stage, and he associated that with late adolescence. While young people want to change the world, the problem is that that's been harnessed into attempts to change other people. But that isn't what you should do. If you want to change the world, you should change yourself. In the sense that Alexander Solzhenitsyn said when he analyzed the Soviet Union, he said, don't be thinking that the line that divides good from evil runs down a political spectrum or countries or something like that. It runs down right down the middle of your soul. And if you want to sort out the world, then what you do is you sort yourself out. It's a serious business. They say it's more difficult to rule yourself than to rule a city, because you're complicated and there are horrible monsters inside of you that need to be tamed and to be brought into alignment and submission so that you can be a powerful and useful person. And instead of rushing out there to change the world by changing other bad people, that they should look inward and sort themselves out properly. And if you have a memory that's more than 18 months old, approximately, and when you pull that memory up to mind, if you still have an emotional reaction, that means you haven't fully articulated the memory. You haven't analyzed it causally. You haven't freed yourself from its grasp, and you're carrying it like a weight. And your brain responds to that. Like the more weight you're carrying like that, more baggage, let's say, the more of the stress hormone cortisol your brain produces. And cortisol makes you old. Divide your life up into 6 epochs. And then divide each of those, that might be, say, birth to kindergarten, and then maybe elementary school, and then maybe junior high school, however you want to do it. And then to write about the emotionally significant events in each of those epochs, and then to describe their effects on you, and then to analyze how you did in those situations, what you might have done differently, what you might do differently in the future, to straighten out your past. If you're thinking about your past, what it means is you haven't analyzed the causal chains. Because you might say, well, why do you remember your past? Well, you might say, well, it's in order to have an objective, record of the past. It's like it has nothing to do with that. There's only one reason you remember the past, and that's to be prepared for the future. That's why you remember the past. And so what you're supposed to do is take the past and extract out from it wisdom. And wisdom is the ability to avoid stumbling blindly into ditches. here's a time in my past I stumbled blindly into this horrible ditch and terrible things happened to me. You need to take that apart. You need to figure out, how was it that events conspired with your participation, voluntarily or involuntarily, so that that terrible consequence emerged. You need to know why that happened and how you could react differently in that situation. And as soon as you do that, your brain will leave it alone. It won't obsess you about it anymore, because the anxiety-producing parts of your brain are basically trying to tell you where there are obstacles in your environment. Don't go there, there's fire. Maybe you could master the fire, right? Then you're a wielder of fire, you're not just a victim. And lots of situations are dangerous or not dangerous depending on your level of mastery, right? I mean, life is like that. And so a negative emotion that's associated with a memory is something that's crying out for mastery, and writing can really help with that. You're reorganizing your brain when you write autobiographically. Imagine memories can be stored at different levels of your brain, from sort of primordial reptilian image-laden areas that are very emotional, up to finely articulated plans for your future life. Well, you want to take everything that's negative and emotional and transform that into a fully articulated vision for your future. And that frees you of your past. You shouldn't be thinking about your past. I mean, maybe if you're 80 and you're going over a well-spent life, that's a whole different thing. But if you're 30, 35, or 20, and most of the time you're thinking about your past, it's like your soul is trapped back there. You need to free it through investigation. And the metaphysical language is appropriate, because that is, in a sense, what you're doing. You're trapped in the past. It's like you got to break free of that so you can use all your resources to move ahead into the future.
The word yoga means union. Union means whether you are aware of it or you're not aware of it, right now you're happening here as a part of everything else. What the trees exhale, you're inhaling. What you exhale, the trees are inhaling. Not just on the level of respiration, on all levels this is happening. What you think as myself is just a psychological boundary that you have set up. So yoga means consciously obliterating the boundaries of your individuality. So if you sit here, if you experience everything around you as myself, this is yoga. If you experience all this as myself, do you need morality? Be good to people, don't harm them, don't do this, don't do that. Would it be necessary?
No.
Did anybody teach you out of these 5 fingers, this is a small finger, don't cut it off? Is there a morality needed like that? Anything that you feel is a part of yourself, with that you don't need any values, ethics, morals, nothing, because it's a part of you. This is what yoga means. You experience everything as a part of you. When somebody experiences the whole universe as a part of himself, then we say he's a yogi. Charles Darwin said that you evolved out of a monkey. You were a monkey, then you became a man. Some of the genetic scientists are saying this, that the difference, the DNA difference between a chimpanzee and you is only 1.23%. So in that sense, physiologically you're only 1.23% away from a chimpanzee. Not a big difference, isn't it? A shade. It's just a shade of difference. But in terms of intelligence and awareness, you are worlds apart from a chimpanzee. So your problem is just this, you have an intelligence for which you don't have a stable enough platform, and that's why yoga. To create a stable platform so that your intelligence works for you. Right now, you may call it so many things, so many exotic names have come up. Stress, tension, anxiety, depression, madness, all kinds of things. All this essentially what it means is, your intelligence has turned against you, that's all. You can give any number of reasons, but essentially, your intelligence has turned against you. If your intelligence was working for you, would you create blissfulness or misery?
Bliss.
This is all. Why your intelligence has turned against you? There's no stable enough base. So the entire yogic system is about this, that you create a stable base so that your intelligence works for you. If your intelligence turns against you, no power in the universe is going to save you, you are a done thing. If you become what you make up, unfortunate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Your thoughts belong to you or you belong to the thoughts, you must make up your mind.
They can be dangerous, those thoughts.
They're not dangerous, they're fantastic. Only thing is, fantastic things mishandled can kill you. A car can kill you, isn't it? It's a wonderful thing, an automobile. It's made our lives. If you handle it irresponsibly, it kills you. Every possibility is like this. Every possibility, if you do not harness it, it becomes a problem. So the same goes for your cerebral capability. If you do not harness it, it's a serious problem. It's taking away 80% of the human beings are simply suffering. They don't need any outside help. They're on self-help. So understand, when I say I'm thinking this, another word, another way of saying it is, I'm making up this, I'm making up that. You can make up whatever you want, as long as you enjoy it. To transform your life, you want to do it in 2 minutes. So is that what your life is worth? So if your life is worthwhile, is it not important that you invest a certain amount of time and energy rather than looking for this stupid stuff of one mantra with which I will transform my life? It will not happen like that. That's the reason why most people have remained the way they have remained, because they've not invested in their well-being.
So it's a serious long-term investment.
It is not long-term. I would say, if I ask you, is your life worthwhile enough to invest 30 to 32 hours of focused time to bring some basic transformation within you? If I teach you a way where you can manage your chemistry the way you want, but we need 32 hours of focused time, do you think your life is valuable enough for that much investment, I'm asking?
Yes.
Then you must invest, that's what is called in an engineering program. It's 32 hours of focused time. We can format it in different ways, but that much investment has to go in. So all human experience comes from within, isn't it? I don't know what kind of geniuses thought these things. I know in America there must be 1 million books telling you how to, milk happiness from something else or somebody else but all human experience is generated from within. What comes from within you must be the way you want it, isn't it? Isn't that simple enough, I'm asking? What comes from around you may not be the way you want it, but what comes from within you must be the way you want it. If whatever happens within you the way you want it, will you be blissed out or miserable? Blissed out. See, most people understand complexity as intelligence. If they make themselves difficult, they are supposed to be intelligent. Making a simple thing difficult is not intelligence. Making a very complex thing simple is intelligence, isn't it? So wrong sense of intelligence, idea of intelligence has entered people's minds. They think if they make a problem out of every solution, they're intelligent. No. If you find solutions for every problem, that is intelligence. That's my understanding. So essentially, this whole attitude and questioning and this kind of thing has happened to the world in a big way because our education is confusing people to make them believe that memory is intelligence. Memory is not intelligence. Memory is useful as data, but intelligence is a different dimension. We have gobbled this up, that we have made children believe from a very early age, if you remember something, you're smart. No. A tape recorder can remember everything. This camera can remember everything. This doesn't mean it's intelligent. So, one major aspect of my work is to separate these two. Within your experience, your memory and your intelligence are two different things. If you have an intelligence which is unsullied by memory, you will see everything just the way it is. But if you look at everything through the filters of your memory, everything is prejudiced. People who ask, all this is fine, but what's the takeaway? They want a commandment. We are talking about consciousness. Commandments won't fly. Commandments means you're trying to fix your life. Consciousness means you want to liberate your life. My intention is you must liberate your life. People come and say, Sadhguru, please teach us how to control my mind. Say, you want your mind controlled or liberated? Oh, yes, liberated, but how to control? Because they think that intelligence is a serious problem and it's been in their lives. So what is the solution? If you remove a part of your brain, you will be fine. You're essentially complaining, I wish I had the brain of an earthworm, this human brain I am not able to handle. Yes, that is a fact. We have come to a place where to grow our food, we need chemicals. To be healthful, we need chemicals. Today 70% of the population is on prescription medication of some sort. To be peaceful, we need chemicals. To be joyful, we need chemicals. To be ecstatic, of course, you have ecstasy. So we are going towards chemicals in a huge way. The water that you drink is full of chemicals, the air that you breathe is like that, and the food that you eat is like that. So if 90% of humanity goes into chemical consumption, consciously or unconsciously, if they consume a lot of it, the next generation that we produce will be of a lesser quality than who we are. That's a crime against humanity. What I'm saying is, the important thing about life, whether it's a grasshopper out there or you, both of us are striving to be the fullest possible life that we can be. A grasshopper is trying to be a full-fledged grasshopper, a human being is trying to be a full-fledged human being. So suppose you cut off one of grasshopper's legs which is supposed to hop, the hopping leg, if you take it off, have you enhanced its life, I'm asking you? No. So similarly for a human being, if you take away any of his faculties in any way, even temporarily, have you enhanced his life?
No.
So intoxication is just that. It is taking away your faculties for a period of time, but if you continuously do it, it'll take it away for your life. So you're taking away or subjugating your faculties for a little bit of pleasure, or maybe a lot of pleasure, however you wish to describe it. But the important thing is you're taking a backward step with life, because life can only be enhanced by sharpening and increasing our faculties, not by decreasing our faculties. Our ability to be active physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, if this is in any way crippled, this means we are taking a backward step, though there may be pleasure attached to it. Every human being wants his life enhanced. If you don't show them proper ways to enhance, they will find shortcuts. See, a man who goes to the bar and a man who goes to a church or a temple or whatever, they're seeking the same thing. They're trying to enhance their life, isn't it? If you do not show them a proper way, they will take whatever ways are available on the street, that's all. That's why I'm saying it's not a moral issue for me. It is just that it sets you backward. You want to go forward, but it sets you backward.
Making excuses is just another reason why you're not going to succeed.
Don't allow their doubt to be contagious. Reframe that. I think I'm going to prove you wrong.
Easy path every time, every time.
The hard path is the only path. You know, at the end of the day, you have to push through that short-term discomfort for any long-term gain. Nothing comes easy. You know, a lot of people say that there were so many obstacles in the path. The obstacles are the path. It's a case of just pushing through that short-term discomfort. Embrace the discomfort, that's where you grow.
I believe your mind's your strongest weapon, and yeah, your mind will give up before your body long ever does. You just need to tell yourself it won't. Like David Goggins and people like, look what they do with their body, and it's their mind that's making them do it.
Probably 80% mindset, maybe even more, maybe 90%. And you can achieve anything you want to in your life if you have the right mind. For me, by having the mindset that I could achieve this
what seemed like an unreachable goal probably for your mind at the time. How do you know you're going to get up to this level? And your mind has to tell you, or has to risk the fact that, yeah, I can do this. And what is the worst thing that can happen? Oh, I give something a really good go, but I just don't make it. Is that really that terrible? Or do we use excuses and just don't even go for it? You can achieve anything if you've got the right mind. And I also believe your body responds if your mind's in the right place. After I did all these 7 swims, I did ice swimming. Hadn't had much experience of ice swimming, swimming in 2-3 degrees water temperature. They used to say you would die 3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes would survive. The reason that I managed to do that isn't because physiology, I'm made up of different blood. My mind believes and my body follows.
For most people, it's not a problem of skill set. It's a problem of character. And empty the bucket is having the right character to be consistent and empty out everything you got in every aspect of your life.
It's not a valid reason unless you can't physically enable yourself to train.
If I give it everything and I just do not stop and make it life or death, because I remember thinking the English Channel, if there was no boat here and I had to swim to France to save my life or save my family's life, there'd be no debate that I was a bit tired. I would just do it. So I had to get into that frame of mind.
A strong mindset is, I've said it before, everything comes down to that. A strong mindset will take you as far as you want to go in life.
I had to step into the short-term discomfort for any long-term gain. That's how people live their lives. They're not prepared to step into that discomfort, knowing that on the other side of that is the long-term gain. Everyone's taking short-term comfort, whether that's drugs, drink, relationships, job choices, all the choices they make knowing there's a level of comfort there. And if you want to achieve anything in life, if you want to achieve success at work, success in any aspect of your life, you need to take short-term discomfort for long-term gain.
You can make up as many excuses in your mind as you want with things. And as a kid, I don't think I ever wanted to face failure. So, I never really I never wanted to take on too many big things. I think when I was younger, it probably been too much for me because I didn't want to fail. It's that word failure. So it's easy to use an excuse for not doing something because you might just end up sad or feel bad about yourself. But I think we all know you can make all the excuses in the world, but in the heart for hearts, why not just go through it, step over that line, see how capable you are, forget excuses. We have one life. I'd rather go for something and not achieve it and try really hard than just come up with excuses.
Is it worth it? Is the end goal worth all the hard work that you're putting through? Is it worth dragging yourself out of bed when your body's in pain? Is it worth getting in there and sparring with some guy who's probably a lot better than you, but you're trying to better yourself? Is it worth round 5 when you're exhausted and there's 30 seconds left and the fight's even? Is it worth pushing yourself that little bit extra? Is it worth running an extra mile? Is it worth getting up at 6 in the morning doing hill sprints? Is it worth it? And the answer will always be, for me, yes.
In life, we can't escape anything that goes on with life. We all are not immune to problems, or drama, or trauma, or tragedy. So, when you're going through some sort of difficulties, first find out whatever that difficulty may be. You do all within your power, and you believe. You be optimistic about it. Being negative about a situation, staying in that place, it never helps. It's nothing wrong with understanding that place, feeling bad about it, looking at it for what it is, but don't stay there. You got to get back on that other side and start looking at the resolve, the resolution of it, or how can I get back to feeling good and feeling prosperous again to where I'm not dealing with this obstacle.
Don't quit, don't ever quit. Persistence beats resistance. That for me, quitters is failure. But also understand that failure is, success is is a series of failures. So people that quit, the only people that fail are people that quit. You know, if that stops you from achieving your goals, then, you know, you have failed. You're embracing failure.
This too shall pass, right? And the reason I would say that is, like I said, I champion adversity, right? We know what to do when things go right. But the next time it gets tough, the next time you question your purpose, the next time you question your existence, your mission, if you're supposed to be doing what you're doing, and it gets tough and challenging, just whisper to your soul, this too shall pass. This too shall pass.
The thing is, when you are broken, it doesn't necessarily last forever, does it? So you can be a bit broke, you stick it back together, and let's go again.
I just don't think about it, just do it. You know, it's, if you find your passion in anything, you know, it could be baking, it could be drawing, writing, whatever, it's find that passion and just don't let it go. Don't have that plan B. Your life is just so fragile. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, so treat each day like it's your last day. You enjoy life a lot more doing it that way, I think.
Temporarily broken, not permanently. That's part of life. That makes you stronger as well.
It doesn't need to be about the big stuff. You know, it doesn't need to be about these life-threatening situations. We're faced with this day in, day out. You know, everything we do in life is about taking the short-term discomfort. You need to take short-term discomfort for long-term gain. People can take doubt one or two ways. You know, some people get delivered doubt from someone else, and that absolutely makes them crumble, cripples them. They stop chasing their dreams. They start believing the doubt expressed from someone else. For me, it works differently. And as soon as I hear that, it gives me more energy to prove them wrong.
I can sit around and wait for stuff to happen. I can get out there and make things happen, and that is massively important in any walk of life. It don't matter who you are or what you do, you've got to get after it, you've got to chase it, you've got to make it happen yourself, because no one's going to get gifted to you. You're going to have to work for it, and those people who are working and those people who are just grinding and they are going the extra hour, doing the extra mile, they're the ones that are going to be at the top.
Don't make yourself fall short. You know, it's so easy to accept that nothing is going to happen for you. You know, that you're just going to be another number. That's the easiest way. You know, get a job 9 till 5, and that's easy. You know, it's accept that something can happen, but you have to put the work in. It's just, don't be scared of hard work. Let that fire that you've got in your belly, you know, translate into something good. You know, if you've got that passion and that drive, don't ever stop. You know, if you stop, I guarantee you, like, if you stop when you're 20, by the time you're 40, you're going to resent whatever that reason was you stopped.
Nobody knows how capable they are. A lot of people go, oh, Adam, I couldn't do what you do. Yes, you can, if you want it enough. And I say, how much you want it? Are you willing to go through discomfort of it? You know, are you willing to face your fears and potentially failure? All comes back to failure, everything. So what's the true fear? Failure. And once you can face failure in the eye, then you're indestructible.
I think having a purpose is that thing that makes us tick, that gets us up every day and gets us over the hump of opposition and adversity. And the reason that I champion adversity and opposition is because I think for the most part in life, people pretty much know what to do when things go right, right? Like when things go right, they know how to feel, they know how to act, how to react. But it's when that opposition and that adversity comes and it creates a level of misunderstanding, right? Now the vision is blurred. Now you don't have clarity about what you're supposed to do. Now you question if your existence matters. And I think when you have a purpose, it's powerful because in the midst of the opposition, it makes you realize that you've been put here for a certain reason. And so once I tapped into my purpose of once I thought it was football, right? But when I started speaking, I'll never forget the day I got the exact same feeling backstage that I used to get before I ran out on the field to play football. And that's when I knew, like, this is my purpose. This is what I've been put here to do. And so the opposition, adversity, the challenges, it's just a part of the process. It's gonna make me a better person. But my purpose, I can't let anything stop or detour me.
If you want an easy life, then fine, man. It's not going to be rewarding. You know, doing something easy, you get little reward from it. Doing something hard and succeeding at it, doing a marathon, climbing Mount Everest, lifting 500 kilos, putting 230 kilos above your head, those are extremely hard things to do, but the reward is never ending. You know, making that historic lift, the historic whatever it is never ending. You know, so for Tom and I, strongest brothers in history, first brothers in history to ever make the World's Strongest Man final, that's never ending.
Everything we do in life is about taking the short-term discomfort, you know, and that whether that's sending an extra email, staying a bit longer at work, whatever it is. If you want to achieve a goal, let's say you want to run the London Marathon, you know that every week you're going to have to do some training to achieve that. And that is about, yeah, you're not going to want to. By the time it comes to putting your trainers on, going out the door, your mind is going to tell you and enforce every reason why you shouldn't do it. And it's devious. It'll tell you to go and check your computer, do this, do that. And that's when we have to switch this off. You have to switch the mind off and follow the process. And that's something that I learned from an early age, but something that was further enforced in the military. You have to follow process. Follow your heart, switch off this, which is the program. And through that, you will achieve your aim. If you can take care of the small stuff, you know, about doing everything, whether that's washing the dishes before you go to bed at night so you don't come down to a whole mess in the kitchen, whatever it is, making your bed in the morning, simple things. If you can do the simple things, the big stuff takes care of itself.
That I felt as if I do this well, I can get my family in a better situation. If I do this well, I can get my mother off the double shift at Wendy's. If I do this well, I can get my own bed. If I do this well, I can get my grandmother a better living condition. If I do this well, maybe I can stop my uncles from selling drugs.
You know what, you've got like a devil and an angel on your shoulder all the time, and that devil just needs to knock it off, because you're always going to have these doubts. You know what, I come in here some days, I'll be training for a fight, and I'll train 3 days in a row, and I'll be on fire, and I'll have one bad day, which is expected when you're doing like an 8-week camp or anything like that. And you have one bad day, and that bad day outweighs the good 3 days by a mile, and I'll go home thinking, oh, what am I doing here? I'm going to get battered in this fight. But then you come back in the next morning, you have one good session again, and that doubt's gone again. So it's hard to get rid of them demons. And I think any athlete who says that they never have any sort of doubts, he's lying. I think everyone's got one that creeps in somewhere, but it's the ones who just manage to just push them to one side and keep the tunnel vision and keep the... What I do is I visualize after the fight. I don't visualize what's going to happen in the fight, because I never know. I just always visualize what it's like to win after the fight, what I'll be doing after the fight, how I'll feel after the fight. And I think doing that always helps you stay mentally strong.
Oh, adversity always prepare you. You know, you have to go through those things in order to see the light at the end of the tunnel. You know, I don't think anything is going to just be like this throughout your life. You know, you have to go through that difficult, overcome obstacle, you know, because it's a testament of your character, of who you are and how you're able to deal with certain things in order to get yourself back on that playing field.
It was that mission, that goal that I would always focus on. Because if you don't have a focus on a goal or a mission, and this is generally in life, you will find that you end up becoming a victim of your circumstances. You get lost in the journey. Something happens, something major happens, and you become a victim of your circumstances because you've got nothing bigger pulling you through. So really, for me, it's always been about the fact that I visualize where I want to be when times are tough, when times are hard, when things are going really wrong. I visualize, I've got a vision of where I want to be, and it's that one thing that pulls me through, and I don't get bogged down in the situation.
Pain's got to go away at some point. So what it means to me is it's a process you have to go through to make you stronger. Everybody goes through it. It's going to come into your life. As long as you're ready for it, as long as you're prepared to go through it, then it'll change and it'll give you success.
When you have to rise above the pain, everyone feels pain. There's no like person out there who's a Terminator. Everyone does. It's just how you deal with the pain. That's what makes the difference.
Either somebody is in the midst of adversity or just came out of adversity, or it won't be long before they head into adversity. So you need to be prepared either way. And so we all go through adversity, opposition. I think that's the thing that makes us all in common as people, right? No matter if you're from London, Atlanta, Florida, California, New York, like we're all going to go through something at some point or phase in our life, right? And as cliche as it sounds, when the quote says, it's never about what happens to you, it's about how you respond to it. That's very true. Right? But in the same sense, I think what's most important is when we go through something, what's the perspective that we have of it, right? Because for most people, when you go through something, the person's natural perspective is, okay, what did I lose, right? What happened to me? Like I took a loss, right? People never look at it and say, okay, man, tell me what did you gain, right? Even though I know it hurt, you didn't want to go through it, but look at it in a way to where you can say, what's the lesson in this? Right? What would you say life is trying to teach you from dealing with this? And so when I went through it, my perspective was, okay, what can I extract from it to apply to other areas and aspects of my life that I feel can help other people? And I firmly believe the quicker you can shift your perspective from yourself to others when you're in the midst of adversity, the quicker you'll get through it, right? Martin Luther King has a quote that says, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing to help other people? Now, I'm not telling you to not acknowledge your pain. I'm not saying that. I'm not telling you not to say, man, I'm going through this and it's hard. I'm not saying that. I'm saying when you go through it, look at it, step back from the picture and say, okay, I'm dealing with this. 9 out of 10 times, there's somebody else that's either dealt with it or they're gonna deal with something similar to this. And if I deal with it in the right way, I can use it to add value to lives of other people.
Hold yourself accountable. You know, don't make these excuses. That's it. Hold yourself accountable. Don't make excuses and just have some pride in what you do. Know that it's possible. Just believe in yourself. That's it. It's simple. Believe in yourself and take pride in what you do. Don't ever let anyone say that you can't do it.
Do not listen to people that come and tell you that you can't do something.
If you want to be that 1 in 8 billion, you got to work for it.
You have already come this far. Why give in when it gets hard? Why?
You're not a failure.
It's all in the mind, I guess. It's all about how you take it.
If you feel that you can do something, don't think about how. Don't think about what you're doing currently and how you're going to stop. Just decide what you're going to do.
It's not easy, you know, and I think if it was easy, everybody would be successful. So if you want to be that, you know, person, whatever your aim is, whatever your like goal is, you need to bring that, you know, and I keep saying as well, and against anything, motivation isn't good enough. You need to be self-motivated. If there is somebody else motivating you and you try to achieve that, that's fake. It's not true. You need to bring that energy from your chest by yourself. And then only you become then you become not everybody. You'll be somebody. And if you want to, and that's the difference, because the population of the earth is 8 billion. And if you want to be that 1 in 8 billion, you got to work for it.
Stop waiting for the right time. The right time is now. Take it now. Work now. Be creative. Be strong. Be successful.
We can achieve stuff way beyond what we imagine. We've been conditioned on this, with this system, to believe that we're just here to get up, we grow up, we get a job, we die, we're in the great, it's over. We retire, we do all this rubbish, and that's it. We're not taught that we're amazing, we're powerful, we're intelligent way beyond our belief. There's always someone who don't believe in your vision. They don't matter. You know, it could be parents, it could be your closest friends. They don't matter. All that matters is what you believe, what you think of yourself. So you gotta create your own story. You gotta create your own vision. You gotta create your own plan, and then you gotta be the boss. We are the boss of our own lives, our own destiny, everything. Do not listen to people that come and tell you that you can't do something.
Falling down is an accident, but staying down is a choice. It's okay to fail. It's okay to fall. It's okay to lose, but it is not okay to quit. It is not okay to give up. It is not okay. You are better than that. You are not a quitter. You have more within you to give. This can't be it.
It's okay. It's okay to fail. It's okay, because failure ain't that until you give up. Failure is a learning lesson. We need to reframe our belief about failure. Reframe it and put a different story behind it, and watch it empower you, and to stop freezing you up, because that's what failure does. When you look at yourself as a failure, you're frozen. You're not a failure.
We're human. We make mistakes. But as long as you don't repeat that mistake again, you're done. And if you repeat that mistake again and again, then you're stupid.
In life, we can't escape anything that goes on with life. You know, we all are not immune to problems, or drama, or trauma, or tragedy. You know, we all here as human beings.
I tell you, sometimes we go through things, yeah, and people are gonna be listening to this, and they know they're gonna go through stuff, and they're gonna think, why? But you don't know the future. And the bad stuff we think have come to break us and kill us and stop us, and people mess up and want to commit suicide and end their life, and they don't know the great future that they had if they could only get through the shit that they're going through.
I would never say like, today I'm tired, you know, today it's raining, and you know how cold it is in winter and all that, you know, it's frosty, there's snow, there's all that, but I never kind of, you know, had an excuse saying that, oh, I'm too tired today, or I'm like, you know, it's snowing or it's raining. Because if I say I'll do it, I'll do it. And it's also about being disciplined. And people say, yeah, you require a discipline, but then just being disciplined is not good enough. You need to be self-disciplined. And that's only when you achieve, you know, the bigger stuff, I guess.
Don't give up on your pursuit because of setbacks. Don't stop because of failures. Don't quit because it is getting hard. Success comes at a price, and you must be willing to pay it. This storm will pass, and when it does, if you are still standing, you will be stronger for it. Don't quit. You are already hurting. Why stop now? You have already come this far. Why give in when it gets hard? Why?
You know what? Come on then. Bring what you have. That kind of an attitude. You cannot change it, but you just like, you come with a positive energy and say like, okay, show me then, what can stop me? It's all in the mind, I guess. It's all about how you take it.
You've got a special place on this planet. What you do, there's loads of people doing it, but not like you. Not like you and not like you. You do it your way. And that's what I want people to understand. There's no one on the planet like you. No one. They ain't got your DNA. They ain't got your fingerprints. They haven't got your tone, the way you do things. They're not like you. So you can't decide to throw in the towel and get out the game of life. You can't do that. You're robbing us of what you've been given, what's hidden inside you. There's a hidden leader in all of us. There's gifts in all of us. Why don't we tap into it?
Don't say, why me? Say, try me. Stop wishing it was easier. Wish you were better.
Hey, I almost wasn't here, you know, so why I have to worry about what someone else said that could hurt me and deteriorate me from becoming who I want to be?
The rewards for doing bad things are not wonderful. Count the costs: broken families, broken homes, death, jail time, people just wasted their life with a messed up mind. The cost of giving up. We run away from it all. So how are we gonna share the experience and empower other people if we keep running, or we wanna take our life and bloody do ourselves in? Bro, we got massive stories to help others. This is a messed up world with beautiful people. It's in our control to reframe our story. Why do we buy the story that we're given? Why do we give up on this gift called life so easily and allow the pain to stop us from moving on into our great future, man? We got this, we got control. We're a special creation, and we give up and we throw it away so easy. That's why I can't give up and I can't throw it away, because I realize that I'm special, that I'm made by a special power. And we all are, every single one of us. Look at the gift that you lot have got. We all got choice. Imagine if we all made the choice to live for good. If we all decide to live like that, what a planet, bro. It's okay to fail. It's okay, because failure ain't that until you give up. Failure is a learning lesson. We need to reframe our belief about failure and watch it empower you, and to stop freezing you up, because that's what failure does. When you look at yourself as a failure, you're frozen.
I will not quit because I am better than that. I will not give in because I am powerful. I will not quit because I can succeed. I will not quit because quitting is not in my nature. I will not quit. I will never quit. I will never surrender. Be brave, because no one remembers a coward.
Your want and need and desire to achieve your goal has to be stronger than everything else that comes against you. So what was happening, whatever was going on with me that was horrible, that made me uncomfortable, that I didn't like, everything that made me feel like that, I would envision my end goal. And I would realize that, are you gonna allow this to get in the way of the pleasure of reaching this goal? And every time I had that thought, I would keep going. I knew that if I reached that target, the feeling I was gonna get to reach the goal that I'd set was gonna develop me and build me up. So I just kept going, and I knew that I was building something in me that was becoming strong and mighty.
You just need to decide. Decide to step up to the plate. Decide to step out of the shadow. Decide to let go of the fear you have. Decide to be great, because you are capable.
Dedication doesn't have an off season.
Are you willing to fight? Are you willing to graft? Are you willing to be the warrior? Bring your shield, bring your sword. Stand up and fight. This will be your power. Today will be the day where you can take control. Take control of your power. Become this power, because now is the time to fight. So fight. Fight for your progress. Your progress is the potential to take your life towards the life you deserve.
There's always somebody who don't believe in your vision. They don't matter. Could be parents, it could be your closest friends. They don't matter. All that matters is what you believe, what you think of yourself. So you got to create your own story. You got to create your own vision. You got to create your own plan, and then you got to be the boss. We are the boss of our own lives, our own destiny.
I will not quit because I am better than that. I will not give in because I am powerful. I will not quit because I can succeed. I will not quit because quitting is not in my nature. I will not quit. I will never quit. I will never surrender. Be brave, because no one remembers a coward.
Don't make yourself fall short. Accept that something can happen, but you have to put the work in. It's just, don't be scared of hard work. Let that fire that you've got in your belly, translate into something good. If you've got that passion and that drive, don't ever stop.
Your life isn't over. Oh no, so fight for it. Fight for something better than the power you have now, because your power is worth something more. Discipline will take you towards something with purpose. You need to make it past your limits. Graft until it hurts, until you feel the pain that feels like you're making progress, the progress that fills you with pride. You gotta be proud of yourself every step of the way. Find that pride that gives you purpose in life. And that purpose should give you the motivation to be who you always knew you could be, and not someone better than who you are now.
You want the hard times. You want the pain. You want resistance. Because if there is resistance, you are growing, you are developing. Stop wishing it was easier. Wish you were better. If you think you are the only guy doing an extra hour after practice, you are wrong. When you are doing an extra hour, there is a guy doing an extra 2 hours on the other side of the world. Think beyond your team. Your competition isn't the guy in the gym. Your competition is in Japan, Spain, Russia. Your competition isn't always in front of you. It is easy to be a big fish in a small pond. It is time to think outside of your circle and compete with the best of the best. Compete with the guys who are getting more work than you. You can convince yourself you work hard when you compare yourself to someone in class or someone on the team or your brother or your sister. But how does your work ethic look when you compare yourself to a Kobe Bryant or a Michael Jordan?
So I went for it, and I went for it every time I fought. I went for it every time I went running. I went for it every time I went in the gym. I went for it. I gave 100%. Because I knew if I done it then, you put me in the spotlight, I'm going to do it there. Because I'm doing it behind the scenes when no one's watching me. I'm giving 100% when no eyes are on me. I could get away with giving up when I'm tired. I done my groundwork. I done my sit-ups. I done my press-ups. I went running, but no one knows I didn't give 100% when I went running. They just know I went running. My trainer could ask me, did you go run this morning? Yeah, but I know I gave 100% when I went running, and I left nothing out there. So when I go into fights, bro, you got to finish me off. You got to put me to sleep to beat me. That's the only way. I'll accept it. I'll accept the loss, but I know I'm sleeping. Because as long as I can breathe and as long as my eyes can open, I'm getting up.
I'm absolutely obsessed. I'm the one that has to do the work. I'm the one that has to eat the food. I'm the one that has to do all these things. Like, yeah, you can have the best cuts in the world, but that doesn't make you a champion. You have to work for yourself.
I will not quit because I am better than that. I will not give in because I am powerful. I will not quit because I can succeed. I will not, is not in my nature. I will not quit. I will never quit. I will never surrender. Be brave, because no one remembers a coward.
This is the time for you to step up for yourself, because this is an opportunity where you can better yourself into the direction that you've been deserving this whole time, the one you've been dreaming of all your life. The direction where you progress into a world where you can really see the change you've been craving.
You'll find out when you push yourself more. That's the only time you find out. Because I listen to other guys who have achieved and done great things, whether they've been runners, athletes, businessmen, and they believe that their bodies and minds or other people set a standard and a limit for them. But I think we don't realize as human beings that we're limitless. In terms of mentally, spiritually, we can achieve stuff way beyond what we imagine. We've been conditioned to believe that we're just here to get up, we grow up, we get a job, we die. We're not taught that we're amazing, we're powerful, we're intelligent, way beyond our belief. You know, it's your mind, the power of your mind and your belief that allows you to set the standards for yourself.
You just need to decide. Decide to step up to the plate. Decide to step out of the shadow. Decide to let go of the fear you have. Decide to be great because you are capable.
Mindset is everything. You know, it's mindfulness. You know, until you're mentally prepared, you're never physically ready. So whatever it is you're doing, I mean, and if you want to know what you think about, look at your life. That's what you think about. And if you want to improve that, you need to improve your thinking.
Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishments. Do you want to cross the bridge between continuity, other to change, and success? Discipline. The time is now to face the discipline, fight through the pain to reach power within, and to ultimately become an improved person. Cross the bridge. Fight each day for the success you've been waiting for. Fight for the opportunity to thrive outside your comfort zone. These choices don't come easily, and definitely don't come twice. Hard work pays off, but in order for that to happen, you have to fight through the pain, the rejection, and the heartbreak. Wake up each day with attitude to change. Today, you will walk with confidence, knowing that today will be the day you face your fears of failure.
It's okay to fail. It's okay, because failure ain't that until you give up. Failure is a learning lesson. We need to reframe our belief about failure and watch it empower you and to stop freezing you up, because that's what failure does. When you look at yourself as a failure, you're frozen.
The only people that fail are people that quit. You know, if that stops you from achieving your goals, then, you know, you have failed. You're embracing failure.
The moment you tell yourself that you can't do something, that's the moment when you won't do it. I'm a huge believer in accepting the pain. I believe that it's gonna strengthen my mind.
With that attitude, tomorrow or the next day, progress will be accomplished. You will know you faced the discipline and fought your way out of your comfort zone. We need to feel pain to feel happiness. The pain drives us to strive for change. Just know that when life becomes hard someday, it's guaranteed that it will get better. Maybe not right now, but as long as you try, the chance of change and success increases.
You're not done, bro. It's the start. Reframe the story, bro. It's in our control to reframe our story. Why do we buy the story that we're given? Why do we give up on this gift called life so easily and allow the pain to stop us from moving on into our great future, man? We got this, we got control. We're a special creation, and we give up and we throw it away so easy. That's why I can't give up and I can't throw it away, because I realize that I'm special, that I'm made by a special power. And we all are, every single one of us. Look at the gift that you lot have got.
Don't make yourself fall short. You know, it's so easy to accept that nothing is going to happen for you. You know, that you're just going to be another number. That's the easiest way. You know, get a job 9 till 5, and that's easy. You know, it's accept that something can happen, but you have to put the work in. It's just, don't be scared of hard work.
What you do, there's loads of people doing it, but not like you. Not like you and not like you. You do it your way. There's no one on the planet like you. No one. They ain't got your DNA, they ain't got your fingerprints, they haven't got your tone, the way you do things, they're not like you. So you can't decide to throw in the towel and get out the game of life. You can't do that. You're robbing us of what you've been given, what's hidden inside you. There's a hidden leader in all of us. There's gifts in all of us. Why don't we tap into it? Forget what this world has taught us, to fall in line, do as you're told. No, think for yourself, step out of line, feel that freedom and power of stepping out of line and saying, wait a minute, hold on, what you're saying doesn't make sense. What you're saying is not right. You're taking away my constitutional right to live life on my terms. And that's what benefits everybody else. We impact on everybody else's life by taking ownership of ours, by using our gifts and our talents, by treating everybody the way we like them to treat us. The problem is, bro, we're not loving ourselves.
Well, hard work is required, you know. Everything in life doesn't just happen. Success doesn't just comes, you know. You got to put, you know, your time, effort, hard work, dedications, and you need all those components to lead, you know, towards your end goal.
Success is a series of failures. You've got to keep on to achieve anything in life. To achieve success in life, you must fail and keep on failing. And always, when you start always know that if you're failing throughout your life, as long as you're not repeating the same failures, that you're growing at the same time.
Don't wait for the opportunity to be handed to you on a plate. Only you and just you can make that happen. The sun still shines. The world still spins. Life continues. You're here for one reason, yourself. Cherish your time and don't waste it thinking about what you want to achieve. Spend time willing and completing your goals, because nothing is impossible. Progress can finally be made. The barrier can finally be broken. Happiness can finally be seen in the horizon, and your mindset can finally be changed.
You know, if you tell yourself that you never can become a great chef, then you won't become a good chef. If you tell yourself that you never can become a good athlete, then you probably won't become a great athlete one day, you know. It starts with a belief. The more you believe and tell yourself and set yourself goals and visualize yourself, you know, holding that trophy or even lifting that big lift, you know.
Everything happened for a reason. No regrets. All the negative things that happened, I'm thankful for it because hopefully I learned from those situations. That's what I had to go through. You know, that's what I did. But keeping that positive message in my head, knowing that I can, and knowing that, you know, no matter what anybody else doing, I believe. And that's what I want every kid to understand.
Falling down is an accident. Staying down is a choice. The rise is so much more important than the mistake at heart. The mistakes you make are more significant than you think they are. They define you. You change you. They transform you into the person you are today and change you into the person you can become tomorrow. Stop making the mistakes you make today define the person you can be. The way you rise, the way you push past what's holding you back is how you grow. how you grow into the person you can and will become. So smile today, sweat today, feel the pain today, because nothing but time is wasted. This time is powerful, precious. What else are you going to do? How much more are you willing to work? How many more steps can you take? Start pushing yourself until you feel the pain. This pain is your sign, the sign that you've made it. Your past has gone. The present is now, and so is the future. It's bright. With this attitude, it can be bright, brighter than you can ever imagine. This is your time to prove yourself that life can be so much more, that it's sacred, and something so sacred sometimes takes sacrifices. Sacrifices you will not regret this time next year.
We're all worth far more than anyone can imagine. Our power honestly is endless, and our potential has the power to make something real out of the life you live. Take control of your life. Control your actions, because your actions that you make right now define your future. And how do you see your future? You see it successful, full of life, fueled with potential. And if that's what you want, then you're gonna need to take action right now, because otherwise you're gonna get to a point where you realize you don't have the time left to make the progress that you need to make. You're gonna soon realize that you have no time left, because your future is now. You might feel tired now, but then it is going to matter and make a world of a difference, and you're going to thank yourself right now. Right now is the time to make it in a life where you live, in this very moment, right here, right now. Stop thinking of everybody else. Stop seeking everyone else's approval and seek your own approval. Be proud of yourself. Listen to what I just said. Be proud of yourself.
You're not done, bro. It's the start. Reframe the story, bro. It's in our control to reframe our story. Why do we buy the story that we're given? Why do we give up on this gift called life so easily and allow the pain to stop us from moving on into our great future, man? We got this, we got control. We're a special creation, and we give up and we throw it away so easy. That's why I can't give up and I can't throw it away. There's no one on the planet like you, no one. So you can't decide to throw in the towel. You can't do that. You're robbing us of what you've been given, what's hidden inside you. There's a hidden leader in all of us.
I will not quit because I am better than that. I will not give in because I am powerful. I will not quit because I can succeed. I will not quit because quitting is not in my nature. I will not quit. I will never quit. I will never surrender.
My situation was what it was at a very young age. And so my whole life, I wanted different for my family. Ever since I was a kid, right? And my coach took me across town to play ball. And when we'd be riding home, we'd be riding through these neighborhoods, right? And we would see people in their living condition, right? And he would be pointing out different houses and people, just telling me about life. You know, he was teaching me and molding me, right? And he was showing me that, hey man, like, you don't have to live like that. And when that would be happening, every time I would go back into my community, I was there in the situation, but I was very much cognizant that it was a better life out there if I made the right decisions and right choices. And so it was almost like you come up in this situation of opposition and adversity that you're in. And then every single day, you get to go out and you get to see a different life and you get to be free for a few hours. Then they bring you back into the opposition and adversity. So it's almost like you're taking a test, then they pull you out of the situation, they take you somewhere, they show you the answers to the test, then they put you back in the situation and they make you take the test again. And you know the answers, but the opposition and the adversity and the current of it is so strong that for most people, they forget the answers. And for me, I wanted to be laser focused and keep the answers so I can make the right decisions and choices, so I can pass what I felt at the time was the ultimate test. Because I've came from a situation to where I didn't know where my next meal was coming from. I came from a place to where I watched my mother scrape up change. It's a lot of moments and it's a lot of people that change and impact your life, right? Like, I don't believe it's just one moment and you say, this one moment just changed my life. Even though that moment may have, but it's going to be another moment that's going to shape and change your life as well. Like, my arm changed my life, my teacher changed my life. But I'll never forget, he drove up in my neighborhood and I was on the corner with one of my uncles. And my uncles at the time, they were drug dealers, right? And I wasn't selling drugs, I was just hanging out. You hung out in the neighborhood on the street. And he pulled up in his truck and he was just like, what are you doing out here? Like, I'm chilling. He's like, no, you didn't hear me. What are you doing out here? I was like, I'm hanging out. He's like, get in the truck. And I got in his truck. He said, point me to your house. I pointed him to my grandmother's house. We pulled up, I get out, and he says to me, Ink, you're better than that. And I was like, I hear you. I was like, but the same corner you just picked me up from, Uncle wear a 2X t-shirt. I said, morning when I come to your class, I'm gonna be wearing a 2X t-shirt that he stood on the corner in and probably sold drugs in and did whatever all night, and I'm 135 pounds. So I hear you, right? But to me, those are just words, right? Basically saying to him, I'm coming from a real situation, right? So I hear you talking, but I'm coming from a real situation. And he was like, you think I'm playing? I'll be here in the morning to pick you up. And the next morning he picked me up and he said, here's the deal, man. He said, I'm gonna pick you up, I'm gonna play you in a game of one-on-one basketball every morning, and I'm gonna make you recite a proverb until you graduate high school. And I was like, he's just talking. And every single morning he did it. He'd pick me up, take me to school, he would play me in a game of one-on-one basketball, make me recite a proverb, and this is the moment I knew it was for real. The principal came into the gymnasium, and in Atlanta, and in school systems, most of them worldwide, public schools, you got this thing between the church and the state, right? To where they don't want you to bring church religion into the school system, which I get and I understand. And the principal came into the gymnasium and said to him, I heard you've been given inky proverbs, which proverbs out of the Bible. And he said, yes, sir, I have. He said, stop it or I have to fire you. And at the time, my teacher was 23 years old, right? We were his first class of students, fresh out of college. And he looked at the principal and he said, well, you're just gonna have to fire me because his life is worth it, right? And I'll never forget in that moment saying, if he's willing to put the way that he provides for his family on the line for me, I gotta give him everything I got, right? And I never wanted to let him down. So I would be in the park late when I was a kid and after football practice, because my mother worked a double shift. And so I would stay there and I loved the game. And when she would pull up in the park, most of the kids would be going home and I would be sitting there on the bench. And she drove at the time, it was an old Buick Regal. And hubcaps off the car, seats torn up, car was all beat up, but we loved it. It was my mother's car. And she would pull up and get out and I would hug her, kiss her. And I would say, Mom, if you don't mind, can you sit in the car and turn on your car lights? I gotta do some extra drills. Gotta go to the NFL so you'll never have to work another day in your life. And I knew my mother was tired, right? And my mother never said to me, nah, boy, let's go, get in the car, let's go home, right? Like, bump that, not doing that. She would always go sit in that car and she would turn on those car lights and I'll be out on the field, I'll be running laps, I'll be doing agility drills, I'll be running sprints, chasing the dream to go to the NFL. And for me, that level of sacrifice was the thing that drove me and still drives me until this day, right? That's why when I competed, it wasn't just about a sport for me, right? Like I looked at competition, I looked at work ethic, I looked at dedication, I looked at commitment, I looked at sacrifice as this is life for me, This isn't about a sport. This is about things that I can extract from the sport and apply it to everyday life to make me somewhat of a decent human being, right? And so when my mother did that for me, that made an impact and an imprint on my soul, right? That I take with me even until this day. And so at the beginning of my junior year, my coach came to me and basically said, hey, Ink, man, you're projected draft pick. Like, NFL teams scouting you, they love you. All you got to do is do what you've been doing and you'll get a shot. You'll be an automatic multimillionaire. You could take care of your family. And I was like, awesome, man. And so coming into my junior year, I'm thinking all I have to do is do what I've been doing. I just got to play football. That's easy, right? And I come out the first game we play against California Bears. I execute. I have a great game. We get the victory. And we're going into the second game against Air Force. Tough group, disciplined group. Fourth quarter rolls around, 2 minutes left. And so usually in 2 minutes, the game is basically about to be over. And so we're thinking, we make a couple of more stops. I'm thinking if I get the opportunity to hit a guy in the game, make him fumble, get ready for Florida the next week. And so the quarterback drops back, throws it to a guy, he catches it, and I go to make the tackle. That's supposed to end the game. And as soon as I hit him, right, something different happened that never happened to me before in my life. Every breath in my body left, right? My body went completely limp, fell to the ground, blacked out, right? When I came to, my teammates were standing over me like, Ink, get up, let's rock. I was like, I can't, right? I can't move. There was a shot going through my body. I couldn't feel anything. But me thinking it's just a stinger, shoulder injury, nothing too serious, right? And when they get me over to the hospital and they run their test, and then they bring me back into a room, and my mother had just left the room, kissing, praying, you know, kissed me on my head, praying, and saying, Ink, you'll be fine, right? And when she walks out, the doctor runs in and says, guys, we gotta rush this kid back to emergency surgery. He's about to die. I gotta rush you back, take the main vein out of your left leg, plug it into your chest in order to save your life. He said, oh, I guarantee you, you won't be here in the morning. He said, you're bleeding internally. And so the next morning I woke up, I was grateful that I was still alive, right? And I think because of the seriousness of the situation, right? It made me view football in a micro way, in terms of I love the game, right? It hurt that my career ended, right? It hurt it, right? But I was there. My life was spared. Like if they didn't catch that my artery had busted and I was bleeding internally, I could have went to sleep that night, and the next morning, the title on the newspaper would have been different. It wouldn't have been Inky Johnson suffered possibly career-ending injury. It would have been Inky Johnson lost his life last night from a tackle made in the game. And so it made me view it differently, even though I had a long road of rehabilitation for my arm ahead of me. My grandmother used to say something to me all the time, and I think it's so true. And she would say to me, Inky, either somebody is in the midst of adversity or just came out of adversity, or it won't be long before they head into adversity. So you need to be prepared either way. And so we all go through adversity, opposition. I think that's the thing that makes us all in common as people, right? No matter if you're from London, Atlanta, Florida, California, New York, like we're all going to go through something at some point or phase in our life, right? And as cliche as it sounds, when the quote says, it's never about what happens to you, it's about how you respond to it.
You're not done, bro. It's the start. Reframe the story, bro. It's in our control to reframe our story. Why do we buy the story that we're given? Why do we give up on this gift called life so easily and allow the pain to stop us from moving on into our great future, man? We got this, we got control. We're a special creation, and we give up and we throw it away so easy. That's why I can't give up and I can't throw it away, because I realize that I'm special, that I'm made by a special power, and we all are, every single one of us. Look at the gift that you lot have got. What you do, there's loads of people doing it, but not like you and not like you. You do it your way. There's no one on the planet like you. No one. They ain't got your DNA. They ain't got your fingerprints. They haven't got your tone, the way you do things. They're not like you. So you can't decide to throw in the towel and get out the game of life. You can't do that. You're robbing us of what you've been given, what's hidden inside you. There's a hidden leader in all of us. There's gifts in all of us. Why don't we tap into it? Forget what this world has taught us to fall in line, do as you're told. No, think for yourself, step out of line, feel that freedom and power of stepping out of line and saying, wait a minute, hold on, what you're saying doesn't make sense. What you're saying is not right. You're taking away my constitutional right to live life on my terms. And that's what benefits everybody else. We impact on everybody else's life by taking ownership of ours, by using our gifts and our talents, by treating everybody the way we like them to treat us. The problem is, bro, we're not loving ourselves. We ain't been taught to love ourselves. You have to know who you are first. You have to recognize who I am and accept that you're loved. That means you love you. By reframing that story, that everything that you've told yourself about life, how you got dealt with, how growing up was, or your relationships, all the stories you told yourself that end up being with a negative outcome, reframe it and give it a new outcome that benefits you and empowers you. I reframe my dad's story, and my dad don't love me. Look at the way he beats me, look what he does to me. He don't love me, he don't care about me. I reframed it. Dad needs help. Dad's unfortunate because he didn't get to enjoy the blessings of young men that came out of his seed and grew up into grown men. My dad had 3 kings. My mum didn't know she had 3 kings coming out of her womb. So unless you do the job right, then you're gonna find out. My dad got his part wrong. But that doesn't mean if I don't walk in the right steps in believing in myself that I can't still bear fruit and find out who I really am. Daddy didn't show me, but I showed me, because I believed and understood that I'm a special created being. That's very important, to have great self-esteem. Forget the esteem that others put on you, because normally they don't. We need to put esteem on ourselves. What do we do when we hear people talking positively about themselves? Oh, he's arrogant. You know, he thinks too much of himself. No, he doesn't. You know, what's wrong with talking about how much you love yourself? Because you can only love people at the level that you love yourself, bro. You can't love me more than you love you. You can't. So all these people that are talking about, I love you, really? Do you love yourself? The question isn't do you love me? It's do you love you? Once I know you love you, bruv, I already know that I'm gonna receive good love and good treatment from you. Because I know that you love and respect yourself. You're not gonna hurt other people like that because you care about yourself. You care about your children and your family. It's an expression of you. So we need to focus on ourselves first. I needed to focus on me, how I was dealing with me, and then I was able to go to the children. We all want to do positive things in life. We all want to share and help people. So now this world's going to be a greater place because of the way we think. You want to change the quality of your life? Change the quality of your thinking.
70 years ago, I was in high school. Almost a third as long as the country has been around. And when I was in high school, I really only had 2 things on my mind: girls and cars. and I wasn't doing very well with girls, so we'll talk about cars. But let's just imagine that when we finish, I'm going to let each one of you pick out the car of your choice. Sounds good, doesn't it? Pick it out, any color, you name it. It'll be tied up with a bow, and it'll be at your house tomorrow. And you say, well, what's the catch? And the catch is that it's the only car you're going to get in your lifetime. Now, what are you going to do knowing that that's the only car you're ever going to have and you love that car? Now, what I'd like to suggest is you're not going to get only one car in your lifetime, but you're going to get one body and one mind, and that's all you're going to get. And that body and mind feels terrific now. but it has to last you a lifetime. The most important thing is to be able to define which ones you can come to an intelligent decision on and which ones are beyond your capacity to evaluate. You don't have to be right about thousands and thousands and thousands of companies. You only have to be right about a couple. I met Bill Gates on July 5th, 1991. We were out in Seattle, and Bill said, "You've got to have a computer." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Well," he said, "you can do your income tax on it." I said, "I don't have any income. Berkshire doesn't pay a dividend." He said, "Well, you can keep track of your portfolio." And I said, "I only have one stock." I said, I mean, and he says, "It's going to change everything." And I said, "Well, will it change whether people chew gum?" And he said, "Well, probably not." And I said, "Well, will it change what kind of gum they chew?" And not. And I said, "Well, then I'll stick to chewing gum and you stick to computers, you know." I don't have to understand all kinds of business. There's all kinds of business I don't understand. But there's thousands of opportunities there. I did understand the Bank of America, you know, and I'll be able, I'm able to do that. I'm able to understand some given percentage. But Ted Williams wrote a book called The Science of Hitting. And in The Science of Hitting, he's got a diagram, shows him at the plate, and he's got the strike zone divided into 77 squares, each the size of a baseball. And he says, if I only swing at pitches in my sweet zone, which he shows there, and he has what his batting average would be, which is 400. If he had to swing at low outside pitches, but still in the strike zone, his average would be 230. He said the most important thing in hitting is waiting for the right pitch. Now, he was at a disadvantage because if the count was 0-2 or 1-2 or so on, even if that ball was down where he was only going to bat 230, he had to swing at it. In investing, there's no called strikes. People can throw Microsoft at me and, you know, you name it, any stock, General Motors, and I don't have to swing. And nobody's going to call me out on called strikes. I only get a strike called if I swing at a pitch and miss. So I can wait there and look at thousands of companies day after day, and only when I see something I understand and when I like the price at which it's selling, then if I swing, if I hit it, fine. If I miss it, it's a strike. But it's an enormously advantageous game. And it's a terrible mistake to think you have to have an opinion on everything. You only have to have an opinion on a few things. In fact, I've told students, if when they got out of school, they got a punch card with 20 punches on it, and that's all the investment decisions they got to make in their entire life, they would get very rich because they would think very hard about each one. And you don't need 20 right decisions to get very rich. You know, 4 or 5 will probably do it over time. So I don't worry too much about the things I don't understand. If you understand some of these businesses that are coming along and can spot things on, if you can spot on Amazon, for example, I mean, it's a tremendous accomplishment what Jeff Bezos has done. And I tip my hat to him. He's a wonderful businessman. He's a good guy, too. But could I have anticipated that he would be the success and 10 others wouldn't be? I'm not good enough to do that. But fortunately, I don't have to. You know, I don't have to form an opinion on Amazon. And I did form an opinion on the Bank of America, and I formed an opinion on Coca-Cola. I mean, Coca-Cola's been around since 1886. There's 1.8 billion 8-ounce servings of Coca-Cola products sold every day. Now, if you take 1 penny and get 1 penny extra, that's $18 million a day. And 18 million times 365 is 7 billion, 3 less 730 billion, or $6,570,000,000. So annually, $6,570,000,000 from 1 penny. Do you think Coca-Cola is worth a penny more than, you know, Joe's Cola? I think so. So, you know, and I've got about 127 years of history that would indicate it. So those are the kind of decisions I like to make. And you may have an entirely different field of expertise than I would have, and probably much more up to date in terms of the kind of businesses that we're seeing evolve. And you can get very rich if you just understand a few of them and understand their future.
What is it that you two share? What makes this friendship so satisfying for both of you?
Well, I think we both certainly share a curiosity about the world, and we come from 2 different but related worlds. So we had I think we probably spent about 10 hours of this 1-hour visit that Bill was scheduled on July 5th, 1991. His mother had to talk him into it. And we weren't halfway. I mean, we'd got no place in terms of our eventual agenda just in that time. In fact, the governor of Washington came by, and Bill's dad had to come into the bedroom and pull us out of it. We didn't want to. He was a little embarrassed we were talking to him. Well, we have fun to start with. I mean, every relationship should have a lot of fun in it. And we find the world in just such an interesting place. So we like to compare notes on it. When we compare notes, we have a lot of fun doing it.
Part of the time, as I remember the conversation, by the way, there's a remarkable documentary about Warren, which is on HBO. I think it premieres on January 30th, on Monday. Yeah. You should take time to take a look at it. Bill's involved in that, and you will see, in a sense, it's called, I think, Becoming Warren Buffett.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Took me 86 years, but I got there.
You're doing well on it, Bill.
Well, so far, yeah. But best is yet to come.
And one of the things that happened tonight, Bill, was that I guess your dad at the dinner said, you know, what's been the most important quality for you? And you found out that you and Warren had the same word.
Yeah, I think curiosity, which Warren mentioned, is an amazing thing where you try and predict what's going to happen, and then when it doesn't, you sort of think, well, you know, that drug didn't get invented, that stock didn't go up, that approach wasn't popular. What is it about my model of the world that's wrong? You know, who could I talk to? What could I read? And the things that have happened since 1991, mostly good things, have been amazing and just, you know, so much fun to talk about. You know, so, you know, we read the news and we think, God, what did Warren think about that?
You both are readers. You read all the time, all day, Warren. Bill, you're a reader. You also do a lot of sort of courses online as well. I mean, what does that have done? What has that done for your life, the sense of constantly learning?
Well, go ahead, Bill.
It's an incredible time to be a learner. I remember when I was young, you know, I had the World Book, which is one of Warren's products, and it was very good. But, you know, I always felt like, God, I want to get into this in more depth. I want to understand it better. Today, the videos that are online and the courses that you can buy with the very best professors, it's phenomenal. You know, take a subject like weather or climate change, you know, or what's going on in economics, what's known, what's not known. Now with the foundation, a lot of what I need to learn is about biology, making vaccines and what's going on with these various diseases. This is a phenomenal time to be a curious person. The information that's out there, you know, my biggest problem is that I stay up too late because I'm reading and then I'm a little bit tired the next day.
The other thing that you share other than reading is optimism. You believe in America.
Absolutely.
You have said to me more than once, I would give up a year of my life just to know what the next 50 is going to be like.
Yeah, even the next 4 now. I mean,
why'd you pick 4?
I don't know, it's just a number that came to me. It is just fascinating what's happened just in my lifetime, you know, in the 86 years. I should mention one thing about reading. It was at the library here at Columbia, that I wish I spent probably more time than any other student. I lived there practically. But, you know, I pulled the book out there, happened to be Who's an American. It told me something about my professor, Benjamin Graham, and then I looked up and I went to the library and I said, I want to learn more about this because I learned this over here. That changed my whole life. You know, we own Geico now because of that librarian directing me to some other book and then following through on that. It's the chance. I read about 1/5 the pace that Bill does, but I still spend 5 or 6 hours a day reading. I mean, it just, you can learn so much. I particularly love biography. Just, you know, to be able to live the lives of these people that have been so extraordinary, the lessons and the, you know, the discouragements they face, just everything about it. So you can't get enough of reading.
What surprises you most about Bill?
That's an interesting question. I guess what really surprised me is initially, we just found so many things to connect on. He did try to sell me a computer. And that's probably the only sale he didn't make, although the computer changed my life for the better in a big way subsequently. But, well, he just had this same curiosity.
Yeah. And the other word you have used is focus.
Well, the focus is no question about it. I mean, both of us got to where we are in a big way because of focus.
Bill, what surprises you about Warren?
I was so amazed that he comes to investing with this broad model of the world. So one of the first questions he asked me was, hey, Microsoft's a small company, IBM's this huge company. Why can you do better? Why can't they beat you at the software game that you're playing? And I always, every day I was thinking about, okay, what advantage do we have? What do we do? But nobody ever asked me that question. And we talked about the economics of software, which is a very different and special thing. And he could relate it to things that he'd seen. And I didn't understand banking, why some get ahead and some don't. And so he was able to put that in very clear terms. And so I found somebody whose model was rich enough that it helped me understand things that I really wanted to know. And we could laugh about things that were a surprise to us. I'd say his humility and his sense of humor really stood out in this incredible way. I mean, he enjoys what he does and he shares that with other people. And even, when I ask questions that are pretty naive that he's probably been asked 50 times, he's very nice about, well, it took me a long time to figure this out, Bill, but here's how it works.
I tried Bill out with some non-transitive dice. And I'd read about him in Scientific American or someplace, and there were only 2 people in the world in the history of these dice that actually figured it out while I was trying to take their money from them. And one was the leading symbolic logician in the world, and the other was a drunk who didn't really know any better and asked the wrong question. But Bill said, wait a second, you choose first, and the game was over.
You taught him, you didn't teach him, but you brought him into a great appreciation of bridge.
Yeah, he'd play bridge, but the family is very big on games. His family was very, very big on games, and so we played bridge together, and we played in China, going down the great rivers when we were supposed to be looking at the scenery. We had a good time playing bridge.
All right, we've got a lot of questions we want to talk from the audience. We want to start up in the balcony, so we haven't forgotten you. It's hard to see, but is there a number there that has a question? Okay, start it wherever it is. Yes, number 6.
Thank both of you guys for being here today. My question is in regards to public health and vaccinations. Given our current president's publicly stated stance against the use of vaccinations, both in this country and abroad, how would you recommend that we, as students and future leaders in the health sciences, best allocate our resources to most effectively resist his alternative fact political philosophy in regards to domestic and global public health? Thank you.
Well, Bill?
That's a good place to start.
Yeah.
Well, the facts about vaccines are very clear and very strong, which is both that they're safe and that the vaccine schedule has been designed to reduce disease. And the more parents that adhere to it, the more not only their children be protected, but you have some kids who are immune deficient. And so unless the kids around them are protected, then it puts those kids at risk. And there are diseases like measles or pertussis that all it takes is a small cluster, and then mostly those diseases would be coming in from overseas, but you can get infection, and in some European countries you've had deaths because the kids weren't vaccinated. I don't think the U.S. government is going to come out with any negative statements. There may be a commission, and fortunately, if you look at the facts are quite unequivocal. We certainly are speaking out in favor of vaccines. So I'm a little surprised that we have to stick up for them, but it's true in every country that you get these rumors, and particularly in today's media, those rumors can get out and ahead of the facts because the rumors are sort of more salacious or, contrary to what you've been told type things. Here, I'm sure we'll have a chance, if necessary, to go through the facts again and get a clear positive message from the government.
And the risk is, if vaccines somehow, people are scared of having vaccines, the risk is?
Well, we're engaged right now in polio eradication. And the only way that succeeds is to get 95% of the kids to have these vaccines. And there we ran into a form of anti-vaccine sentiment that's even worse than U.S. rumors, and that is that two terrorist groups, one in Nigeria, Boko Haram, and another one in Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Taliban, said that vaccination was a U.S. plot and would sterilize women, and it was a very bad thing. And they took the women who were going out to the children's houses and giving these oral drops, oral polio vaccine, and actually killed a number of them. And so those negative rumors, the only reason we still have polio today that we're not done is because of that part of Nigeria that Boko Haram has caused unrest, and the border areas, including Baluchistan in Pakistan, where there have been these anti-vaccine sentiments. So, our risk is simply those negative things. So it's not just in rich countries that we run into this. It absolutely causes deaths if parents don't know. Bring your kids in and get them fully vaccinated.
And your drive to eradicate polio is to show that you can do it.
Well, it started in 1988 when it already had been eradicated in the Americas. So these were the U.S. in the 60s, the rest of the Americas in the 70s, showed that it could be done. And so in 1988, well before our foundation was involved, Rotary and a number of other organizations said, let's get rid of this. And it's been harder than was expected just because of these sentiments. Here we are in 2016, 17. Last year, less than 50 cases. So we are very, very close. In fact, there's so few cases now, the way that we track where the virus is we go and look at sewage samples, and we see, because a lot of kids get infected and pass it along without getting paralyzed. And so it's only through these sewage samples we know that there's still about 4 places in Pakistan and Afghanistan and 1 place in Nigeria that we haven't gotten there yet.
All right, let's see the next question. I got to see a card. Number 1.
Thank you both so much for being here. My question, again, is a little bit on the political spectrum. I was wondering what you're both most hopeful about in this new political environment we have, and also what you're both most worried about.
You want to take hope or worried, Warren?
Well, I'm confident that America will move ahead. It's been, from the time I was born until now, the real GDP per capita of this country has gone up 6 for 1. I mean, nobody ever dreamt that would be possible. And when you look at what's happened in this country over 240 years, it's an absolute miracle. When I went to Columbia Business School in September 1950, 1 woman in the class. I mean, this country moves forward, and you can't stop it. So I'm enormously optimistic. I say the luckiest person born in the history of the world is the baby being born today in this country. And we will go and, everybody, half the country always is going to be somewhat unhappy, or close to half, about the last election. But I grew up in a household in the late 1930s. My dad was very Republican. My sisters and I didn't get dessert unless we said something bad about Roosevelt. I mean, it was required. And I heard all these apocalyptic views about after his 3rd term there'll be no more elections. I've been hearing that all my life, and year after year after year, with occasional hiccups and an occasional seizure like we had in 2008 and 2009. But this country, it's all profit, folks. I mean, when I came in, just think of what it would have been like in 1776. Nothing here. Yeah. And now we've got...
And the velocity of change
it just keeps moving.
Day.
I mean, guys like Bill, they don't quit. I mean, he moves on to something like polio. He mentions 50 cases in the world. There were more than 50 in the ward where I went when I was a teenager to see a friend of my sister's. And they were all in these rocking machines and everything. They were destined to a terrible, terrible life. And it was just 1 ward in Omaha. And now that's the yearly total, thanks initially to, as well as currently, to Rotary and some. But people kept working on it. This world moves forward. And it's been doing... I bought my first stock when I was 11 in April of 1942. The Dow was 100. If you haven't looked, it's 20,000. Something good must have happened in between. And it's going to keep happening, folks.
Bill, I know you share the optimism. What about concerns?
Well, the optimism is partly that I think American innovation is strong. Support for research is by and large bipartisan. And so whether it's health breakthroughs or even energy breakthroughs, I think, every year that goes by, we're going to have more of those things. Now, this administration is new enough. We don't know how their budget priorities will come out. There are things like foreign aid, which is a small part of the budget, about $30 billion a year, but that means the U.S. is the biggest, that every time there's new leadership, we have to go in and articulate the benefits. It's well spent. It's not the image that people have in the past. And so right now, I think there's a lot of intensity to make sure we get that message out and get, both in terms of the executive branch and the Congress, to maintain amazing things like the President's Malaria Initiative or PEPFAR, which is an HIV thing. These things started under President Bush, and so our foundation's had a great working relationship with Democratic and Republican administrations. Most people wouldn't realize that U.S. foreign aid as a percentage of the economy, which is generally how it's measured, reached its low point in 1999 under the Clinton administration. Now, I'm not saying it was the administration. It was a mix of the administration and the Congress. Then, during those Bush years, it went up fairly substantially. Now, the economy helped with that, but these initiatives were really amazing. And, I'm hopeful that maintaining or even growing these initiatives will be a priority when there's a lot of talk about tax cuts and different spending activities. And so it is a bit up in the air during these months ahead.
And you've often made the point that no matter how big the private contributions are, sometimes in terms of sheer scale, you need a government.
Yeah, somebody asked me today, if PEPFAR, which is this AIDS program, was canceled, wouldn't private philanthropy make up for it? Well, PEPFAR is over $5 billion a year. That is this one aid program, which is a phenomenal thing that's saved over 10 million lives. That's larger than our foundation, which is the largest in the world. So there's no possibility the government sector, U.S., U.K., other European donors, that's $130 billion a year in total that's uplifting these poor countries in health and education. And if we lose the consensus around that, if people draw inward too much, we will hurt progress and there will be millions of lives lost because of it.
All right. And one thing that might be mentioned, Charlie, is that the difference between now and 60 or 70 years ago in the ability of really bright people, really innovative, really energetic people to get financed to do things is just dramatically better than it was at that time. So now, if you've got good ideas, and there's good ideas right in this crowd, and you've got energy, it's far easier to get financed to move forward those ideas than you could 50 or 60 years ago.
Is that because of the internet or crowdsourcing, or what is it?
It's just lots more capital around and people more optimistic about people are very optimistic about business.
But better ways to connect the two, the capital and those and the ideas.
It's dramatic. It's dramatic.
And the willingness to take risk. The first venture capital stuff is in the 1960s, and it's tiny. Microsoft, when we were taking outside investment, we took at a valuation of $20 million, we took $1 million for 5% of the company.
I'll do it retroactively, folks.
You had your chance. You had your chance.
We never spent the money. That is, our business was profitable enough. We really didn't need to do that, but we wanted people on our board to give us advice. And there's an episode of Silicon Valley where all these venture capitalists are courting this guy. And that really reminded me of what it was like. By that time, which was 1984, there were dozens of venture capitalists. And that's something that other countries have tried to duplicate. They have in small part, but not nearly as well. This willingness to take risks, the idea that if you have a failure, it's not a mark of shame, that, hey, what's your next startup going to be?
You heard his secret, folks. He gets his ideas from Silicon Valley. Be sure to.
All right, cards. Let's see where the cards are, folks. Okay, number 3, take the card right there.
So you started this talk about how you'd able to make a model and it won't accurately predict what happens. And on the other side of the coin, I was wondering what happens when you create such well-developed predictive technology, and what are the ramifications and implications of that outcome?
Well, I don't think our predictive technology, is going to be like an oracle. Warren's nickname is the Oracle of Omaha. But, the percentage of times you can predict things like macroeconomics because they involve emotional sentiment. We're a long ways away from that. The biggest modeling thing I'm involved in is a group that models diseases. So we look at HIV or tuberculosis and understand, okay, what do we have to do in terms of diagnosis and drugs to get these things down? Once we finish polio, we'll go on, and our next big challenge, which will take decades, but I expect will be done in my lifetime, is malaria eradication. So these models aren't nearly at the point where they can take human sentiment into consideration. The field of economics, a very basic question about what we should have done differently before the financial crisis, there really is no consensus, whether it's with the public or inside the profession of economists. They agree that some of the emergency treatment we did was necessary and important, and I wish that was better understood. But in terms of the root causes, it's actually a little disconcerting how little our models or understanding explain how that imbalance got so extreme.
All right, well, number 2.
Hi, my name is Eugenia. I'm in the engineering school here at Columbia. And I wanted to ask, you were talking about that you love reading. I wanted to ask if you have a particular book that it changed your life, like the way you think about things. And I also wanted to ask, what is the thing that you admire the most about each other? Like you, Bill, about Warren, and the other way around. Thank you.
They sort of touched on the second question, but go ahead, they may want to add to it. Books, though, first. Changed your life.
I've been was by a fellow who taught here at Columbia, Benjamin Graham, and I read the book when I was 19 called The Intelligent Investor. And I'd been interested in investments since I was maybe 7 or 8, but I'd never, and I'd read every book in the Omaha Public Library by the time I was 11.
So why do you think you were interested in investing when you were 7 or 8?
Because I was too dumb to get interested at 4. My dad had a very small investment firm, and I would just go down. I read all the books that he had there, waiting to go to lunch or whatever it might be, and then I went to the public library and read them all, and it just was a fascinating subject to me. But I didn't have any. I knew what everybody thought and all of that at an early age, but what Graham wrote made sense. I just happened to pick that book up at a bookstore in Lincoln, Nebraska.
But to investing per se, is there something about your core competence that made investing the perfect place for you to be?
Yeah, it certainly wasn't to be a pro football player. I looked. It was a question of zeroing out all the other incompetencies, and I was left with one thing,
Just the allocation of capital.
I was actually wired in a way that was. This would be something I would be good at.
So what wired in what way?
I can't tell you precisely, but I've got the right temperament for it, which is much more important than IQ. If you've got more than 120 points of IQ, sell the rest to somebody else. You don't need it in investments, but you do need the right temperament. You do. You do have to be able to think for yourself. And getting back to, the earlier question, the first question I ask myself when I look at a business is, is it important and easy what I can determine about this business? Yeah. And a lot of them don't make it. Now, Bill is looking for hard questions that plague society, and where intellect and money may make a difference. They may not for a while, but he's taking on the tough things. My job is to find easy things. I'm looking for 1-foot bars to step over, rather than 8-foot bars to jump over, But that's not irrational if you're looking at the investment universe. But reading is key. On the biography, on the book thing, I will tell you a wonderful book to read. I can tell you a number of them. Intelligent Investor, obviously, if you're in the investment field, but Catherine Graham's autobiography is a marvelous book, and it's absolutely honest, told by an incredible woman who had an incredible life and then wrote honestly about it.
And someone who you knew very well
Yeah,
and invested with, and she was a bit reluctant and had to be assured,
Yeah.
you know, that
She was afraid of me, actually.
Yes, exactly. But what makes that book so much?
It is such a broad range of human experience, honestly told. I mean, you couldn't have, nobody in Hollywood could write a scenario that she lived through, and just to see that world develop, how she reacted to it and everything. You can learn so much. My partner Charlie Munger just loves Ben Franklin. You know, I mean, you can learn from other people and their mistakes, and I find biography is my favorite.
Part of the reason you love biographies.
Pardon me?
Part of the reason you love biographies. Okay. Where is the card? Right here. Just come here. I'm having a hard time seeing the card, so that right here. See where the hands are raised.
My name is Chisima. I'm a senior here at the college. I'm also a Gates Millennium Scholar with my family over here. So I'd like to ask, so what both of you do involves a lot of risk. And sometimes you have to face the fear of failure with that risk. So I'm asking, how did you overcome that fear and what steps did you take to do that?
Well, I think I was very lucky that when I was in high school, the computer was brought in there, and I developed a fascination for it and became kind of fanatical about it, so that, you know, I didn't view it as risky. I viewed it as this kind of fun hobby. Even when I went to college, which I didn't finish, but I spent time up in Cambridge, Massachusetts, I wasn't sure that would be my life's work. Now, as the chip came along and made it mainstream, it became very obvious that something dramatic was going to happen. And so my passion, my hobby, and the area I could start this company right at the beginning of the revolution, that coincided in a nice way. And I never felt it was risky. You know, if Microsoft had failed, I didn't have kids or anything. I could go back to school and you know, finish my degree and, you know, go get a job somewhere. I was very risk averse in running the company. I always made sure we had enough money in the bank to pay everybody for at least a year if nobody paid us at all. Because this idea, I was hiring people who had kids and families, and they were moving to work there. And here I was, you know, 19, 20 years old, and sort of telling these people I'd be paying their salaries. So I was actually very conservative on a financial point of view. And one of the few arguments I had with Steve Ballmer, who came in and played a phenomenal role in the success of the company, was how many people could he hire? Because I was trying to be so conservative. But I let him go full speed, and you know, it turns out our financial success meant that we never had a conflict about that. But you know, I think it's great to be risk-taking, particularly when you're young, trying out different things, fields that, you know, aren't very popular that you might enjoy. But I never got into a position where I was taking, actually in any meaningful sense, I was taking a big risk.
I mean, the risk for you would not to have acted because you felt the train was leaving the station.
Yeah, and it was so clear that, you know, this was going to happen. And this was so much fun. I mean, you know, I was a fanatic. I didn't believe in weekends. I didn't believe in vacation. My mom had to negotiate whether I'd come once a week for dinner.
No matter who the guest was.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
But Warren, you have often said you still tap dance to work.
Absolutely.
Because you can paint with your own colors.
Yeah, I'm as excited about tomorrow in terms of what's going to happen as I was when I started. I was having a lot of fun when I started, but I'm having just as much fun now. And when I was here at Columbia, I had this terrible fear. It was impossible for me to speak in public. I mean, I wasn't able to do it. I actually read an ad in the New York Times. I went down to Midtown, signed up for a course, gave the guy a check, and then stopped payment on the check. I mean, I was just petrified. But finally, and actually, after you get through here, hearing me today, maybe you'll wish I'd stayed afraid of public speaking, but that's another question. When I got out to Omaha, I finally decided I just had to do it, so I gave a guy $100 in cash, and once I parted with $100 in cash, I'd jump off the Grand Canyon to get my money's worth. So, but it changed my life. But I would say this, don't fear failure. Almost everything that's turned out, I got turned down by Harvard. The best thing that ever happened. Among other some good things that happened that didn't seem good at the time. Don't worry about it. And don't let it eat at you or look back. Just keep going, because you're going to have some things, and forget them. Go forward.
All right, I want to go to the back of the room, right back there, wherever number 3 is.
Hi, my name is Matthew Mann. I'm a first year at Columbia Business School. Both of you had a moment where you went out on your own. And I guess my question would be, if you were to do it all over again, you're in our shoes, what industry would that be in? Where would you start your own business today?
I'd do the same thing. Yeah. I mean, for one thing, I'd be a failure at anything else probably. I mean, I'm not gonna, no, I mean, I had fun when I was in my 20s, my 30s. Now I'm 86 and I'm having fun. And so I advise students, as much as possible, look for the job that you would take if you didn't need a job. I mean, don't sleepwalk through life, and don't say it's all going to be great. I'll do this and I'll do that, and I'm just marking time to get to be older. That, as I've told people, that's like saving up sex for your old age. I mean, it just is not it is not a good idea. Yeah. Oh.
What are you urging them to do?
I'll explain it. Just what I'm talking about. Now, you really want to be doing what you love doing, and you can't necessarily find it on your first job.
Right.
But don't give up before you find it.
Bill, you've had a unique experience, A, because of your curiosity, B, because of your involvement in global health, to see the impact of a lot of other areas, whether it's biomedicine or whether it's a whole range of other things other than computer science. If you were going to drop out of Harvard today, which field would you be most likely attracted to?
Well, I love the hard sciences, and there's some phenomenal things that people will get a chance to be part of. I'd still probably pick computer science, because the work in artificial intelligence today is at a really profound level. Our ability not just to play games, but that is a profound milestone, the AlphaGo work that the DeepMind people at Google were able to achieve. And that kind of technology is in all the leading companies and a lot of the universities. With AI, creation of agents, the ability to read and understand material, it is going to be phenomenal. So anything connected with that, I think, would be an exciting lifetime career. I also think in energy, we have the imperative to have energy that's reliable, cheap, and clean. And no system available today can provide that, whether it's for rich countries or for poor countries. And so the innovations there will be profound, and there's many paths that could provide that solution. Finally, I think biology, it's the most thrilling time. We are going to figure out obesity, cancer, even things that are very hard, like depression, because the mind is even more complicated than other parts of the body. I see this through the lens of the disease of the poor, the infectious disease, where new vaccines, new drugs, we are moving faster than ever. And some of these are platform technologies like DNA vaccines that are going to give us just that one thing, will give us lots and lots of solutions. And so working in that space is phenomenal. Now, I say this, to my children, and they may not want to do hard sciences. The one who's picked wants to counsel patients and be a doctor, and even more than the science piece, that relationship with patients is what grabs her. So everybody has their own taste, but in terms of big impact, those 3 hard science problems would be at the top for me.
All right, next, right here, right next to number 1.
Hello, thank you guys for being here. Also, thank you to Mr. Gates. I am also a Gates Scholar, and without your foundation, I wouldn't be here. Many industrial-based communities have been severely affected with higher levels of unemployment due to the increasing utilization of automation, which ends up displacing workers. What do you believe is a possible solution to unemployment arising from automation?
It's a good question. Because there's a lot of talk about globalization and all of that, and a lot of other people step forward and talk about how technology and the impact technology is having on jobs and the demand for new kinds of skills.
Yeah, and we were here in 1800 and conducting this, and somebody would point out that eventually tractors would come along and better fertilizer and everything, and that 80% of the people are now employed on the farm, and in a couple of hundred years it's going to be 2 or 3%. And what are we going to do with all these people? Well, the answer is we release them. Keynes wrote something about it in something called Essays on Persuasion. He wrote in 1930 about what a more prosperous society would become like. And he actually postulated that in 100 years, and we're now 87 years away from that there would be 4 to 8 times as much output per capita. And he's remarkable, but he didn't quite get out, might get distributed. But the idea of more output per capita, which is what the progress is made on productivity, that should be harmful to society is crazy. I mean, the distribution may be a problem, but if one person could push a button and turn out everything we turn out now, is that good for the world or bad for the world? You'd have to figure out how to distribute it, but you'd free up all kinds of possibilities for everything else. So everything should be devoted initially to getting greater productivity, but people who fall by the wayside through no fault of their own, as the goose lays more golden eggs, should still get a chance to participate in that prosperity, and that's where government comes in.
Right. Bill, anything to add to that?
Yeah, a problem of excess is a different problem than a problem of shortage. If all the tractors and computers stopped working, then we would have problems of shortage there, and we just wouldn't have enough people to make the output. A problem of excess really forces us to look at the individuals affected and take those extra resources and make sure they're directed to them in terms of re-education and incomes policies, and the need for labor in terms of smaller class size, helping handicapped kids, reaching out to the elderly. The demand for labor is not at zero. If you ever get to that point, fine, you can shorten the work week, and you'll be just fine with that. And so this idea of taking an individual who during their generation is affected, I think there's a lot to be learned about that, a lot of thinking we have to do. But the macro picture that it enables is an opportunity.
Number 2. Also, I'm urging people at the back, so you have a chance. We want to go back up to the balcony as well. I see number 6. We'll come to 6 after 2. Yes.
Hi, my name is Sam. I go to Columbia College, and my question is, what steps do you think need to be taken in order to improve public education, particularly in economically depressed areas of the United States?
Bill's the educational. Yeah. I think this is a super important issue because the dropout rates, although they've gone down a little bit, they're still very high and vary based on income. And even kids who graduate, a lot of them don't enter college, or they do enter college, and they end up in these remedial courses for their reading or math capabilities. And those people have an extremely high dropout rate from higher education, and they can incur debt, they have a negative experience. So we have a long ways to go in education. There are some very strong points of light, like here in New York City, some of the charter schools are, with even less resources than schools at large, doing a phenomenal job of educating kids. There are a lot of countries, particularly in Asia, who spending way less of their GDP on education are doing a great job educating their kids. And it's not just the top 20%. Their bottom 20% is pretty phenomenal in the case of China, South Korea, and Singapore. And so looking at what we've learned in charter schools in terms of building the culture, giving teachers feedback, what is good teaching look like? Do we give teachers a chance to learn from each other about that interactive element that
makes the subject seem relevant and important. There are great teachers, but spreading those practices has been very, very tough. And so I'd say it's a top priority, and our foundation has that for our work in the United States. Education is the top priority, whereas outside the U.S., we take on health. It's a tough problem because the institution of education are fairly resistant to change, and people are not yet convinced by various approaches very easily. But we need to keep at it. We're going to, stay and even actually put even more money into trying to help create models.
Okay, up to number 6.
Hi. First, I want to thank Bill. I've witnessed the role of your foundation in eliminating polio in India, and I'm really thankful for that. My question is more on how to set the basic level of debate in any public sense. There are many trade-offs. How to explain climate change policy for people who are losing jobs in the coal sector? How do you balance the current short-term economic goals with the long-term peaceful transition to the renewable sources of energy?
No, it's a good question. The certain topics are so complicated, like climate change, that to really get a broad understanding is a bit difficult, and particularly when people take any of that complexity and try and create uncertainty about it. And for example, India's kind of paradigmatic in that they want to electrify for all sorts of good reasons having to do with health and reading at night and quality of life. And the question of should they delay electrification for climate issues is going to be very difficult. The ideal is to innovate in such a way that they can go full speed ahead on electrification without emitting the CO2 that the natural path of them today, which is coal, is the way to go. And so we have a lot of cost reduction to do because rich countries may be able to buy premium electricity. When you get to middle income or lower, that's just not going to happen. And democracy has us allocate these resources in terms of investing in the future and things like research and investing in the present. And when you have a problem like the financial crisis, then you do get a little bit of more of short-term thinking. And I'm hopeful, I think it's better for the world and for the country if we can get back into a little bit more of a focus on the long term.
We have some questions from Facebook. Warren, a central tenet of your investing is to invest for the long term. And this comes from Brian White, who says, how might Bill and Warren convince investors to think beyond short-term returns to encourage world-changing innovation?
Well, I've spent my life trying to convince people on investing for the long term. Listen, if I knew how to double my money tomorrow, I'd probably invest for the short term too. It's much easier to invest for the long term if you're just talking pure investment, because you know what's going to, in my view, it'd be very high probability what's going to happen 10 and 20 years from now in a major way, and I don't have the faintest idea what's going to happen tomorrow or next week. But if you're talking about societal, it's very tough because politicians face elections either every 2 years or 6 years, and the way particularly congressional districts have been organized, primaries have become more and more important, and so it's very hard to have politicians think of something that's wonderful for the country for 20 years but will cost them the election 2 years from now. And that's a basic problem in a democracy, and it gets to be more of a problem as we've arranged congressional districts so the primary dominates because a very limited number of people turn out, and their motive tend to be on the extremes of both parties. So it's not easy.
Whether you're going to make an investment in a company or whether you're going to buy the company, what are the factors that you're looking for? What test?
I'm looking for durable competitive advantage. I'm looking for something that has a moat around it for a considerable period of time. And I'm looking for an honest and able management to run it, because I don't know how to run it myself. and I'm looking for a purchase price that's not excessive. But it's better to pay a little too much for something that's a very good business than it is to buy some bargain, but really a company without much of a future. And I don't know, I don't have a ability to predict with a high probability of success the future of most companies. So I'm looking for the exception. But the nice thing is, if there's thousands of companies out there, I really only have to be right on a couple. I mean, it's exactly the opposite of baseball, where you have called strikes, and the pitcher's trying to throw it to you at the worst part of the strike zone for you. And if he succeeds in getting into that corner 3 times and you don't swing, you're out. And investing, it's a no called strike thing. So I can sit there all day and somebody can throw me one company after another, and finally I got one in my sweet spot.
Both of you have chosen both wives and partners well. Charlie Munger added what to your...
Oh, Charlie Munger changed my views. He refined them in a huge way in terms of looking for the quality companies and looking for the ability to make an investment that would work out well for 5 or 10 or 20 years, as opposed to something there might be one, I call it cigar butt investing, where there was one puff left in the cigar, but the cigar was free, so you picked up these disgusting looking things and got one puff out of them and went on to another one. And that worked okay, but it was small scale, and it really doesn't build something satisfying. So he kept forcing me in the direction of saying, is this really a business we want to own for forever? And do we want to get associated? It's like a marriage. I mean, do you want to get associated with this person forever? And it's a great way to look at things.
Bill, your wife, Melinda, has added what?
Well, she's...
Other than 4 children. 3 children.
How much time do I have?
Because she is your partner, and she was there in the philanthropy from day one.
At Microsoft, I had 2 partners who were amazing. I had Paul Allen in the early days, and then Steve Ballmer as the company got bigger. And we would not have achieved anything what we did without those partnerships. Because, when things are tough, when you're making big decisions, having somebody who's really in there with you, committed, for me, I couldn't have done without that. For the foundation, Melinda's an amazing partner. She thinks about the people issues better than I do. She, knows when I get overexcited about the science. She can, make sure we're being realistic about it, and it makes it fun. Last week I went to Europe to World Economic Forum, and she went to Nigeria, and then this weekend we just sat and talked about, okay, what did we see? What does that say about the work we should do? And so, I don't think I'd enjoy it without a partner, and particularly someone amazing like her.
It's more fun with a partner. I mean, Charlie and I have had more fun working together than either one of us would have had individually, and we have never had an argument after working together for 58 years.
You talk every day?
Not anymore, because we know what the other guy's going to say. We just grunt. We talked it all out 50 years ago.
So if you see Charlie and he says, "Why haven't you called me?" you'd say, "Well, I knew what you'd say anyway."
Absolutely. No, there's no question about it. But we still have a lot of fun together.
All right, right there. Well, let's see, number 2.
Hi, my name is Molly Zanger. I'm a student at Barnard College. I guess what I'm basically wondering is what your main considerations are when you're choosing where to donate and what causes to donate to, and what the main challenges are that are associated with that.
Yeah, well, I wholesaled it because I made a choice that I wanted to have. Well, originally, my first wife and I planned that I would pile it up and she would unpile it, but that was plan number 1. But she died in 2004, and then I had the problem of figuring out the best way to distribute what would turn out to be a lot of money. And I wanted some people who had similar values and similar objectives to what I had, but I also wanted people who would pour in intelligence and energy, and in the case of Bill and Melinda, a lot of their own funds, would work at it full time, but who really saw society as I saw it, which was that every life is of equal value. And that if you start with that, and then you figure what you might be good at changing, whether it's in medicine or education or early learning or whatever it may be, that was my answer, was the wholesale. I mean, retail philanthropy would drive me crazy, but wholesale philanthropy I really like.
Bill?
Yeah, our work at the foundation, the belief in innovation, which both Melinda and I saw at Microsoft, our question was, okay, how do we bring that kind of innovation to help the world's poorest? And we learned that coming up with new vaccines, that although you can pay a lot to have them created, the marginal cost comes down to less than $1. So getting a new vaccine for the main cause of diarrhea or pneumonia, that can be a phenomenal thing. So you're looking for these super nonlinear dramatic things, because as a, per poor person or compared to government funding, philanthropy is actually quite small, and yet funding vaccine projects, the government isn't as good as that as a philanthropist who assembles a team and over time is learning how to do that very well. And we had models. Rockefeller Foundation was a phenomenal foundation. The Green Revolution is just one of many things that they did which raised agricultural productivity and avoided hundreds of millions starving. And so studying the other foundations that have taken these big breakthroughs and created a model out of those, that was very informative to what we've gone after.
What's the most important lesson you've learned, though, about making investments from the foundation today that you learned along the way?
Well, I think when we started out, I thought that just coming up with a new vaccine or drug alone would be enough, and that the world would then take that and get it out to all the children of the world. Partly through field visits I did, that Melinda did, looking at the statistics. That delivery system doesn't get out to a lot of the kids. And so having to figure out how people were hired or how that was funded and measured, this what's called primary health care, we were drawn into that out of necessity. It didn't fit the normal sort of in the lab, come up with this great concoction. And yet, in order to achieve our goals, we needed to think about those delivery pieces. In fact, sometimes the state of the product actually had to be simpler in some ways in order to get through that very limited delivery capacity. And now we're getting to 86% of the world's children with vaccines. It was about 70% when we got started. So that's a good increase. We still have 14% to go.
Bill and Melinda have amazing convening and persuasive powers as well. So, I mean, they bring something far more to it than just money. They work incredibly hard, as do my 3 children in their foundations, but they work incredibly hard at getting governments involved in vaccines or whatever it may take. And that just is, it's an extra dimension that I think very few people have in the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hands-on travel to experience.
When Melinda is in Africa and she's holding a little baby, she is actually thinking, this kid needs to be vaccinated, has a decent chance in education and all that. I feel the same way about the kid, but what I really think is he's going to pee on me, can I hand him something? So, there's just a difference in that human touch that makes a big difference.
I'm halfway in between.
I think he's closer to me, actually.
Number 1, number 3, and number 4. First 1, then 3, then 4.
Hi, I'm Malvika Goswami at the Columbia Business School. If the current government were to ask for your advice on immigration or healthcare reform, what would you recommend to them?
Maureen?
Well, on immigration?
Yes.
Immigration, this country is built on it. I always say to people that are anti-immigration, let's put it in retroactively. Everybody leaves. It's this country, if you think about it, Bill's heard this before from me, but we are sitting here in part because of 2 Jewish immigrants who in 1939 in August signed the most important letter perhaps in the history of the United States. And you can go to the internet and go to search Bing. And and just type in Einstein, Roosevelt, 1939. Leo Szilard and Albert Einstein, 2 immigrants, came here. They came directly from Germany. Szilard came from Hungary before that. And they told President Roosevelt that the Germans were likely to develop an atom bomb, which was likely to work. It's less than a full page, and we better get to work on something fast. And the Manhattan Project came out of that, and if it hadn't been for those two immigrants, you know, who knows whether we'd be sitting in this room.
Immigration?
I'm going to let him handle it.
No,
but
No, no,
immigrants,
I
I mean,
was-
you know, but you
No.
knew Andy Grove. You know, I mean, just go up and down the
Exactly.
line. I mean,
right.
It's this country
has been built on the
blessed
exactly
by immigrants, and you can take them from any country you want, and they've come here, and they've found something that unleashed the potential that the place where they left did not, and we're the product of it.
The question also was about healthcare. I mean, what can you tell us about healthcare that you think is important in terms of the consideration of what might happen? I mean, if you were building a healthcare plan for America, what would be the elements that you would want to include?
Well, there's no doubt that in order to provide decent health care, the percentage of GDP devoted to it is going to go up over time. It's already very high, and yes, there's some efficiencies to be gained in that, 18% or so number. But as society ages, as we come up with new things like joint replacement, organ transplant, which are going to create lots of human benefits, we're going to have more resources overall, including more government resources for health care. And so it's a tough problem because you have both access problems today and you have cost problems today. And, whenever I look at a problem, I have this one simple lens, which is innovation should help here. But in this case, innovation, while it will provide breakthrough drugs that will save costs, like if you can cure Alzheimer's, which we certainly haven't done yet, that will save on huge long-term care costs. So we have these chronic diseases that we've made less progress on than some of the others. And the market mechanism to get pharma to go after those things and the basic research US funds, I am quite optimistic that we'll have some advances. But they'll also give us some very expensive things that will mean we're spending more money against it. And I do hope, that at some point that we really are calling on the best minds to look at the incentives for the breakthroughs, the most efficient system we have here. I think there's a lot of unhappiness in the country now stems from the fact that the healthcare system isn't delivering, and yet, people are saying less government, more government. I don't think they're being given the depth of education about why it's so tough that over time will help them vote for the right solution.
The depth of explanation. Let me go. I'll go to Facebook in just a moment. But where was I? I promised 3, 4, and 6. 3 is there, and 6 is up there. So go 3, 6, and then we'll go to Facebook.
Hi, my name is Josh Schaefer, and I'm a dental resident at Columbia. My question is, for future doctors and dentists of America, what advice do you have in giving about having a proper balance of providing that health care, but also mastering the concepts of business and economics?
Well, Atul Gawande is, an incredible author.
Exactly.
He, in the current issue of The New Yorker, has the latest in wonderful articles about the healthcare system. And he's talking about the people who do sort of heroic surgery like himself are paid twice as much as the people who are on an ongoing basis in a great incremental way learning about the patient and seeing what works for them. And it's a calling cry to say, hey, that part of the system needs to be run better, needs more resources. So I think it's brilliant that he's saying that, and it also corresponds to what is working in some other countries.
Okay. 6.
Hello, my name is Jen. I'm from Columbia College. So you both have invested a great deal of money abroad, but there is a prevailing belief by some that there are pressing issues in America. There are poor people here, there are sick people here, and we should deal with that first before even tackling anything abroad. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, my own personal thought is that every life is of equal value. And in many ways, if you have a limited number of dollars, you actually can do more for more people outside the United States. We do have greater resources here for our 320 million people than exists around the world for 7+ billion people. So if you can improve the lot of more people by intelligently spending $1 billion or any other number in other areas of the world actually than here. And coming from Omaha and having the money I have, people can say, well, why not spend it all in Omaha? You know, you grew up here in Omaha, it's done all kinds of things for you, and I absolutely acknowledge that. But in the end, if I've got X dollars to spend, I can make life better for more people if I can have it intelligently allocated in other parts of the world, actually, than the United States. And that draws a fair amount of criticism, but you know, I live with it because that's just what I believe.
All lives have equal value is really the driving force
Absolutely.
behind
I mean,
the foundation.
I'm an accident. I won the ovarian lottery when I was born in the United States in 1930. It was 40 to 1 against me. I was male. Now it's 80 to 1 against being a male in the United States in 1930. I was just plain lucky. My life had been far different. Bill always said if I'd been born a long time ago, I'd have been some animal's lunch because I can't run fast and I can't climb trees and everything. You know? And I'd be saying, I allocate capital, you know. It wouldn't work. And, you know, I was lucky. But 79 out of the 80 weren't as lucky as I was at that time. And,
Bill.
Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, in terms of the helping people in other countries, the foreign aid budget of the U.S. is 0.8% of the budget. And there will be, in the years ahead, a discussion about, is that worth doing? It saves lives for typically about $1,000 of life saved. And in terms of stability and countries eventually being self-sufficient and being part of the world economy, there are some huge benefits to that. So if we were talking about should we spend 20 or 30% overseas, okay, you know, that would be a very interesting discussion. But what we're trying to preserve is something that's gotten smarter and smarter all the time, has proven benefits, all of which are things that our foundation co-invests in the same things, like the polio thing is 0.8%. So I'm hopeful that in a big world that can remain a priority.
All right, let me go to another Facebook question. This is from Nadia Akwal, says, how might Bill and Warren encourage innovation, particularly among teens and young adults? How do you encourage innovation?
Well, I think you have a market system that provides rewards for it.
Yeah, that's one way. Yeah.
And we haven't. I mean, we have an incubator for innovation in the United States. And, you know, Bill can drop out of school. Andy Grove can come from Hungary. And, I mean, it just welcomes it. And thank God. I mean, that's why we have the kind of prosperity that we have. I mean, the question of how it gets divided is a secondary question, and that does not get solved as well by the market system. But our system is just designed for it, and look at what has happened.
All right, number one. So also, I want to make sure we get the people in the back, so we only have 5 minutes left. So there's a couple of hands up in the back, so please recognize it.
Hi, my name is Sahir. I'm a senior in the engineering school. As men of such great influence, I'm curious, and we touched a little bit about this in the last question, but how you deal with reconciling your convictions with maybe what is believed by the public, maybe even a majority, considering that you have the wealth and power and fame to make such great things happen.
Either.
Well, I don't see, you know, the convictions I have, you know, I love sharing them and talking to people and understanding, you know, where people disagree. You know, I can be overly science-centric about things. You know, there's all sorts of causes that are super important that our foundation, because we have limited resources, we don't get to go and do. There's lots of diseases. There's aspects of education. You know, part of the strength of philanthropy is its diversity, and so just by sharing the fact that it's fun, it really can have measurable impact. I hope that sets an example for all of philanthropy. I don't happen to believe that, my voice should be that much louder than other people. And so, some of these big political donations, at least, I, and I think Warren as well, we've chosen not to have that be a huge way that, we're spending our money. That's a personal choice. The money's being saved not for the megaphone, but for the work of the foundation.
Yeah, we get a podium of a certain sort, but people do not. With a partner like Charlie Munger, you don't have to worry about my views being accepted automatically. You point out the shortcomings. And the influence of money in politics, I really think, is bad news for this country. I think Citizens United was a terrible decision. And the idea that somebody can pour millions and millions of dollars into a campaign, and in certain cases it not even be identified, I think really kind of goes counter to the kind of America I believe in.
The two of you created, along with Belinda and others, created the Giving Pledge. How's that going?
Going terrific, Bill can tell you. It really is going terrific.
Yeah, philanthropy is kind of a lonely
Bill,
thing.
tell them what it is exactly.
Yeah, okay, this is, we love philanthropy of all types, and part of the strength of American philanthropy is actually people with very little who are incredibly generous. Here, though, we said for the people who are super lucky, have over $1 billion, we want a group who are working together, who are committed to give the majority of their wealth away, to learn from each other. What's worked, what hasn't worked, how do you involve your kids, how do you hire staff, and they'll find areas they're working on together and cooperate, but we're not pooling any money. And we thought we'd get, 20, 25 people together, and in fact now we're at 156. So it is a wonderful yearly event. I've made some great people. I do think that the quantity and quality has gone up because we're getting together. We'll never be able to measure that in a direct way. And we're making special efforts in China and India because now we have a lot of wealth there that wasn't there before. And in their own way, I think by having a strong philanthropic sector, that will help those countries and therefore help the world.
What's interesting now, Bill and I are having dinner actually with the group tonight, for example, but if you go back 100 or 150 years, people got wealthy by making some money from the first oil refinery or steel and mill and building another one, and Henry Ford would build a plant to build cars, and then it would be from retained earnings, which eventually turned into cash. Now you can get rich very young just by having an idea, and you can get that idea monetized and capitalized in a way that you cannot believe. So we are particularly interested in getting younger people interested in philanthropy because there are huge fortunes by people that are now in their 20s and 30s, and just think of the potential for that group. And so this thing has worked out way, way better, including getting younger people to join us.
Number 6.
Hello, my name is Christina Nunez. I'm a fellow dental student to Josh. Thank you for speaking with us today. I'm curious about your insight related to relationships. I'm personally, given a desire to honor myself and respect other individuals, have found it difficult throughout life to discern which relationships to really foster and invest in and accept challenges from, and which to kind of forego and abandon because they're more harmful than helpful. So are there any major life lessons that you two have learned through your personal experiences?
Well, it's a very important question, and the more you will move in the direction of the people that you associate with. So it's important to associate with people that are better than yourself, and actually the most important decision many of you make, not all of you, will be the spouse you choose. Right. And you want to associate with people who are the kind of person you'd like to be. You'll move in that direction, and the most important person by far in that respect is your spouse. I can't overemphasize how important that is, and you're right. The friends you have, they will form you as you go through life, and make some good friends, keep them for the rest of your life, but have them be people that you admire as well as like.
Bill, can you add to that?
Yeah, some friends do bring out the best in you. And so it's good to invest in those friendships. And some friends challenge you about things you're doing, and that level of intimacy is great. I wouldn't say that I was so obsessed with work. I didn't invest, I'd say, in my 20s and 30s as much as I should have. It's really through Melinda and seeing, other people, I realized, okay, that is, it's really worth the investment to have those people as you're always there to help them and vice versa.
When you get up in the morning, don't think. Just roll out of bed, go in your life cycle, or go on a bicycle ride, or go to the gym, work out. You know that's what you have to do. And then read something and learn something. So don't even think about it. Stay hungry. As soon as you think that you're perfect, that's when you're screwed. I gotta get better. I gotta lose more weight. I gotta trim down my tummy. I gotta get bigger calves. I gotta get bigger deltoids. If you're not quite reaching your goal because you didn't do everything that you could do. You have time. You make the time. Too much is not enough.
If I fall down, I have no fear of fainting in a gym because I know it could happen. I threw up many times while I was working out, but it doesn't matter because it's all worth it.
Stay hungry. I do everything that I can to be a winner and to get the body that I envision. If you do something, then do it. Go all out. You have time. You make the time. You can do it. You can do it. You can be the greatest. Do it. Go for it. I looked forward to another 1,000 reps of sit-ups. I looked forward to another 500 pounds of leg press or squat. I looked forward to doing more and more curls until my arms fall off. Why? Because I knew that every rep that I did and every set that I did and more weights that I lifted, I get one step closer to turning that vision into reality. You can do it. Why do you want to work out? What is your goal? If I can see it and if I can believe it, then I can achieve it. Everything seems to be always impossible until someone does it. I want to be Mr. Universe. I want to be the greatest bodybuilder of all time, to win the championship over and over and over again, and to lift the trophy overhead. So that was a great goal. You have to have a goal. You can be the greatest. You can do it. I wanted to make sure that out of the 24 hours of the day, that I don't waste one single hour. Those hours were too precious. You have time. You make the time. Stay hungry. Little victories add up, and that is what gives you then ultimately confidence. You can be the greatest. Stay hungry.
We all fail. The key thing is to keep in mind what is your goal and keep looking at that as you get up and dust yourself off. Work your butt off. It is so important that you work your butt off. Don't ever look for shortcuts.
Keep pushing forward. It wasn't easy. There were moments where I felt like we were pushing an impossible weight up that giant mountain. In fact, we fell back down several times. People thought that I was a crazy freak. I'm always hungry for more. I want more. And I think all of you want more.
I believe that self-discipline is the definition of self-love.
Of course, I've always believed in setting goals really high. I always like to set goals so high that the naysayers always say it's impossible.
Let the dream destroy you. Let it strip you. Let it remake and mold you. Don't be afraid.
Millennials are stuck with degrees that are not usable and bills that they can't pay for. Middle America is frustrated because the jobs are gone and they don't seem to be coming back. Inner cities are frustrated because there's no economic opportunities in there. Each of us has a responsibility to stop waiting on someone to rescue us and redesign our lives and create the kind of life you want to live.
Ignore the naysayers. To set big goals and to have a big vision. Yes, everything is always impossible until someone does it. We can do the impossible. Let's get started.
Do what you can. Knock it out. Build up extra free time. If you need a break, take a break. Do what you can. If you need a break, take a break. If you need a little relaxation, take some relaxation. Yeah. Don't waste your time, though. People do relaxing, but they don't even do it good. They don't even feel relaxed when they get done. What they did is they did something stupid for an hour. They watched YouTube videos for an hour. Did that help you? No. Go outside, go for a run, do some burpees, go surfing, go do some jiu-jitsu, play with your kids, whatever. Do something that actually has some value.
If you don't know where you are going, you don't know what it takes to get there.
When you get up in the morning, don't think. Just roll out of bed, go in your life cycle, or go on a bicycle ride, or go to the gym, work out. You know that's what you have to do. And then read something and learn something. So don't even think about it. As soon as you think that you're perfect, that's when you're screwed. I gotta get better. I gotta lose more weight. I gotta trim down my tummy. I gotta get bigger calves. I gotta get bigger deltoids.
Listen to me, you have to be careful when you hang around average people. All they want to do is tell you what they can't do, and that's okay that they can't do it, but that has absolutely nothing to do with us. We can go from being homeless and high school dropouts to having PhDs, writing books, and becoming the voice of a generation. We can do whatever we believe we can do, and we don't need anybody's permission to do it but ours.
So if you're not quite reaching your goal because you didn't do everything that you could do, you have time. You make the time.
We have an epidemic in this world. If you don't fix this, you will be a bitch for the rest of your life.
What the fuck are you doing? Watching some mind-numbing TV. Making that list you need to go to the store next time. Making those phone calls to those people and just chit-chatting and gossiping about dumbass things.
The epidemic I'm talking about is a lot of people bitch about fucking everything. They bitch about not having time. They bitch about their boss. They bitch about their husband. They bitch about their lives. They bitch about everything.
Your feelings are screwing you. I don't care how you feel. I care about what you want. And if you listen to how you feel when it comes to what you want, you will not get it. Because you will never feel like it.
You can't put...
Because you will never feel like it.
You can't put... You don't own yourself. You'll be a beta bitch for the rest of your life. But, congratulations. Red flag, you noticed it. You're gonna deal with it now, so you'll win. And it's not about being overly aggressive and hysterical, but it's about owning yourself.
You need to get outside your comfort zone. It's not about taking risks, it's about getting outside your comfort zone. Those first 3 seconds, when you push yourself out of bed, they blow. But once you're up, it's great.
Mr. Resistance will be there every morning. Morning, noon, and night. And while you are sleeping, riding your ass, kicking your ass, unless you turn around and you start throwing punches.
We bitch about everything in life, but we do nothing about it. Very few people do anything about it. I'm fat, I'm out of shape. All these fucking things. What the fuck are you doing about it? You gotta take action in your life. You gotta stop bitching. You gotta start being... Find a solution to your fucking problem. Don't be the problem. Take action. For every action, there's an opposite reaction. If all you do is bitch, nothing's gonna happen in your life. Take action, take control, stay hard. You've got to get comfortable in getting uncomfortable. And the minute that discomfort begins to rule you, you are no longer in control. Now the circumstances are. So put yourself purposefully in uncomfortable situations. Then go back to the gym. I mean, because really that's the battleground for you right now. Then go back to the gym. After you've exerted your courage in these particular ways, no one can teach you virtue. See, I think Aristotle once said this, no virtue is developed in a vacuum. Essentially, no virtue is developed in the absence of the practice, the expression. You gotta do the thing to have the power, Ralph Waldo Emerson. You gotta do the thing to have the power. So don't go read a book about virtues. Don't go read a book about courage. Don't ask any more questions. Don't send me any more questions. Or ask another YouTuber. Don't read about it. Don't think about it. Don't talk about it with your friends. Go and fucking do the thing. Go practice that virtue of courage. It's the one you're lacking. Then go to the gym and try again.
Go out there, take no prisoners, have no regrets, have no fear. Lay it all out on the line.
If you think real strength is in this right here, in your muscles, in your bones, your fucking genetics. If you think that's where real strength lies, you are sadly mistaken. Sadly mistaken.
Look, you only get this life once. And you only get certain opportunities once. And at the age that you are right now, and I know a lot of you are sort of in this age bracket, you know, somewhere where you're graduating from high school, graduating from college, getting on with your life. If you don't develop certain character virtues, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be more difficult later on to do it because now you're in the quote-unquote real world.
How do you get to the gym every day? How do you change your diet? How do you overcome fear of failure, fear of success, or fear of fear itself?
Believing in yourself is the first secret to success.
You have to find your inner passion. The thing that wakes you up in the morning. The thing that you think about all day. The thing that you wish you were getting paid for. Once you find it, you need to believe you can do it.
Could I become committed to the process of what I was doing without being emotionally attached to the results of what I was doing? In other words, if I didn't get what I thought I was going to get, can I still show up and be just as dedicated, just as committed, and just as on fire as I was at day one? Right? Because everybody knows how to respond when they get what they're supposed to get and things go the way it's supposed to go. I think that's the reason the quote says you judge the character of a person not by where they stand in times of comfort and convenience. You judge the character of a person by where they stand in times of challenge and controversy. You got some of the most brilliant people on the face of this planet. When they hit adversity, they can't fight themselves out of the paper bag. And it's not even that they don't have the will, like they got it. It's that the perspective about the adversity isn't right. And I firmly believe perspective drives performance every day of the week. How an individual view what they do will always affect how they do what they do.
Folk can't understand why they're trying to pull you down, but you're still rising. But they don't want to see you make it, but you're still driving. You're still living good. You're still eating well. They've tried everything they know to pull you away, but you just keep getting closer and closer and closer to your goal and your breakthrough.
No matter what happens, never stop believing in yourself. It is the strongest factor of success. Self-esteem is everything. Believe you deserve it. Believe you can do it. Believe you have the ability. Believe you are on the right path. Believe you'll get it. And most importantly, believe in yourself.
You gotta take my life before you take my drive. I wasn't working just to be a great football player. I want to be a great man. I want to be a great father for my children. I want to be a great husband for my wife. I want to be a great servant in the world. I don't want when adversity or rain comes, I'm the guy, I was great before the adversity, but the moment the adversity hit, I never turned back to true form. I don't want to be that person that's great when everything is going all good, but when something goes wrong, they flee and they want nothing to do with it. I want to be that person that's going to show up rain, sleet, or snow, and they're going to give you everything they got.
You got to take off arrogance. You got to take off pride. You got to take off envy. And sometimes you got to lose what you think you got to have in order to get your best. Square your shoulders, man. Walk like you're somebody. Talk like you're somebody. You see, my dreams and ambitions are what drive me. They keep me moving in a direction. Motivation gets me there faster. You see, you can look for outside motivation, but this won't sustain you unless you have an inner desire. You don't know how close you are to success, so why stop now? You've come so far, so why give in now? You are a champion. We're just waiting for your time to shine. Keep pushing, the same as you've always been doing. You should never give up on something you can't go a day without thinking about. Don't quit on your passion. Don't give up on your dreams. You are the only person who can bring them to life. You are the only one who can write your book, make your film, be the athlete you were destined to be. Help those people you can help. It is only you who was destined to do those things.
I have spent my whole life scared, frightened of things that could happen. Might happen, might not happen. 50 years I spent like that. Finding myself awake at 3 in the morning. But you know what? Ever since my diagnosis,
I sleep just fine.
My history did not have to become my future.
For whatever reason, most people, their associations are to avoid anything that's uncomfortable. But it's so illogical, because when you look at comfort and you look at success and progress and the feelings of accomplishment and of getting past certain hurdles in terms of like how you feel about life, a lot of those are connected to discomfort. Like, discomfort is your friend.
I was one who swam against the tide of what is expected and what the establishment wants from us.
I began to see the possibilities of not being where I was.
What I came to realize is that fear, that's the worst of it. That's the real.
I will stand. I will put both of my feet in the ground. And I will stand for something, because if I don't stand for something, I'll fall for anything.
If you live your life just acting constantly on the momentum of other people's expectations, of you wanting to be liked by these other people.
So, get up. Get up in the real world.
We heal as a team. We're going to crumble. Inch by inch, play by play, till we're finished.
You are going to incur a lot of disappointment, a lot of failure, a lot of pain, a lot of setbacks, a lot of defeats. But in the process of doing that, you will discover some things about yourself that you don't know right now. What you will realize is that you have greatness within you. What you'll realize is that you're more powerful than you can ever begin to imagine. What you will realize is that you're greater than your circumstances, that you don't have to go through life being a victim. I was born in Miami, Florida, in an area called Liberty City, in an abandoned building on a hard linoleum floor. Someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality.
When I'm broken, I relish it. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use it. Because if I'm broken, then I just found my limitations. And until I know what my limitations are, how can I push them? How can I get better? Once I see it, once I feel it, once I see where I was broken, then I can attack that weakness. I can fill in that gap.
Some of you have dreams and visions and businesses and ideas and concepts, and they're beautiful, but until you pay the sacrifice, I swear you can't have success where you're not having sacrifice. I swear you won't get it just because you want it, but just because you think you're worth it. You will succeed in the areas and to the degree of your sacrifice.
You never say no. You never say it can't get done. Don't you ever say out your mouth it can't get done. Even if you feel in your heart it can't get done, you don't say it out loud. You let the broke folks say that.
I can reinforce that breach.
You let the folks they firing first say that. You always say it can get done.
It can be the mark of victory or it can be the mark of defeat.
You can't let anything stop you from doing what you were called to do. Listen to me, you have to be careful when you hang around average people. All they're going to do is tell you what they can't do, and that's okay that they can't do it, but that has absolutely nothing to do with us. We can go from being homeless and high school dropout to having PhDs, writing books, and becoming the voice of a generation. We can do whatever we believe we can do, and we don't need anybody's permission to do it but ours. I am great, listen to me, and I don't owe anybody an apology. I am phenomenal, and I don't owe anybody an apology. I am going to do great things, and I don't owe anybody an apology. I was created to be great. I was created to do great things. I was created to have great things, and I will no longer ask others for their permission. In order for us to have and be and do everything we were born to do is, number one, we have to kill the noise. We have to stop going to other people and looking to other people for their permission to do what only we can do.
Nowadays, it's very easy to be a coward. Why? We got Instagram and shit.
The problem our young people are having is that they live on social media. And social media only shows you success.
I got an email the other day. This young man wants to be a ranger, but he's afraid to go to ranger school. Not because how hard the training is, but because he's afraid if he fails, what people are going to say by judging him. One thing in life, this applies to everything in life. Anytime you move from being normal to trying to be exceptional, people aren't going to like that. Those normal people, it makes them feel like they're going to judge you. Most folks don't tell you to your face. They go online. They post about that coward. Don't let cowards get in your head.
One of the things that we know about life is that it is always changing. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. Sometimes things go real well, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes you're happy, and sometimes you're sad. Now that's that thing called life.
People who live on social media live on the mountains of your life. But then when they cut off social media and they find the dip, then they get depressed because my life doesn't look like your picture.
And when we begin to understand and know that, accepting that reality, that we will never ever have things just on an even keel all the time, that you're going to have some ups and you're going to have some downs. But during those down moments, that's where the growth takes place.
So my reality doesn't look like your image. And now I'm depressed because I can't get out of the dips. When your real power is in the dips.
That's where the work is. Anybody can feel good when they have their health, their bills are paid, they have happy relationships, the children are acting normal.
See, you think you saw the most powerful parts of 2016, but the peaks are not the most powerful parts. It's how do you survive the valleys?
Anybody can be positive then. Anybody can have a larger vision then. Anybody can have faith under those kinds of circumstances. Am I correct? See, but the real challenge of growth, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, comes when you get knocked down.
It's the hell we went through in between the pictures that would make you respect the position. The reason you think you can handle stuff you're not ready for is that we only show you the good stuff.
You may be watching this right now, and you have these incredible ideas, and what you think is missing is motivation.
At some point, everything's going to go south on you. Everything's going to go south, and you're going to say, this is it. This is how I end. Now, you can either accept that, or you can get to work. That's all it is. You just begin. You do the math. You solve one problem, then you solve the next one.
400 trillion to 1. I just want everybody to hear this. This is the reason I'm happy 24/7, 365 for the rest of my life. 400 trillion to 1. The odds of becoming a human being.
If you want to be a grocer or a general or a politician or a judge, you will invariably become it. That is your punishment.
You can decide that you're going to stand up to life. You can decide that I'm going to live each day as if it were my last.
They've crunched the numbers on you being born. And do you realize that the odds of you at the moment in time he was born to the parents you were born to with the DNA structure that you have, 1 in 400 trillion.
If you never know what you want to be, if you live what some might call the dynamic life, but I will call the artistic life, if each day you are unsure of who you are and what you know, you will never become anything, and that is your reward.
If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating.
1 in 400 trillion. All day long, you have ideas that could change your life, that could change the world, that could change the way that you feel. And what do you do with them?
Things we've worked the hardest for, we value the most. So I think, the purpose of a goal is not getting it anyway. The purpose of a goal, is who you become. Who you become is going to make you happy or going to make you sad. So I'm not looking for an effortless approach.
It's too late to be scared.
Not had an encouraging bloody word, a real encouraging word in their entire life. It just takes a little bit of encouragement and care so that they're willing to set themselves straight to some degree and start trying. It's just a catastrophe that's so rare in their lives.
that if you're doing something that you're not totally committed to, if you're doing something that you're not totally passionate about, you're compromising yourself every day.
Some people want to do ultra races. They're starting to PR during training. Some people want to be a lawyer or a medical student. So they're taking these practice tests. But guess what happens? Once you get to the actual event, your mind isn't ready. Your mind's not prepared. You've been studying, you've been training, you've been working out, but your mind's not prepared.
Transforming the walls into doors. Changing obstacles into opportunities.
Well, by the time that they closed the second restaurant, it was an $800,000 loss.
Ooh.
I mean, that meant our entire home equity line gone.
Right.
It meant kids' college. I get just choked up just thinking about how terrifying it was. And so I found myself at the age of 41, like, just feeling like a complete failure. Because the way that our minds are wired, and the fact about human beings, is that we are not designed to do things that are uncomfortable or scary or difficult. Our brains are designed to protect us from those things, because our brains are trying to keep us alive. And in order to change, in order to build a business, in order to be the best parent, the best spouse, to do all those things that you know you want to do with your life, with your work, with your dreams, you're going to have to do things that are difficult, uncertain, or scary, which sets up this problem for all of us. You're never going to feel like it. Motivation's garbage. You only feel motivated to do the things that are easy, right? And at some point, I think we all hit that moment in life where things just are not going how you thought they would go. And what's amazing about those moments is we all respond very differently.
I believe desire and will to win is everything. I don't know why I'm like I am, but my butt's always burning. There's always something to say, our dadgummit, you're supposed to go for it. Our dadgummit, you're supposed to be somebody. You're supposed to make a difference with your life. What does the $500,000 a year person do? The $50,000 a year person doesn't do. You look at the outside and study those two individuals, everything seems to be the same. They both are the same sex, they both are the same age, they have the same training, the same positions, the same contract, the same fringe benefits. They both are successful, they work hard, they're good family people, make tough commitments. But what's the difference? What does a $500,000 a year person do? The $50,000 a year person doesn't do. He pays the price a little bit more. He works hard a little bit more. He's loyal to the company a little bit more. He bleeds a little bit more. He makes money a little bit more. He saves money a little bit more. If you want to win in these United States, you got to be tough, and you can't quit.
I wore one branch manager down to the point that he says to me, Gardner, based on persistence alone, we're going to give you a shot.
Because at some point, we all bought into this lie that you got to feel ready in order to change.
You know what? You said I couldn't do it, but guess what? I started in 2 weeks.
We bought into this complete falsehood that at some point you're going to have the courage, at some point you're going to have the confidence, and it's total bullshit. Maybe watching this right now, and you have these incredible ideas, and what you think is missing is motivation.
Failure is part of life. The difference for me, though, is I'm a failure as a stepping stone to success. It's like a speed bump.
Every time you learn something, you learn because something you did didn't work. And that exposes you to the part of the world that you don't understand. Every time you're exposed to a part of the world that you don't understand, you have the possibility of rebuilding the structures that you use to interpret the world.
I know I'm going to fail, but it's not failure if you learn something. And so every time I do, it just becomes a way for me to explain to someone else what it takes.
That's often why it's more important to notice that you're wrong than it is to prove that you're right.
People don't value what they don't fight for.
Baby steps count too, as long as you're going forward. And one day you add all those baby steps up, and you might be surprised at where you can get to.
People have an unbelievable capacity to face and overcome things they don't understand. And not only that, that's essentially what gives life its meaning. The Buddhists say life is suffering. And you think, well, if that's the case, why bother with it?
Well, now that we can see how short life really can be, what are you going to do with the rest of your life? That's a trigger. That's the biggest trigger that I have ever experienced. What are you going to do the rest of your life? The cavalry ain't coming. You got to do this yourself. Ain't no backup. Okay?
is our minds are designed to stop you at all costs from doing anything that might hurt you. And the way that this all happens is it all starts with something super subtle that none of us ever catch. And that is with this habit that all of us have that nobody's talking about. We all have a habit of hesitating. We have an idea, you're sitting in a meeting, you have this incredible idea, and instead of just, saying it, you stop and you hesitate. Now, what none of us realize is that when you hesitate, just that moment, that micro moment, that small hesitation, it sends a stress signal to your brain. It wakes your brain up, and your brain all of a sudden goes, oh wait a minute, why is he hesitating? He didn't hesitate when he put on his killer spiky sneakers. He didn't hesitate with the really cool track pants. He didn't hesitate with an Asda t-shirt. Now he's hesitating to talk. Something must be up. So then your brain goes to work to protect you. It has a million different ways to protect you. One of them is called the spotlight effect. It's a known phenomenon where your brain magnifies risk. Why? To pull you away from something that it perceives to be a problem. And so you can truly trace every single problem or complaint in your life to silence and hesitation. Those are decisions. And what I do, and what's changed my life, is waking up and realizing that motivation's garbage. I'm never gonna feel like doing the things that are tough or difficult or uncertain or scary or new, so I need to stop waiting until I feel like it. And number two, I am one decision away from a totally different marriage, a totally different life, a totally different job, a totally different income, a totally different relationship with my kids. Your life comes down to your decisions. If you change your decisions, you will change everything.
Now it's time to see who has the heart. Now is the time to prove to yourselves and prove to everyone out there you are worthy of something. And you're able to do something special that no one else in the world can do.
Every champion has felt it.
Go out there, take no prisoners, have no regrets, have no fear. Lay it all out on the line.
Every president has felt it. Every king has felt it. Every lion has felt it. Every winner has felt it. Every soldier has felt it. Every victorious person has felt it. The urge.
You never say no. You never say it can't be done. Don't you ever say out your mouth it can't be done. Even if you feel in your heart it can't be done, you don't say it out loud. You let broke folks say that.
You can't let anything stop you from doing what you were called to do.
Get up. Go. Fight on. We must find a way to push through pain, to understand it's on the other side of that road.
Some of you have dreams and visions and businesses and ideas and concepts, and they're beautiful, but until you pay the sacrifice, I swear you can't have success. Where you're not a sacrifice. I swear you won't get it just because you want it, but just because you think you're worth it. You will succeed in areas and to the degree of your sacrifice.
Do not take the easy way out. Do not give up based on instinct. If you are forced to stand down, to retreat, so that you can rebuild and re-attack, so be it.
If you don't have the money, you don't have the help, and you don't have the family for it, and you don't have the background for it, and you don't have the friends for it, don't you give up on your dream. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. It may take you twice as long. You may have to take courses and classes. You might not read as fast. You might not move as quick. You might not have as much. But don't you. Every champion has felt it. Every president has felt it. Every king has felt it. Every lion has felt it. Every winner has felt it. Every soldier has felt it. Every victorious person has felt it. The urge to quit.
Why are you going to clubs when you broke? Why do you have the latest iPhone when you got no money? Move the needle forward. Do something to self-help. Education, instead of like, you know what, I'm just gonna live my life freeloading and coming up off of everybody else.
What people think about you and the possibilities for your dream is none of your business. They have no imagination, ladies and gentlemen. They're living out of the past, out of their memory. The attitude is it can't be done because they haven't seen it. They're judging according to appearances. The people that are going to make it in the future, the people that are making it today, let me share something with you. History is being read, but it's also being written by people with imagination.
I want y'all to understand. Never, ever allow anybody to make you feel bad about being so blessed when you work your ass off to live your life and lifestyle. Feed your kids, feed your family, be there for people when they need you the most.
Watch folk who don't like you. They smile in your face.
They're backstabbing.
Other people are giving up, feeling like victims, feeling powerless, becoming negative, turning on each other rather than to each other, feeling that they can't make it. Be ye not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by renewing of your mind with a mindset of that it's possible. I can create a new life, and it's necessary that I become actively involved in becoming a positive force in my life and on the planet. And it's me, yes, it's you, pulling together, working together to create this brand new future. And it's going to be hard. Easy is not an option. But if it's hard, we will do it hard. Whatever is required to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. It's worth it, yes. It's worth whatever we have to do. And once we know that, it is done. It is done. It is done.
You gotta create that new norm. That has to be your lifestyle. You are the master of your own mind. Create that masterpiece. Be proud of yourself at the very end of it all.
We've kind of lost touch with the cultural narratives around death that gave it some meaning, so now when it happens, it's just this absurd, scary thing that we don't know what to do with. The only narrative we have, that we have absorbed, I guess, is that of the brave battle that someone's fighting.
If you're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start.
This is when we can bring our, if we have the opportunity to bring our stories to some kind of ending. Watch a film or read a book. That final scene makes sense of everything that's happened before. This doesn't happen in life. Author of our stories, more than at any point before death.
If you are going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.
Main characters are our loved ones or the doctors or people making all these decisions, and we kind of get sidelined.
Go all the way. It could mean not eating for 3 or 4 days. It could mean freezing on a park bench. It could mean jail. It could mean derision, mockery, isolation. Isolation is the gift.
It's not okay for you to be weak, loser. It's not okay. And the reason it's not okay is because you could be way more than that. And it's a crime, an ethical crime, for you to allow all that necessary potential to go to waste. It hurts you, it hurts your family, it hurts the world. Really, really, it does.
All the others are a test of your endurance, of how much you really want to do it. And you'll do it, despite rejection and the worst odds.
Now, when I was 15 years old, I had a very important person in my life come to me and say, "Who's your hero?" And I said, "I don't know, I gotta think about that. Give me a couple of weeks." I come back 2 weeks later, this person comes up and says, "Who's your hero?" I said, "I thought about it. You know what it is?" I said, "It's me in 10 years. So I turned 25 10 years later. That same person comes to me and goes, "So are you a hero?" And I was like, "Not even close. No, no, no." She said, "Why?" I said, "Because my hero's me at 35. So you see, every day, every week, every month, and every year of my life, my hero's always 10 years away. I'm never gonna be a hero. I'm not gonna attain that. I know I'm not. That's just fine with me because that keeps me with somebody to keep on chasing."
The only person I can really hold accountable is myself. The second I stop blaming people and blame myself, I change.
It will be better than anything else you can imagine. If you're going to try, go all the way. There is no other feeling like that. You will be alone with the gods, and the nights will flame with fire. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. All the way. All the way. You will ride life straight to perfect laughter. It's the only good fight there is.
Now, somebody once said you could take all the money in the world out of the hands of everybody, out of all the wealthy people in the world who are really successful, give it to other people. It wouldn't take too long. Those people would have it back in their hands. It's not because they're manipulative, it's because they have a standard.
The reason people don't put themselves in a position to fail, the reason people aren't patient, is they value other people's opinions too much.
You have to monitor your self-talk. Monitor your self-talk. If you go around and tell people, "Oh, I have a horrible memory, I'm not smart enough, I'm getting too old," fill in the blank.
Take those 3 magic words and live them. Raise your standard.
If you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them.
You gotta be willing to do it afraid. See, you might be waiting for the fear to stop. I should leap afraid.
You chose to withdraw because you were afraid. Actually tougher than you think. You never knew that, and maybe you didn't want to take on the responsibility.
People are rewarded in public for what they practiced for years in private.
Stay on guard to your mind, because your mind is always eavesdropping on your self-talk. Your mind is always eavesdropping on your self-talk.
Rather die leaping than on the edge figuring out how to get the courage to leap.
Okay, I'm gonna go make this happen. I'm gonna go make this much money. I'm gonna transform my kids. I'm gonna create the ultimate relationship in my life. I'm gonna transform my body, whatever it is. And then you don't have strong enough reasons and you don't use it. You don't follow through. It's because you didn't back up your standards with what makes those standards real, and that's rituals.
You constantly remind yourself, after every defeat, after every setback,
Every time you get knocked down, I've got a saying, if life knocks you down, try and land on your back, because if you can look up, you can get up. See, a lot of people, because of failure, they stop believing. Let me share something with you. You will fail your way to success.
So many times we're waiting. We're waiting. I'm waiting.
8 out of 10 millionaires have been financially bankrupt. You will fail your way to success. It doesn't matter how many times you fail. It doesn't matter how many times people tell you that you can't do it. It doesn't matter if you don't have a dime in the bank. You will fail your way to success.
What's the standard they hold themselves to? And then what are all those little rituals that up? Because think about it. Success and failure are not giant events. They don't just show up. You don't just suddenly become successful or suddenly have this cataclysmic event that makes you fail. They look that way. But failure comes from all the little things.
You're just kind of waiting. You're waiting to get everything in order. You're waiting so that everything is in you, it's together. You're waiting to not be afraid. You're waiting to have the courage. You're waiting to have all the money. You're waiting.
You've got 5 seconds, and that's it. Today, 5 seconds gone. Talk yourself out of it.
It's failure to make a call. It's failure to check the books. It's failure to say I'm sorry. All the results in your life are coming from your rituals. Rituals define us.
Knowing that you're never going to feel like doing all the work that it takes to have this business be everything that it possibly could.
And all those little failures, day after day, come together until one day some cataclysmic event happens, and you blame that. That event happened because you missed all the little stuff.
And when you want to do it right, and you want to wait till you're not afraid, and you want to wait till you have it all together, oh, you made it about you. Again. See, Nelson Mandela did it. He just did it, not knowing if it were right. Mahatma Gandhi just did it, not knowing if it were right. Mother Teresa just did it, not looking for affirmation or confirmation. Is this right? Martin Luther King did it, not even knowing if it would happen before his life ended. What are you waiting on? Are you willing to do it afraid? Are you willing to do it knowing that you got so much work to do to get it better, to get it more perfect? But are you willing to do it inside your imperfection? Do you realize that in your imperfection, you're perfect for the job?
Little bite-sized steps. Little things you do each day that after you do them, you get so much momentum that it's easy to succeed. You're not overwhelmed. You have this victory day after day after day on little things.
The brain is going to screw you over. The brain is going to go into autopilot. The brain is going to tell you it doesn't feel like doing things.
Raise your standard.
From the moment that you have the idea, from the second you have that idea, you've only got 5 seconds to take action. Otherwise, it's gone. There's only one rule when it comes to productivity. There's only one rule when it comes to success. There's only one rule to getting everything you've ever wanted. And here it is. You're never going to feel like it. Ever. In any area of your life that you don't have what you want, whether it's the amount of money, the amount of people on your team, the amount of sales, the amount of trips for your family, if you only did the things that you don't feel like doing, you'd have everything you ever wanted.
The cave you fear to enter holds the treasure you seek.
You have these victory day after day after day on little things. If you went to Ultimate Edge, I'm sure you learned about the hour of power, or the 15 minutes to be able to be fulfilled, or 30 minutes to thrive, where you literally just condition your body and emotion with a couple of rituals. So it doesn't matter what's going on in your world. You feel that strength, and it's not fake, it's not some pump up. It's coming from inside you, and it works. Rituals define us.
Every time I come back here to the islands, to Oahu, Honolulu, where we used to live, I always make sure that I take a day, I go by myself, and I go visit all my old haunts. So today I went by, well, first I visited my grandfather and my grandmother's grave, then I went by my old high school, then I went by my old middle school, all the places I used to get in trouble, all the places I used to get arrested. I was evicted when I was 14 years old, but I'll show you where we used to live. It's a 3-story apartment efficiency building, and I live right there on the first floor. And then we were forced off the island of Hawaii to move, of all places, we had to move to Nashville. And we lived in a little motel, and I was trying to remain as positive as I could. And it's crazy because life is so ironic and so unpredictable, and that's the place where we were evicted from. And that's where we came home, and there was an eviction notice on the door. And we were forced to move off the island because we couldn't afford to pay the rent. Going through it. Stay strong, keep pushing through, because again, on the other side is a little something better, because I'm living proof of that, because years later, I'm sitting right outside your apartment.
Get your ass kicked, you get back up, and you put the gloves back on, and you swing away.
I slept in the bedroom. It was a one-bedroom efficiency. I slept in the bedroom. My parents slept on a pull-out couch in the living room. And every day I used to walk out and I said, it must be so cool to live in a place like that. I hope one day, I could live in something like that, or we could live in something like that.
I wanted to be something, and it was important to me to be something. It was important to me that I didn't fail.
If you are out there and you're struggling, and a lot of you are, and you're struggling to make ends meet, you're struggling to pay the rent, when you go eat at a restaurant, you gotta look at the prices first before you actually look at the selections. I know what it's like. I've been down that road, and that shit is hard. It ain't easy, but I'm telling you that if you're going through it, stay strong, have faith, keep pushing through. I've said this before, and I'm living proof of it, is that on the other side of your struggle is something good. On your other side of your struggle is something better. On the other side of your struggle is some sort of success. So keep pushing through if you're struggling. Whoever lives in my apartment, if you're going through it, stay strong, keep pushing through, because again, on the other side is a little something better, because I'm living proof of that, because years later, I am sitting right outside your apartment. Well, that didn't happen for me. I went up to the Canadian Football League. I played up there. I got cut from there, flew back down to Miami. My old man was living in Tampa. I said, I called him at midnight when I landed. I said, you gotta come get me. On the way back up to Tampa, I said, God, let me see how much money I got. I pulled out my wallet, I opened it up, took out a 5, a 1, and change. And that's why we have $7 for that.
We've had a long conversation in our culture about the necessity for self-esteem and happiness. I tell my audiences and my readers very straightforwardly that life is difficult and there's a lot of suffering in it, and that you have to learn how to conduct yourself in the face of that. The problem with the pursuit of happiness is that when life storms come along, happiness disappears, and then you're left with nothing. And so you need to pursue something that's deeper than happiness.
People say you have to have a lot of passion for what you're doing, and it's totally true. And the reason is because it's so hard that if you don't, any rational person would give up.
And if happiness comes along, well then, hooray for you. You don't want to despise it because it's fleeting.
To do it over a sustained period of time. So if you don't love it, if you're not having fun doing it, you don't really love it, you're going to give up.
But it's much better to pursue things that are meaningful than things that make you happy. It's deeper, and it orients you more appropriately, and it keeps you centered in your own life. It makes you more useful for your family and your community.
We look at the ones that ended up being successful, unquote, in the eyes of society, and the ones that didn't. Oftentimes, it's the ones that are successful love what they did so they can persevere when it got really tough. You wouldn't want to put up with this stuff if you don't love it. It's a lot of hard work, and it's a lot of worrying constantly. If you don't love it, you're going to fail. So you got to love it, you got to have passion.
Because in the end, what we get will never make us happy.
Be doing something that you're truly passionate about. It cannot be, I just want to make money.
As strange as change can be, there were times when it was hard to imagine that my life would be what it is today.
What makes us happy is progress. Progress equals happiness. If you're not growing, you're dying inside.
It can't be that. It's got to be something that the sun can't come up soon enough in the morning because you want to go do your thing. This is the time to pursue greatness.
I think you should go get a job as a busboy or something until you find something you're really passionate about, because it's a lot of work.
Because in the end, what we get will never make us happy. I don't care how many stars on your chart, how many Academy Awards, how much money you make.
And I'm convinced that about half of what separates the successful entrepreneurs from the non-successful ones is pure perseverance.
I work 8 to 5, and literally I come home, I get up my tea, and then I start my work at 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m., and I go from 6:30 to 2 a.m., and I get another 7-8 hours in, and that's how I built everything in the beginning.
It is so hard. You pour so much of your life into this thing. There are such rough moments of time that most people give up.
That's honestly what's required, and to not do that is to cheat yourself.
And I knew this is where I'm supposed to be. I wore one branch manager down to the point that he says to me, Gardner, based on persistence alone, we will give you a shot.
And it consumes your life. It's rough because it's pretty much an 18-hour day job, 7 days a week. Unless you have a lot of passion about this, you're going to not survive. You're going to give it up.
Don't ever let somebody else tell you what you can't do. When somebody else is saying something can't be done, what you got to hear them saying is they can't do it.
There are times when something's important enough, you believe in it enough that you do it in spite of fear.
Baby steps count too, as long as you're going forward. And one day you add all those baby steps up, and you might be surprised at where you can get to. The cavalry ain't coming. You got to do this yourself. Ain't no backup.
So you got to have an idea or a problem or a wrong you want to right that you're passionate about. Otherwise, you're not going to have the perseverance to stick it through.
Mr. Hitchcock, what is your definition of happiness?
Nothing to worry about on your plate. Only things that are creative and not destructive. And that's within yourself, and you can look forward, and the road is clear ahead, and now you're going to create something. I think that's as happy as I would ever want to be.
It's like starting companies like staring into the abyss and eating glass. And there's the truth of that. And that goes on for a long time.
In that bathroom, I finally had to understand what my mom used to say to me. When she would say, boy, the cavalry is not coming. Ain't no backup. I was 28 years old when that part of my life happened. Change was coming fast. And you know what? Change is everywhere.
Given that, even if you're the best of the best, there's always a chance of failure. So I think it's important that you really like whatever you're doing. If you don't like it, life is too short.
The most urgent question today is not so much as what are my values and who are we? The urgent question in these times of constant change is how exactly are you going to navigate these new realities? Put another way, what are you going to do? So the idea of I drove here is empowering, because the other side of it is, if I drove here, that means I can drive out of here. I have to own it. But it's hard to look in the mirror and say, how did I get here?
The past 33 years, I've looked in the mirror every morning and asked myself, if today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I'm about to do today?
And have the answer be, I drove here. I had something to do with it.
And whenever the answer has been no for too many days in a row, I know I need to change something.
There's no one else like Steve Jobs. Can generally say that if they're masters, there's nobody else that can take their place. And that is the ultimate position of power. The greatest danger that all of you face is that you're basically going to be replaceable. That's the fate that most people have. The end game is to be irreplaceable. You're one of a kind. You're original.
The minute I dropped out, I could stop taking the required classes that didn't interest me and begin dropping in on the ones that looked far more interesting. If I had never dropped out, I would have never dropped in on that calligraphy class, and personal computers might not have the wonderful typography that they do. You can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future.
So a lot of what people find in life that provides them with a sustaining meaning is a consequence of not the pursuit of rights or the pursuit of happiness or the development of self-esteem, but the adoption of responsibility. And the more responsibility, in some sense, the better. It's people who take responsibility that are the ones that you admire, and that's the right pathway through life. That's where meaning is to be found.
Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary.
You can't change something until you own it. So if you're 50 plus and you're sitting out there and pointing fingers at other people, you can do that for a long time. But it's hard to look in the mirror and say, how did I get here?
So believing that the dots will connect down the road will give you the confidence to follow your heart, even when it leads you off a well-worn path. And that will make all the difference. I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did. You've got to find what you love. And that is as true for work as it is for your lovers. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life. And the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking and don't settle.
No one is supposed to live in here. No one is supposed to just spend extended periods of time in here. This is a public restroom. This is not a living space. But were it not for this space, there were some days we would have no place else to go. I mean, a lot of decisions, a lot of hard decisions were made right here about what are you going to do with your life? Where are you going to go? How are you going to get there?
We are wired to like what is familiar and to resist what's unfamiliar. So we have this wiring that says, run towards what's familiar and run away from what's unfamiliar. And the most important thing to make familiar is praising yourself. That's, if you could just do that, that in itself would change your entire life.
So we live in this perception of ourselves. Hence, my identity is made by what my parents think I should be. My identity is made up by what my college or university thinks I should achieve. While you're living in that bubble, in that echo chamber, getting to what you really want to do is impossible.
150,000 people die every day, tomorrow is not promised. So if I'm not going after it, then I'm going to die incomplete. I'm going to die being a person that I wasn't created to be. Like, I want to meet the greatest of me. I want to meet my full potential.
The relationship between my essential nature, the nature of who I am, and my authentic nature and energy and environment. The environment is always trying to break it down. And if you're comfortable, then you become an agent of what your parents told you, the culture told you, and everything else. And your stories are protected. And even if you get successful, you're going to drop it out or you lose it out because you want to make sure nothing really changes.
And the fact about human beings is that we are not designed to do things that are uncomfortable or scary or difficult. Our brains are designed to protect us from those things because our brains are trying to keep us alive. And in order to change, in order to build a business, in order to be the best parent, the best spouse, to do all those things that you know you want to do with your life, with your work, with your dreams, you're going to have to do things that are difficult, uncertain, or scary.
You have to ignore the externalities of the third parties and their subjective views of you. Otherwise, you are setting yourself up for failure. And it breeds a false sense of ego. We have such a small window of opportunity in this life to self-generate success. Every day we wake up, that window's closing at an alarming rate. And every minute you waste worrying about somebody that has zero real effect on your life, that window comes closer. And one day you're going to wake up and look back, and that window's going to slam shut on your ass. And you're going to look back and regret all those minutes wasted worrying about somebody that didn't even know you.
Limitless is not about being perfect. It's about progressing and advancing beyond what you believe is possible.
Everything begins with a thought. Wherever you don't have love, if you don't have enough money, if you don't have enough health, somewhere, somehow, you had a thought that's blocked you. And all our beliefs about money, everything really starts so early. But the great news is you can change your thought.
When you live it, you leave it. When you live it, you leave it. What you're saying is wonderful, but what you're doing is penetrating. It's shaping the lives of those who are watching. And I realized that the bigger I dreamed, the more contagious I became.
A person who's living a lie, they cannot be well balanced, they cannot be well adjusted in themselves. Because you can lose it all, but you can't lose your principles. If you live a principle-centered life, your foundation is solid. Whereas if you, let's say for instance, you have a big company, you have a lot of money, and you base your life on having this. Well, you're going to be an insecure person because money and fame and fortune is frail. You can lose it in an instant. You can wake up tomorrow and for whatever reason, things fall apart. Now, if you base your life on this, your base of your life will crumble. You can't base your life on something that's frail, that can be taken from your soul. According to Stephen R. Covey, the human psyche will always be healthy if it bases life on principle.
There's effluence, affluence, and influence. Effluence is generosity. It's giving. There can be no permanent affluence unless there's effluence in your consciousness. So first, you're in service to something higher. And you begin to ask yourself, because you've been given everything, you're a composite spiritual idea that carries the infinite in ways beyond your wildest imagining. You have to live in the inquiry of what can I give, what can I share, how can I shine, how can I radiate. You have to give up the thought of what can I get from the world.
Don't sign up for the goal, sign up for the inconvenience it's going to cost you. Sign up for that. Sign up. I sign up every day to the inconvenience. The goal looks sexy. The inconvenience looks costly. But if you sign up for the inconvenience, then the goal will take care of itself.
There's no more free moment in your life when you can hear something said about you and completely dismiss it, and your day, the wavelength of your day, is not altered completely. It is truly being free from within yourself and living a life in your own mind, unjudged by others. Because life is hard enough, and it's going to beat you down every opportunity. But I have one more thing.
Take your attention off of everything that's known. And if you do that properly, and you're not aware of your body, if you're not aware of the people in your life that you identify with, you're not thinking about your cell phone or any object, you're not thinking about where you're sitting, where you work, where you need help, you're not thinking about the future, the past, or the present moment, then what are you? Your consciousness. And now that is the eye of the needle that passes you through to the quantum field. You can't enter that place as a somebody. You got to enter as a nobody.
The planet is Mother Earth, Gaia, rainforests, rivers, three-fourths water, trees. It's a magnificent, luminous being that's becoming more and more conscious of itself. And then there is the world. The world is held together by opinions, points of view, positionalities, beliefs, which is why individuals can be on the same spot on the planet, but be in different worlds.
Are you willing to not quite know what's there, but that something is there is greater than you? Are you willing to say, my life has to make a huge difference?
A life well lived is what makes you enthusiastic. Find enthusiasm, and you're at the highest level of the human experience. Enthusiasm. It's actually, the path to happiness is enthusiasm.
Your life comes down to your decisions, and if you change your decisions, you'll change everything.
A big part of finding out what's right for you is stop confining yourself to a path that you've been convinced is the path.
You are purpose as a person. That's what I've been saying. When I said that, it kind of changed my life. So I say I am purpose. You're looking for a miracle. You're that miracle.
There, if it's for forces that shape our life, shape our destiny, we believe hallucination that the physical reality is all there is. Every time something's extraordinary, every time it's extraordinary. We don't know where we are, we don't know when we are, we don't know why we are.
You know, we always learn about the blocks of success, the steps of success, the principles of success, the actions of success, the words of success. I know more about failure than anyone. And there's as much to learn from failure as there is from success.
All the things you can control and the things you can't control. If you try to start controlling things that you can't, you're just going to get frustrated and angry and anxious, right? The only thing you can control are your thoughts and your actions, and that is it. That is it. So you have this choice. You try and control this other stuff, or you could just decide that it's fine, that everything else is fine.
And our feelings are the most real thing we have, and we push them down. We find all this stuff to buy or eat or drink or take to keep us, like John Lennon said, comfortably numb. But then the feelings regroup and come back because they've always got a job to do. But you've got to feel the feeling until it no longer requires to be felt.
Very much so, go to school, you get married, and have kids, and that's a success. Really stepping outside of that and exploring, whether that's in school and taking classes that you might not take at first glance, whether it's going and experiencing different types of arts, different types of people, making friends. I think there's so much out there that you don't even know exists.
You know, if I ever feel like in any moment life is not going the way that I think it should be going, it's because I'm resisting what is.
I always say, like, if there was a door, and behind this door was all these negative things that I'm saying, like, I'm gonna lose, I'm gonna suck, I'm never gonna walk through that door. So in order for me to walk through the door, even though the door is super scary, I have to make empowering things on this side of the door, right? I'm gonna learn, I'm gonna grow. Even if I don't win, it's gonna be some valuable win, so let me walk through this door, right? Even though it might not be perfect, I'm still gonna find growth inside of it.
Unless you claim extraordinary, ordinary claims you.
If you wake up tomorrow morning and blame the government, the environment, the weather, Joe Blow, if you blame anything or anyone else, you have no reason to change.
As soon as you think that you're perfect, that's when you screw. I gotta get better. I gotta lose more weight. I gotta trim down my time. I gotta get bigger calves. I gotta get bigger dumplings.
So if you're not quite reaching your goal because you didn't do everything that you could do, you have time. You make the time.
Too much is not enough.
If I fall down, I have no fear of fainting in the gym because I know it could happen. I threw up many times while I was working out, but it doesn't matter because it's all worth it.
Stay hungry.
I do everything that I can to be a winner. You get the body that I envision. If you do something, then do it. Go all out. You have time. You make the time.
You can do it. You can do it. You can be the greatest. Do it. Go for it.
I look forward to another 1,000 reps of sit-ups. I look forward to another 500 pounds of leg press or squat. I look forward to doing more and more curls until my arms fall off. Why? Because I knew that every rep that I did, and every set that I did, and more weights that I did, I get one step closer to turning that vision into reality.
You can do it.
Why do you want to work out? What is your goal?
If I can see it, if I can believe it, then I can achieve it. Everything seems to be always impossible until someone does it.
I want to be Mr. Universe. I want to be the greatest bodybuilder of all time. To win the championship over and over and over again. And to lift the trophy overhead. So that was a great goal. You have to have a goal.
You can be the greatest. You can do it.
I want to make sure that out of the 24 hours of the day, that I don't waste one single hour. Those hours were too precious. You have time. You make the time.
Stay hungry.
Little victories add up, and that is what gives you then ultimately confidence.
You can be the greatest. Stay hungry.
You all fail. The key thing is to keep in mind what is your goal. You keep looking at that as you get up and dust yourself off. Work your butt off. It is so important that you work your butt off. Don't ever look for shortcuts.
And an NFL football player comes up to you. Your dog is asking you a question. How do you keep that dog mentality? I said, let me ask you a question. When you were younger, what did you want to be? He said an NFL football player. But once I got there, I lost that dog mentality. He had a finish line in his brain. Guess what? A true dog mentality, I'm a dog at home. He never gets full. It's not enough you made to the NFL. It's not enough you made a 5K. Win a 10K. It's not enough you became a doctor. Be a better doctor. It's not enough you lost 50 pounds. Go out there and do something with it. Guess what? It's 9 out here. Guess what? It's not enough. Stay hard. And there I was running. This guy passed me the car. It's about 100 degrees out here, 70% humidity. The guy comes back around, looks at me. He pulls his card on me and says, why are you out here? I said, because you're not. Sometimes your motivation needs to be because no one knows what to do. We need doctors, we need dentists, we need teachers. We also need savages. This message I do is not for everybody. So I want to see that soft bullshit about do you have sunscreen on? This message is dangerous. It's too hot. I'm not asking you to be like me. Do you. Stay hard. Your minds get softer. We do that shit every day in life. A lot of you are trying to find inspiration and motivation for the depressed mindset. You don't find inspiration by not living in the grip of life. You need to live in the grip of life to find inspiration. Put challenges in front of yourself. When you put a challenge in front of yourself and you attack it, that's when you find inspiration. Repetition every day. Stay hard. So the other day I got an email from this lady. She said she truly enjoyed my book. But as she read it, she thought I was just crazy. So after she read it, she put the book down and started living her normal life. Just going back, paying bills, going back to work, complaining about shit. A few days later, she has time to think about the book, and it scared her. She thought, well, maybe this guy isn't crazy. And that's what scared her the most. Maybe he's here trying to show us real potential, what we're all capable of doing. A lot of people like to put titles on other people who are doing extraordinary things. It makes them feel better about themselves. Gives them a get out jail free card. I'm not crazy. I'm just not like you. In sports, there's a thing out there called load management. A lot of us like load manage our lives. When you do that, you can find yourself right at normal. Get off that. Stay hard. With success in life comes more haters. Don't make them hurt your feelings. Use it for fuel. Use it for energy. In times of need, put them on mental Rolodex in your mind. If you don't want to do shit, roll through your brain. Pull up that person who said you couldn't do something. Weren't fast enough, good enough, smart enough. Use it for energy. If they kill them with kindness, torture them with success. In life, you have to continue pushing past the odds. Use everything this board has to give you for fuel. Stay hard.
And anybody, not just make decisions, anybody that can accomplish anything that is hard, one separator is that they really want to be there. There's some people that get inspired, and that inspiration moves them to try to do something. But the inspiration is very high right now in this nice environment. We're in a nice environment. I watch a movie about some badasses, you're inspired. But the second you're not in this environment, and you're actually doing what inspired you, that suck factor is now real. You're now there. And only those people who have been there a million times in their minds, and have lived in that water, and have suffered a million times, and realize my legs may break, my knee may break, my bones will hurt. I will be the coldest I've been in my life. I will be miserable. And accept that. When you get a horrible situation in life, your mind immediately says, everybody does, even if you want to be there. But start to have all these different questions in your mind that 1 second. It says, okay, why are you here? Why are you doing this? Why this? Why that? And then you start to say to yourself, if you don't want to be there, man, I'm not good for life. I'm not going to break my body up to do this. Your mind starts to say, yeah, this is stupid. But if you are already knowing this is going to happen to you, you have all the answers to these questions that your mind starts to give you when you're in suffering.
Try to be 10% better than you were last week. So I'm running 30 miles a week, run 33. If you're swimming 500 meters, swim 550. The more you walk away from accountability, the weaker you become. Find yourself in the grip of life. You can't find yourself by doing nothing. So there's a lot of practice weakness nowadays. And we try to feel practice lives. I did it for many years. So I'm out here Colorado for a conference. I go to the gym, this trainer calls me over to talk to these stupid people he's training. He says, hey man, what are you doing out here? So I tell him, what kind of work I should do? I said, one work I'm doing is climbing this mountain, 3,000 feet, 3 miles. But I'm doing it every day. So the next day I'm out looking for him. Didn't see him. A couple days later looking for him. Didn't see him. So here I am on the mountain again, climbing it. And there's a gunman that takes you up, takes down. I'm going up it. I see gunman. I'm climbing to the top. I look at the gunman. I see him, face pressed up against the window, looking at me, our eyes meet. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Practice what you preach. Stay hard.
I like suffering in a way that is competitive, that brings out the absolute best in me and everybody else. I want to see what you're made of. I want to see, almost like the Colosseum in Rome. You can't do it by writing paper. And what I found out, and the only message I want to get across to people is, once you change one thing, your mindset, you can attack everything. People know, how do you keep grinding every day? You have to make those insecurities, those fears. Like when I was 300 pounds, I didn't have any drive. I was an insecure, lying kid, afraid. I had to look at my insecurities and in my fear and find drive in that. We're all looking for passion. Passion's all around you. All the energy and fuel you need is right in yourself. It's all there. You got a lot of stuff to do to overcome. And, that's where I found it. I found it right there in my own insecurities. I found drive in my own insecurities. And that's the most powerful thing in the world. If you can find drive in your own doubt, fear, insecurities, you become very unstoppable. I'm in search for a feeling. I'm not in search for a trophy. I'm not in search for love. I'm not in search for more followers on Instagram, social media. When I started this journey years ago, and I realized I'm going to be somebody, and I'm searching for a feeling of true victory for myself, and only myself. The second I shut out the whole world and realized that one thing, that I'm in this world alone. I'm fighting this race by myself, safest person on the planet. My goal in life was to, in my mind, believe I'm the hardest man alive. And that's why the whole thing is, can't hurt me. That's what it's about. It's about whatever you think you are, you have to make that dream a reality. That's where the hard part is.
There's a lot of successful people in this world who still feel empty inside. And they wonder why they still feel empty. So you try to make another million, 2 million, 3 million. Let's buy a new car, a new house, new boat. Let's buy more everything. At the end of the day, still feel empty inside. For me, I wasn't even successful. I was still empty. So I was trying to hide my insecurities.
You have to be there but not there at the graduation. Okay. You gotta be there in the worst parts that you know over and over again. You gotta live that in your mind.
Trust me now. Same thing with life. If you don't get inside your soul, inside your heart, and fix it, you want to go to work yourself. Stay hard.
The number one question that I'm asked everywhere I go around the world is always, how is it that I stay so motivated? What are the motivating factors in my life that keep me in this psychological space? Number one would be gratitude. I try and find a way to be grateful for every single thing I have, every single day. Wins, losses, loved ones, you name it. My life was always this way. It was much different many moons ago. So these days I'm grateful to the bone for everything. The other thing is hunger. You always hear people say, well, it's about being number one, about being at the top, or how this, you're always going to find somebody out there who's going to work harder. Well, I don't know that. That might be bullshit, but I know no one is going to be hungrier than I am, and I try and find a way to be grateful. So I hope that helps. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. If you're watching this, you better be doing something productive today. Very intense workout, hardcore, very heavy, creating and destroying, breaking down, building up that very dense, thick muscle. We always talk about hunger. Now you always want to outwork your competition regardless of how successful you may be lucky enough to be. You want to be hungry. If you know what it's like to be hungry, you'll never be full. He said it's one thing to be hungry, it's another thing when you're starving for greatness and starving for success. And I love that because it immediately clicked into my DNA. I know it's like to operate every single day, regardless of the success that I've been lucky son of a bitch to achieve. I operate every day as if I'm starving. So keep starving at 4 o'clock in the morning when no one else is up, so no one else bothering you, and you can focus on whatever work you have to get done. And by 4:30, 4:45, I'm doing some sort of cardio. It's still dark outside, so it's just me. It's 4:45 a.m. It's still dark outside, and I'm getting ready to kill this AM cardio. You can't even see me, but it's gonna be so good. I do this, and then I'll have breakfast, and then I will go do all my strength and conditioning training at the gym about an hour, and then I'll go to set. It's midnight. I'm on my honeymoon, and I'm in here working out. It's Saturday night, 1:45 a.m. I just wrapped a phenomenal workout here in the Iron Paradise. Got after it hardcore. Hardest workers in the room. We just wrapped here in the Iron Paradise on a great workout. Iron ain't gonna kick its own ass. You gotta get after it. Let's go. You reach that point, you know, we all reach that point where we're training, and you break through to the other side. You break down barriers. You bust through ceilings. You knock down doors. That just happened for me. It's great defining. I've been slinging knives since I was 13. Our empty gym. Wouldn't like it. It's Sunday. It is family day. It's sports day. It is also leg day. So this might not be fun. Shit. But it's Sunday. In the moments where you push yourself, no one else is around. Those moments are tend to lead to success. Focus! I'm up for 26 hours straight. 7 hours ago I was in LA. Now I'm down here in hot ass Florida. I'm headed to the set of balls. But first I had to come here to the Iron Paradise, anchor myself, get the workout into. I'm working an additional 12 hours. Point is, I'm still tired as a motherfucker. I'll find your anchor. I'll see you on Saturday. All right, Saturday afternoon, empty gym, red light. It's leg day with jeans. It's gonna be sweaty, painful, and fun. All right, workout number 2. I'm not working on my competition. We're here in West Coast Iron Paradise. All right, empty gym. Wouldn't like it. Get ready to get after it. Saturday evening here at the Iron Paradise. We're getting after it hardcore. I get to the gym determined, focused. Here at the Iron Paradise, we're getting after it hardcore. Training high. Friday night, empty gym. The way to like it. Focus! Welcome to hell on a Friday night. All right, let's work a 12-hour day. 12, 13 out there, News County. Empty gym, the Iron Paradise. This is my therapy. I encourage everybody out there to find a therapy. All right, right after playing and banging, before I go to work to shoot, I went one-on-one or something. Not a dumbbell, but all dumbbell. It's called running the rack. I just wrapped that 4 a.m. cardio. There's no substitute for hard work here in the garage of hell. All right, good to be back home here in Florida at the Iron Paradise. It's about 100 degrees here. Today afternoon down here in the swamplands of hot ass Florida here in the empty gym, the Iron Paradise. Empty, the way we like it. Just finishing up leg day, heavy leg day, and then this vertical leg rest. All right, here we are, 4:45 Saturday afternoon, the Iron Paradise. The gym is empty, just me and Tupac on the speakers. I'm getting ready to put myself to hell with this leg workout. If I don't make it back alive, someone take care of my babies. All right, here we are in the Iron Paradise, down here in hot ass Florida. Swampland out there where the alligators roam so free. I'm about ready to get after it. I'm gonna be the baddest son of a bitch in this gym. Shoot, I'm the only dude in the gym. Doesn't matter. Get after it. Like outside this garage door, it is 97 degrees out there. It's hot as hell. Shit, it's the second coming of hell. We're getting after it, hardcore, playing and banging. Sometimes your vision is so big, you don't know how you're going to get there, and that's okay. You don't have to have all the answers. Keep that vision clear, your eye on the prize. I got no sleep, off the jet, came right here to the West Coast Iron Paradise. In about 5 minutes, this place is going to be cranking, and I'm going to get it on. I heard something, though, that I want to share with you guys as we all look to finish our week strong on this Friday. A buddy of mine named Inky Johnson on Instagram, you should follow him. He said, perspective always drives your performance. And I love that. It's so true. Look, I'm tired. You're tired. I got a baby at home. She's going to wake up in an hour looking for daddy. I got a baby mom at home. She's going to give birth any day to my 3rd daughter. I got Rampage over in Worldwide. I got a lot of business to take care of. But I thought instead of going to sleep, let me come to the gym, get my workout in, and clear my mind so I can attack the day. Again, perspective always drives your performance. Think about that, apply it, and finish strong. Don't ever confuse effort with results. We gotta give the effort. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the results. So give the effort and always stay focused on the results. Happy New Year. It is January 1st. We are kicking off this new year, 2018, very strong. Just finished leg day. The work never stops. You always gotta keep going. Always. I go hardcore when I train. I don't have time to go to the bathroom. I find a bottle, I pee in it, and I keep training like a beast. It ain't about being the biggest and the baddest. It's about a mindset to be the best. I'll work in competition and dominate at what you do. So somebody just asked me a cool question. Said, DJ, you're on top. Where could you possibly go from here? And you always talk about outworking your competition. Who's your competition? It's a great question. Thank you for the compliment, by the way. I'm fortunate enough to be on top. But anytime you reach the top, you always want to make sure that you have the desire to raise the bar and take a wrestling places it's never been. That's the key to being on top. Just because it's never been done doesn't mean it can't be done. And in terms of competition, great question. Everyone my competition. But fundamentally that I've learned over the years is, I'll share with you, my number one competition is me. It's always you versus you. You gotta be the one to get every morning. Be disciplined, put in the consistent daily hard work, because that gains success. No coach, no trainer, no mentor, no boss can do it. You versus you. Always be the hardest workers in the room. And it's just a reminder that regardless of how successful we may be or how successful we're not what we want to be, we always want to be the hardest workers in the room. It always leads with hard work. There's no substitution for hard work. Us working out at 11 o'clock at night when I know my competition is asleep. No matter how many hours I've flown, no matter how many miles we travel, regardless of what country it is, the first thing I need to get ready for work day is I gotta find the gym. You are lucky and fortunate. Number one, you have scratched, clawed, and fought your way to the top. Don't ever stop, because there's always somebody else who's going to take the place. They may not be as good as you, they may not be as hungry as you, they may not have the mana even here as badly as you do, but they're always there. So you feel confident. You be willing to put in the work tonight, if they won't, so tomorrow you accomplish what they can. Turn the heels on in the gym. Now, let's start. Finish week strong, start your week strong. Do whatever you can to make sure that you get the job done in a strong way. On any day that ends with life. You guys know the you gotta do your journal, not getting tested out, you gotta get torn, you gotta test your mind, you gotta test your will, you gotta test your mental. You're always looking for inspiration, motivation. Great late night workout here in West Coast Iron Paradise. I gotta get it in where I can fit it in these days. I've been on daddy duty all weekend, no sleep. Put in this work. Big dog deep. Little crying puppy stand up court. It's Saturday night and the Eagle has landed. It feels so good to be home. Just got back from China, an incredible trip. Right now, my boys, my colleagues, my friends, I'm trying to give you shit. They're saying, let's get rest tonight, let's go out to all the Golden Globes parties. I said, I'm not going to the Golden Globes parties. They said, why not? We just got back from China. I said, why not? This is my party right here. This is my Golden Globes party. I was like, I just worked this right, 50 this week off. I'm the guy who's big at 15, as you guys know. At 23, I had $7 in my pocket. I value a hard-earned dollar. Train hard, stay strong, above all else. Keep that aspect of what you do. All
right, here we are. It's very late Thursday night from the Iron Paradise. We just wrapped the hardcore workout. It was nice and intense. This is what we call therapy. I am therapy. Not go gentle into that dark night, and it is reflective of a spirit that we have. We make it knock down, make our ass kicked, so we don't go gentle. When I'm broken, I relish it. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use it. Because if I'm broken, then I just found my limitations. And until I know what my limitations are, how can I push them? How can I get better? Once I see it, once I feel it, once I see where I was broken, then I can attack that weakness. I can fill in that gap.
Some of you have brain division and businesses and ideas and concepts, and they're beautiful, but until you pay the sacrifice, that's where you can have success. Where you have not had sacrifice, that's where you won't get just because you want it, but just because you think you're worth it. You will succeed in the areas and to the degree of your sacrifice.
You never say no. You never say it can't get done. Don't you ever say out your mouth it can't get done. Even if you feel in your heart it can't get done. You don't say it out loud. You let the folks say that.
I can reinforce that breach.
You let folks find first say that. You always say it can get done.
Keep the mark of victory, keep the mark of defeat.
You can't let anything stop you from doing what you were called to do. But you have to be careful when you hang around average people. All they're going to do is tell you what they can't do. That's okay. And they can't do it. That has absolutely nothing to do with us. We can go from being homeless and high school dropout to having PhDs, writing books, and becoming the voice of a generation. We can do whatever we believe we can do, and we don't need anybody's permission to do it at all. All right? Don't listen to me. I don't owe anybody a I am phenomenal. I don't owe anybody a apology. I am going to do great things. I don't owe anybody an apology. I am. I was created to be great. I was created to do great things. I was created to have great things, and I no longer have others for their permission. So in order for us to have and be and do everything we were born to do, is number one, you have to kill the noise. You have to stop going to other people and looking to other people for their permission to do what only we can do.
Now it's time to see who had it. Now is the time to prove to yourselves and prove to everyone out there. Well, where are they going? Something. You're going to do something special that no one else in the world can do.
Every champion has felt it.
Go out there and take no prisoners. Have no regrets, have no fear. Lay it all out on the line.
Every president has felt it. Every king has felt it. Every lion has felt it. Every winner has felt it. Every soldier has felt it. Every victorious person has felt it. The urge.
You never say no. You never say it can't get done. Don't you ever say out your mouth it can't get done. Even if you feel in your heart it can't get done. You don't say it out loud. You let the folks say that. You can't let anything stop you from doing what you were called to do.
Get up. Go. Fight on.
You must. Wait. To school things. To understand this on another side of school. Some of you have brain divisions and businesses, ideas and concepts. They're beautiful, but until you pay the sacrifice, that's where you can have success. Where you're about to have sacrifice, that's where you won't get it just because you want it, but just because you think you're worth it. You will succeed in the areas and to the degree of your sacrifice.
Not take the easy way out. Do not give up based on instincts. If you are forced to stand down, to retreat, so that you can rebuild and re-attack, so be it.
I don't care if you don't have money, you don't have help, and you don't have a family for it, and you don't have a background for it, and you don't have friends for it. Don't you give up on doing it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. It may take you places long. You may have to take courses and classes. You may not read as fast. You may not move as quickly. You may not have as much. But don't you? Every champion has felt it. Every president has felt it. Every king has felt it. Every lion has felt it. Every winner has felt it. Every soldier has felt it. Every victorious person has felt it. The urge to win.
How you get to the gym every day. How you change your diet. How you overcome fear of failure, or fear of success, or fear of fear itself.
Believing in yourself is the first secret to success.
You have to find your inner passion, the thing that wakes you up in the morning, the thing that you think about all day, the thing that you wish you were getting paid for. Once you find it, you need to believe you can do it.
Could I become committed to the process of what I was doing without being emotionally attached to the results of what I was doing? In other words, if I didn't get what I thought I was going to get, I still show up to be just as dedicated, just as committed, and just as defiant as I was at day one. Right? Because everybody knows how to be strong when you get what they're supposed to get, and things go the way it's supposed to go. I think that's the reason the quote says you judge the character of a person, not by what they stand in time to come to convenience. You judge the character of a person by what they stand in time to challenge the person. Got some of those brilliant people on the face of this planet. When they hear that person, they can't find themselves like a big bad. And it's not even that they don't have the will, like they got it. It's that the perspective about the adversity in the right. And I firmly believe perspective drives performance. Every day of the week, how individuals do what they do will always affect how they do things.
Some can't understand why they're trying to pull it down, but you're still rising. But they don't want to see you make it, but you're still driving. You're still living good. You're still eating well. But they have tried everything they know to pull you away, but you just keep getting closer and closer and closer to your goal and your breakthrough.
No matter what happens, never stop believing in yourself. It is the strongest factor of success. Self-esteem is everything. Believe you deserve it. Believe you can do it. Believe you have the ability. Believe you are on the right path. Believe you'll get. And most importantly, believe in yourself.
You gotta take my life before you take my job. I wasn't working just to be a great football player. I want to be a great man. I want to be a great father to my children. I want to be a great husband to my wife. I want to be a great servant in the world. I don't want when adversity or rain comes. I'm the guy I was grateful for the adversity, but when the adversity hit, I never turned back into forward. I don't want to be that person that's great and everything is going on good, but when something goes wrong, they bleed, they will never do it. I want to be that person that's going to show up rain, sleep, or snow. They don't give everything in God.
You gotta take off arrogance. You gotta take off pride. You gotta take off envy. And sometimes you gotta lose what you think you gotta have. And all you get a message right on your shoulders, man. Talk back to somebody. Talk back to somebody.
You see, my dreams and ambitions are what drive me. They keep me moving in a direction. Motivation gets me there faster. You see, you can look for outside motivation, but this won't sustain you unless you have an inner desire. You don't know how close you are to success, so why stop now? You come so far, so why give in now? You are champion. Participate for your time to shine. Keep pushing, the same as you've always been doing. You should never give up on something you can't go a day without thinking about. Don't quit on your passion. Don't give up on your dreams. You are the only person who can bring you to life. You are the only one who can write your book, make your film, be the athlete you were destined to be. Help those people you can help. It is only you who is destined to do those things.
And a cop asked me once, he said, man, what's your dream? I said, I'm going to go to Division I, I'm going to go to college, and I'm going to the league. And he's like, you're probably a cell block demon. And I was like, man, you making a mistake. Like, I've never met your day in my life. I got an uncle in jail, right? Got an uncle in prison, right? And I was like, yeah. He's like, I don't fall too far from the tree, right? And what he was saying to me was, you'll probably repeat the same pattern that they repeat. You come from the same household, right? And I could have looked at it and made an excuse. Instead, I'm going to lower my standards to meet and accommodate my household, my experience, my situation, my circumstance. Or I can take my situation, my circumstance, and raise my standard and say, I'm supposed to be an example. I'm going to fire. I'm going to use my situation and my circumstances, my driving force, my view. If I do this well, I can get my family in a better situation. If I do this well, I can get my mother on the governorship abilities. If I do this well, I can get my own bed. If I do this well, I can get my grandmother a better living condition. If I do this well, maybe I can stop my uncles from selling drugs. This is my purpose. This is what I've been put here to do. And so the opposition, adversity, challenges, it's just a part of the process. It's gonna make me a better person. But my purpose, I can't let anything stop what he told me from tapping into that every single day. Right? Because for most people, when you go through something, the person's natural perspective is, okay, what did I lose? Right? What happened to me? Like, I took a loss, right? People never look at it and say, okay, man, tell me what did you gain? Right? Even when it hurt, you didn't want to go through it. But look at it in a way to where it's a what's the lesson in this? Right? What would you say life is trying to teach you from dealing with this? Right? Because I'm coming from this household, so I sleep on the floor, right? With roaches, with rats, I'm not ashamed to admit it. Right? I would go to school and I would compete, I would work. And so when I met a kid that I was competing against, the only thing I felt I had an advantage in my whole life was my work ethic. And I took pride in that. Right? I was never the biggest, the fastest, strongest, never had the most resources, but I had a work ethic. And so my whole life, I wanted different from my family ever since I was a kid. Right? And so never allowing a situational circumstance to define your life and understanding that if you got something inside of you that's greater than that situation or that circumstance, but you have to constantly believe it, and not only believe it, you have to make decisions and choices every single day to put you a step forward to what you believe your destiny is. And so when I went through it, my perspective was, okay, what can I extract from it? So apply to other areas and aspects of my life that I feel can help other people. And I firmly believe the quicker you can shift your perspective from yourself to others when you're in the midst of adversity, the quicker you'll get through. Right? Martin Luther King has a quote that says, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing to help other people?
You take that challenge. When you answer the call and you see the other side of pain, it's called glory. It's called glory. There's somebody sitting home right now, there's a young 10-year-old kid sitting home that don't have a father. And he's ready to turn again, he's ready to give up. I'm telling you, don't give in. And don't ever give up.
Last night, I did this one. Things are different. Hey, you start taking steps towards those projects. And you know, lead you closer to that dream, like you keep playing over and over. You get different practical life that you gotta be every day. Go to the cubicle, infested world. Work a job, just pay the bills. But gas, take you place where you go, you want to go be around. Put burgers in the refrigerator. Groceries that keep you fat and lazy, keep you away from being healthy and fit in your life. But you know, try to find plans. Being work, join a house that doesn't inspire you, just a nuisance, you ain't coming home to. You know, if you closer to that dream, like you keep playing over and over, you get from the practical life, you gotta get up and meet every day. Go to the cubicle, infested world. Work a job, just pay bills. But gas, take you place where you go, you want people to be around. Put groceries in the refrigerator. Groceries that keep you fat and lazy, keep you away from being healthy and fit in your life. But you want to try to find plans. Pay the mortgage on a house that doesn't inspire you, just a nuisance, you ain't coming home to. What the fuck are you doing? And you know what makes it worse is that you're a coward. Before you got better in the beginning, Mr. Other was there. Mr. Resistance, right in your ass. Telling you you're going to be different in what you want to do, what the inner voice inside you tell you you need to do with your life. Telling you those things you believe matter, have a purpose in your life. You're really the same as bitch stupid does. They're both you right now. You should have come see me. You should have wrote a book. You should have got school. You should have done your own thing. There's so many things you should have done. You should have done. You didn't do it because you're scared. You believe that you're so scared of what you are scared. You are scared. You are scared. You're scared of failure. You're scared of making mistakes. You're scared to not fight. But you want to try. Why play this game? I'm in the same. Mr. Resistance will be there every morning, noon, and night. And while you're sleeping, right in your ass, kicking your ass, unless you turn around and you start throwing punches. What's your purpose of playing this game? Why are you doing what you're doing? You know why you're doing what you're doing. You saw my t-shirt, you know I need my passion. I got the big talking to I ain't nobody doing it. My passion. I'm trying to listen to you. What you want me to try? Why are you playing this game? I'm in the same. I'm telling you that you ain't got to be perfect. I'm here to say you don't have to be perfect to get what you want, to do what you want, to have what you want, to be what you want. You don't have to be perfect. It's a lie. Anybody can serve anything you need. You don't have to be perfect, but you have to do what's perfect. That's what I want you to do. You'll never be perfect. As long as you're alive, there's always fire. You'll always get better. But listen to me. I want you to practice perfecting the 24 hours. You hear me 60 minutes a day. 1 hour, 40 seconds. I want you to concentrate. I want you to concentrate now. You know what makes it even worse? Is that you're a coward. But I didn't come on. I'm working on my speech. I didn't come on. I'm answering a phone call. I got to listen to very closely. I'm right out every movie I can't watch a movie. I can't listen to music. I like to I'm writing everything down. It's like here. So guess what? Guess what? I'm practicing every book. Everything I do, make me better. I'm telling you, you fall up small. You fall up every holiday. You stop thinking about 2012. You stop thinking about 2013. You focus on the now. You master the now. You become an expert of the now. I guarantee you, you'll blow. I need you to stop trying to do big. I need you to fall in love with small. And guess what? Big will be attractive to you. That there is something better for you to do with your time than even being here. Right now, I am Mr. Resistance. I'm distracting you from doing the work you need to do. Get the fuck out of here and do the work of your life. Anybody deserves, anyone can live. Listen, I raised from, I think of your woman, then you die. And you're next in between. And then next, defines what the legacy is. Dr. Miles Monroe compares leaders to King of Jungle, he says. He said, the lion is not the strongest animal in the jungle. The lion is not the largest animal in the jungle. The lion is not the smartest, one of the most intelligent animals in the jungle. And yet when the lion shows up, he is king. He is king, you don't need to be intelligent. You don't need to be smart, you don't need to have a certain height. You don't need to have a certain weight. You don't need to have any kind of advantage. And yet you can be a leader. I was not the biggest, the strongest, or fastest. But my goals were clear. My actions were still my service to those goals. When the gazelle makes up, he runs. But the lion chases, he stops running. When the lion makes up, he don't need nobody to push it. He pushes himself. I'm trying to perfect now. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to eat second, make sure I'm doing something. How make sure each minute I'm doing something. How make sure every hour I'm doing something. How make sure every day get something done. On Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, on Friday, on Saturday. You don't have to be perfect, but you want to try to. Why are you playing this game? Are you a gazelle? You take a challenge. You answer the call. You see the other side of me. It's called glory. It's called glory. Right now, I am Mr. Resistance. I'm distracting you from doing the work you need to do. Get the fuck out of here and do the work of your life.
You're defined by what you define failure as. It's not a thing if it leads you to your success.
It's all part of the journey. It's all part of the journey. You have to appreciate those moments, because what happens right after you feel like you failed is who you are and who you will continue to be.
You constantly remind yourself after every defeat, after every setback, every time you get knocked down. I'm not saying if life knocks you down, try and lay on your back, because if you can look up, you can get up. Failure is a part of the learning process. Like, what's the risk of failure? You can embarrass failure. It's part of life. Failure, I'm going to not success. It's a speed bump. I know I'm going to fail.
There's always times obstacles, and I literally don't accept it as a impediment, as a negative. It's like it's going to make me stronger. I'm going to learn something from this.
It's not free to learn from it. A lot of people because of failure. They stop believing, and just with you. You will fail your way to success. Yes. The United Millionaires have been financially bankrupt. You will fail your way to success.
Fail early, fail often, fail forward.
Best advice that I give you on success is to know that success is merely the hangover of failure, and that failure is an essential ingredient in creating a learning atmosphere for you, so that you can accrue those learnings of small incremental steps failure and collect enough learning so that you can arrive at success.
It doesn't matter how many times you fail. It doesn't matter how many times people tell you that you can't do it. It doesn't matter if you don't have a dime in the bank. You will fail your way to success.
You will fail at some point in your life. You will embarrass yourself. You will suck at something. And no doubt about it. Embrace it. It's inevitable. You don't make excuses for the failure. You feel the pain. You don't brush it off. You don't downplay it. You feel the pain, and you don't rush. You feel error. Now, listen, this is a principle of life I'm about to tell you. To get past it, you gotta go through it. That's true in some areas, but it's particularly true with failure. To get past your failure, that failure, you gotta do it. You can't go around your failure. You can't go over your failure. You can't go under your failure. You can't ignore your failure. You need to grieve the failure.
Fail early, fail often, fail forward.
If I'm gonna fall, I don't wanna fall back on anything except my faith. I wanna fall forward. Or at least I'll see when hit. You should seek failures. So if you're playing at faith, you're not gonna win. You have to try things if you're really hoping you can go. You gotta get those bucks.
You're going to fail. It's okay. Okay? You're going to fail. You're not going to for one thing. You need your skin to fail. And that's because you know you down to give it all. That's how you learn.
Never be discouraged. Never hold back. Forget who God. And when you fall life, remember this.
I think we're in the that there is something to shame. Failure is for limits. Right? You're not compliant. You need to be about failure. All the else you do too. You got something else. Get a walk. Right? Separated. Success doesn't look like an act, and isn't as an act. It's not always a failure. Very gray. And being able to, you might at an event or in your life where you think you're getting the effort that you're almost before it's not authentically what you are. It's like failure.
To dare suck. Never make something afraid to suck. That it is going to
fail off and forward. Always a little bit of me when negative failure. Failure, massive being a success, you get copier. You actually seek failure all of the. Let's fail off and forward.
That fire, keep logs on important. And your ability to through those failures and success.
Motivation, mindset. You're not doing with yourself. Inspiration by life. You need to live in the put challenges from yourself behind inspiration. To better than 30 miles a week. If you're swimming 500, you miss 50. You're 10% ability. You can't find yourself by doing nothing.
Let me see if I can fix it. If I can just walk one of my entire life, if we meant to go from dirt nothing, junior high school, I walked a mile. If I can walk another mile, he says not gonna make no, that's how I found out. Your mind knows it's not gonna quit. I will adapt to everything. I ended up running 20 miles in not 1 day hours. It was just 9 hours that ever changed my life to know we as human beings.
Get 18. Come on, 23. Come on, 24. One more, Dan. One more. He told me, you're going nowhere in your life. Not beat anything. As bad as that hurt me, you have to be willing to outwork everybody in the world. And that's the hard part. That's the hard part. This isn't like some... So, let's say it's day one of a job interview. You have your clothes laid out. You've been preparing for weeks and weeks. The most important conversation is the one you have with yourself. You wake up with it, you walk around with it, you go to bed with it. Eventually, you act on it. You live in the world now, that's for you. Can't hurt me is not for you. The approach you have to take, at least be a real... Before reading, I'm struggling, and sometimes I call myself stupid. Not in a way to put myself down. You gotta change that. I once had that mentality, that no one understands what the I'm going through. And if you keep buying this book, I'm like, are you not in the world? You're gonna buy this book? I'm like, are you not in the world? Are you not? I don't understand you. But you gotta stop hiding. And that's why I tell people, a lot of people are going through they just hide. And so we stay away from those people. And we stay away from those people, like our internal dialogue becomes that kind, it's okay. It's not. To life. We don't have any control of it. We just give all control to life. I'll do this with right gear. In combat, you wear body armor. What we do wrong is we don't strengthen our minds. You gotta strengthen your mind. Take in school, you were, Air Force Happy, you did the pull-up record, you run all these ultra races, all this shit, man. You get through Navy SEAL training, pull-up record 3 times. This is what I know about me. So what I'm saying is this, you can't live your life. Dad, very afraid of people. I got judged so much growing up that this is uncomfortable for me. All these podcasts, that's why I'm supposed to honestly, I have a story to tell. As we all have a story to tell.